F. Chapter 101 Arena Mode has been opened. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Bu Ligay and they naturally have been paying attention to Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui. They are all very curious about how the two of them, as experts who asked Dao, fought in the Tower of Trial. But when they saw the picture on the display, they were also a little surprised. The starting space seems to be different from yesterday. Bu Shi frowned slightly. Bu Ligay nodded, yes, there is a small tower and a platform. I can almost guess the small tower. It should be the place where the Tower of Trial game is played. What is that platform? Yao Zian had finished breakfast at this time. After she heard the conversation, she hurried over to them. Seeing the picture on the monitor, I couldn't help but say, it's really different, boss, what's the matter? Several people turned their eyes to Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan said plainly, as you have seen, the new mode of the Tower of Trial, Arena. It turned out that you played it called Challenge Mode. Challenge Mode? New model? Arena? The boss, please explain. Several people stared at Luo Chuan eagerly. Luo Chuan's expression remained unchanged, and said, Arena, as the name suggests, is a place for players to compete. There are also various battle modes, single player, double player, multiplayer. A few people nodded somewhat clearly, with a fiery look in their eyes. Being able to compete with the rest of the cultivators absolutely fair is really exciting to imagine. Then Luo Chuan went on to add, every battle in the arena requires the payment of corresponding spirit crystals. For bodybuilding, sensation, and good fortune realm battles, you need to pay 10 Ling Jing, and Shenhun, Gui Yuan, and Wendao realm battles need to pay 100 Ling Jing. The price is based on the highest strength of both parties. It is assumed that the realm of both sides of the battle is the same, whichever is lower. Of course, both parties can choose their own realm. Everyone. Yes, this is like a boss. Luo Chuan hasn't finished yet. In addition, the arena also has a winning points ranking system. Those who rank in the first place can get the game time of the Tower of Trial as a reward. Play time as a reward. Hearing this, the breathing of several people suddenly became hurried. To tell the truth, in their opinion, 3 hours of playtime in the Tower of Trial every day is not enough. It's too short. Often time is used up before the battle has started. But the rules of the owner's shop are here, and they can't help it. Now that there is one more channel to get extra game time, how can we not be excited? However, Luo Chuan's next words made them a little bit dumbfounded. Of course, because there are too few players now, the winning points ranking system is temporarily closed. Luo Chuan said blankly. Ha! Boss, don't your conscience hurt when you say this? Bu Ligay almost screamed up to the sky. The others also smiled bitterly. Luo Chuan remained unmoved. Soon, the attention of several people shifted away. Jiang Xingjun, will you have the courage to come to a fight? Looking at Jiang Xingjun next to him, Step Ligay was eager to try. Ha! Who is afraid of who? I have to beat you for a while, you can't tell the difference between east and west. Jiang Xingjun sneered. Bu Shi looked at the clamoring too, and sighed helplessly in his heart. She didn't even think about fighting them. Because with her strength, even if the realm is the same, there will be no suspense in the end. However, if you can use this to fight against the strong, it would be a good opportunity. As he thought in his heart, Bu Shi couldn't help but set his eyes on the bodies of old Bai and Ji Wuhui. I don't know how Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui, who have been regarded as opponents by Bu Shi, know what they will think. In the Tower of Trials, Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui unanimously chose the arena mode. People are curious, they all want to see what this new platform is. Suddenly, an information panel about the arena mode appeared. The above content is basically the same as what Luo Chuan said. Lao Bai and Ji Wuhui checked them carefully. I like fantasy, the God-level store manager please collect it, www.mtlnovel.com. Chapter 102 Your Majesty, please enlighten me. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. After reading the introduction about the arena, both Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao understood. At the same time, their hearts are full of shock. Being able to fight in an absolutely fair fight without worrying about any injuries to yourself or affecting the surrounding area, maybe these things will only happen in the boss's shop, right? Old Bai, do you want to fight? Ji Wuhui said with a smile. Of course it's okay. Old Bai said with a smile, yesterday when I reached the level of Q9, I wanted to move my muscles a long time ago. Hearing the conversation between Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui, the three of Buligay suddenly became interested. Mr. Bai and His Majesty are actually about to fight, it's a rare encounter in life. I wonder what kind of earth-shaking scene will be the battle between the 9th-rank supermasters. Player Bai Hong invited Ji Wuhui to fight, do you agree? A message appeared in front of Ji Wuhui. Ji Wuhui naturally chose to confirm. Immediately, the two only felt the scene before them flashed. When he reappears, he is already on the top of a towering snow mountain. In the arena mode of the Tower of Trial, if you don't actively choose, the battle map will appear randomly. Luo Chuan explained in a timely manner. Several people nodded clearly. Even Yao Zian came over curiously. On the monitor, there is a vast scene. Surrounded by endless snow-covered mountains, countless snowflakes are flying in the sky. Lao Bai and Ji Wuhui looked at their surroundings with surprise. They can clearly feel the cold breath in the air, as well as the touch of snow mixed with the cold wind on their bodies. Your Majesty, choose weapons. Old Bai looked at Ji Wuhui in the distance and said loudly. Ji Wuhui nodded. There is also a black dragon spear here. Mr. Bai opened the mall and searched for it with the mentality of trying, but he actually found the black dragon spear. Don't hesitate now, just choose. In an instant, a long spear identical to the white old black dragon spear appeared in his hand. Mr. Bai can even clearly feel the dragon soul in the black dragon spear. In the arena mode, everyone can choose their own weapons. Of course, this is free. It is too dark to be able to pay the entrance fee and collect the spirit crystal of the weapon. In Ji Wuhui's hands, a 3-foot green front exuding the aura of the Emperor appeared. Mr. Bai recognizes that sword. Saint Soldier, Emperor Sword. Unexpectedly, in addition to the black dragon spear in the mall, there are weapons of Ji Wuhui. At this time, the strength of the two sides is exactly the same. They are all newcomers to the realm of the 9th grade of inquiry. Old Bai and Ji Wuhui looked at each other, a spiritual storm slowly condensing in the center. Snowflakes dance wildly, and the cold wind is like a knife. Your Majesty, please enlighten me. Old Bai's voice sounded, and his figure had disappeared in place. Don't show mercy to Mr. Bai. Almost at the same time, Ji Wuhui laughed wildly, and the Emperor's sword was cut to the side. A black spear appeared in an empty place, and the tip of the gun even tore the space. The figure of Mr. Bai also appeared. Ding! Along with a crisp sound, the Emperor's sword collided with the black dragon spear. Wherever they collided, cracks in black space emerged. Endless spirits thought about the surrounding escape, and there were even bottomless cracks on the ground under the feet of the two. Missing a blow, Ji Wuhui's figure instantly receded thousands of feet away. Mr. Bai refused to forgive and bullied himself. At the same time, there was a burst of laughter. The name of the white spear is more than that. Chapter 103 Victory or Defeat. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The old white figure is like electricity, his spear is like a dragon, and thousands of dragon-shaped spear lights emerge. With the momentum of overwhelming mountains and seas, rolling towards Ji Wuhui. The space can't even stand it, like a mirror, with black cracks. If the two were to compete in reality, Mr. Bai would certainly not use his best. The name of the white spear is not just talking. Even if Ji Wuhui was asking the pinnacle, if old Bai tried his best, he would definitely not get any benefit. But now it's different, this is in the Tower of Trial, even death can be instantly resurrected, there is no need for fear at all. Therefore, Mr. Bai used his best to make a move. This trick is the famous trick of Mr. Bai Dragon Fights and 8 Wastes. Ji Wuhui did not dare to neglect. He looked solemn and took a deep breath. An emperor's air lingers around him. In an instant, the already dim sky suddenly flickered. A vision emerged. A humanoid phantom with a size of 1,000 meters and a dragon robe slowly rose from behind Ji Wuhui. The phantom is also holding Qing Feng, which is 9 points similar to Ji Wuhui. The Dharmakaya of the Holy Emperor, the practice practiced by the Emperor of the Star Empire. Ji Wuhui raised his arm and slashed towards the sea of spear light rushing forward. The same goes for the phantom behind him. A bit of cold light. A dazzling golden flame flashed on the blade of hundreds of feet in size, and the air was directly burned. This sword seems to be able to split the world. Before the sword fell, the mountains below could no longer bear it, and an abyss of 1,000 feet in size appeared. The two attacks collided, and the world fell silent in an instant. An extremely bright light emerged from the meeting place, and the whole world was covered by it. What happened? The few people who were staring at the display screen saw a bright picture, suddenly a little anxious. Obviously, when the critical moment is reached, why can't I see it? The victory is divided. Luo Chuan's faint voice sounded. At this time, everyone realized that the boss actually came to a few people at some unknown time. Boss, how do you know? The outcome is clearly undecided. Bu Ligei said in a puzzled manner. Luo Chuan, feeling. Everyone. Actually, I also feel that the outcome has almost been separated. Yao Zian smiled and said. Then Zian's sister, who can win in the end? Bu asked poetically and curiously. Yao Zian shook his head and sold it off. Look first, the results will be announced soon. At this point, the light on the display has gradually dimmed. I can vaguely see the ground that has become riddled with holes, the fragmented space that is constantly recovering automatically. Of course, there are two figures standing in the sky and facing each other. After a few breaths, the picture finally became clear. After seeing the appearance of the two of them, they suddenly heard a sound but sucked in the air. Bai Lao had a languid breath and pale face. An eye-catching scar ran across the chest and abdomen, and even the squirming internal organs could be seen. Bright red blood spilled from the wound as if for nothing. If it weren't for the powerful vitality of the Tao realm, I'm afraid it would have fallen. On the other side, Ji Wuhui looked almost the same as before. Contrast between the two sides and make a judgment. It turns out that the winner is your majesty. Jiang Xingjun said suddenly. Brother Bu Shi nodded in agreement. The obvious thing. Mr. Bai had been injured so badly, if he had lost his combat effectiveness in reality. But Ji Wuhui looked calm, and he didn't look hurt at all. Sit down. Chapter 104 Poetic Request. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Ji Wuhui looked at the old man, with a helpless smile on his face. A soft sigh sounded, unexpectedly. After so many years, old Bai's combat power will not be reduced at all. This battle, I lost. In Luo, a thin bloodstain appeared on Ji Wuhui's throat. Its body turned into a little light and dissipated. Your Majesty, I have accepted. Old Bai said with a smile, his body also turned into light. Afterwards, the two appeared in the starting space. The three of them were almost stunned when they saw this scene. Will it be the old man who won? Bu Shi muttered in disbelief. Your Majesty's strength should be stronger than Bai Lao. Why is the result like this? Jiang Xingjun also looked puzzled. The same is true for the others. Yao Zian narrowed his eyes slightly and guessed, old Bai's marksmanship focuses on killing, and Ji Wuhui's moves seem to be related to the power of luck. In this arena, there is no luck, so Ji Wuhui can't exert all his power. Although the word qiyun is illusory, it does exist. National luck is also a kind of air luck. As the Emperor of the Sky Star Empire, Ji Wuhui is naturally able to control the power of luck. The Holy Emperor's body that he cultivated can exert its greatest power only by relying on the power of luck. Ji Wuhui had already retreated from the Tower of Trial at this time. He nodded and smiled after hearing what Yao Zian said. The demon girl's words are true. Power is very relevant. However, if we can really use the power of luck, the victory or defeat between me and Mr. Bai is still unknown. The name of the white-robed spear god, Bai Lao, was paved with countless strong men. Your Majesty is absurdly praised. Elder Bai also exited the Tower of Trial and waved his hand with a smile. If there is a real fight in reality, I must not be your Majesty's opponent. At this moment, Bu poetically looked at Mr. Bai and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Little girl of Bu's family, what do you want to say? Bai Lao asked, seeing Bu's poetic entanglement look. Bu poetically gritted his teeth, old Bai, I want to fight you to see how far between me and Wendao realm is. When these words came out, Bu Ligay and Jiang Xingjun couldn't help but their eyes widened. Fight against Mr. Bai, I'm afraid it's not for abuse. Sister, are you kidding? Step Ligay twitched, a little speechless. But Ji Wuhui laughed suddenly after hearing Bu's poetic words, okay. As expected of Zenenhao's blood, courageous. Old Bai, you just have a fight with her, how about? The old man shook his head helplessly. Since your Majesty has said so, the old man will accompany you to fight, but don't say that I am bullying the small. In the arena mode, the strength of the opponents is determined by the lower one by default, which is absolutely fair and just. At the right time, Luochuan's flat voice sounded. Bai Lao and Bu Poetic entered the trial field together. At this time, both parties are in a forest. The realm of the fifth rank of God and Soul. Little girl of the Bu family, your talent, even if it is placed in the entire Tianlan Continent, it is also top-notch. Mr. Bai was slightly surprised when he sensed his own strength. Bu poetically smiled slightly, old Bai, offended. The enchanting aura swept across her body, and the whole person was out of the sheath like a sharp sword. Young people, should have such a spirit. Bai Lao had a look of approval in his eyes. At the same time, his figure moved a little to his side. Ha! The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a poetic sword fell through. When he missed a hit, the poetic step changed from a thorn to a sweep, and the long sword in his hand swept across. Old Bai's finger flicked slightly, which happened to hit the ridge of the sword a few inches above the hilt. Bu Shi's complexion changed slightly. Old Bai's finger directly hit the weakest point on the long sword, dispelling all the strength on it. Chapter 105 Where is the gap? Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. A solemn look appeared in Bu Shi's eyes. As the opponent of Old Bai, she felt a lot of pressure. Step Poetic continues to attack, Bai Lao is just blindly defensive. But Bu's poetic complexion became increasingly ugly. Because she found that the Old Bai she was facing was like a ball of cotton without effort. No matter how fierce the offense is, the result will be totally stoned, with no effect at all. And with the passage of time, Bu Shi was surprised to find that his moves had been firmly implicated by Mr. Bai. In other words, she couldn't stop the attack at all. When the attack stops, it is the time of defeat. Why didn't Bai Lao attack? Always on defense. Looking at the screen on the monitor, Bu Ligay asked in a puzzled way. Jiang Xingjun was also puzzled. To the two of them, Bai Lao seemed to be suppressed by Bu's poetic attack. But the two also knew that this was impossible. Mr. Bai is a powerful person who asks the 9th rank, and Bu's poetic style is just the realm of soul. Even in the arena now, their cultivation bases are the same, but their vision and experience are not comparable at all. Therefore, the two of them feel a little bit unable to understand the current situation. Ji Wuhui shook his head and smiled, "Your realm is not enough, and it's normal to not understand. From the beginning, the direction of the battle has been controlled by the old man. The attack of Yao Zian is completely difficult to ride a tiger. Now, almost it's over too." As Ji Wuhui uttered these words, Mr. Bai finally moved. A dead branch did not know when it appeared in the hands of Old Bai, and simply stabs forward. Avenue to Jane. With one move, Bu Poetic feels as if he is facing an overwhelming world. Although the realm is the same, the use of spiritual power is not comparable at all. In the next instant, Bu Shi's long sword shattered every inch, and his body turned into a little light. One move. Only one move from beginning to end. Bu Ligay said in disbelief. "I lost." Bu Shi took off his helmet and said softly. "Girl Bu, now you know where your weakness is." Old Bai smiled. Bu nodded poetically. From the previous battle, she has understood her shortcomings. Not only lack of combat experience, but also quite blunt in the use of moves. And Bai Lao is like a piece of pure jade, every shot is like instinct, without a trace of extra action. This kind of extreme combat consciousness has been completely integrated into Bai Lao's body. It is impossible to get without experience. But in Origin Mall, this statement may not apply. Because the battle in the Tower of Trials is no different from reality. In the game, you can still improve your combat awareness. The next time is the game time of the Tower of Trial. As the so-called fighting is the best way to improve strength, Bu Shi directly entered the challenge mode. As for why the arena was not chosen, the reason is that there is no suitable opponent. Bu Ligay and Jiang Xingjun Taikai, Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui, can't be her sparring partners, right? As for the boss and Yao Zian, well, don't think about it. Lao Bai and Ji Wuhui also chose the challenge mode. Ji Wuhui was really excited when he saw such a real monster beast for the first time. But his own realm suddenly turned into a body, which also allowed him to adapt for a while. As for Bu Ligay and Jiang Xingjun, they entered the arena directly. It just happens that the strength of the two is not much different, both are in the realm of good fortune, and the combat experience is also not bad. Of course, before entering the Tower of Trial, the three of Bu Ligay did not forget to come to a bucket of instant noodles. The cultivation speed of 18 times an hour cannot be missed in vain. Chapter 106 Decadent Boss is online. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. All five of them entered the Tower of Trial, and Origin Mall restored its former calm. But the calm was intermittent. Because from time to time, the clamor of Jiang Xingjun and Bu Ligay sounded. Damn, Jiang Xingjun, you actually play Yin. Why, if you lose, you lose, are you not convinced? Labor and management just don't accept it, they have the ability to fight again. Fight and fight, who is afraid of who? Well, that's about it. Although it is possible to speak to the deity in the real world in the game and silently, the two feel that this is more imposing. It's like soloing with others in the game, and trying to get back to the court after losing. Lao Bai and Ji Wuhui took the initiative to shut down their perception of the outside world because they were upset by listening. Bu was not poetic. She felt that listening to the clamor of the two during the battle might be able to exercise her anti-interference ability. Yao Ziyan sat behind the counter and looked at the shop. Luo Chuan moved a recliner and placed it in front of the store and lay on it to bask in the sun. Even if you are improving your strength, you should relax, you can't stay in the tower of trial all day. It's not good to fight and kill, it's still comfortable in the sun. As for what efforts to become stronger, do not rush or rush. Luo Chuan squinted his eyes, enjoying the warm sunshine, and there was peace in his heart. Just like yesterday, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang came to the alley. As soon as they entered the alley, what caught their eyes was the picture of Luo Chuan lying on a recliner, basking in the sun. How do I feel that the boss is so decadent? Gu Yunxi couldn't help but whispered. It's like a salted fish. Jiang Wanshang added. Although he already knows that Luo Chuan is powerful and often looks cold, he doesn't have the power of a peerless powerhouse, and so is Yao Ziyan. That's why Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang said this. Origin Mall is indeed a strange store. While they were talking, the two had already walked in front of Luo Chuan. Boss, bask in the sun at the door again. Jiang Wanshang greeted with a smile. The sun was blocked and Luo Chuan opened his eyes. Looking at the two girls, he nodded, and a faint voice sounded, today's Tower of Trial has a new model. New model? Wanchang. Let's go and have a look. Gu Yunxi's eyes lit up suddenly, pulling Jiang Wanchang and rushing into the store. Hey, don't pull me. Jiang Wanshang looked helpless, and at the same time he didn't forget to say to Luo Chuan, Boss, we'll go in first. Luo Chuan nodded and continued to close his eyes to bask in the sun. Good Sister Ziyan. The two entered the store and greeted the demon Ziyan behind the counter. Yao Ziyan smiled and said, You still play the Tower of Trial today? Of course. Gu Yunxi nodded, the boss just said that the Tower of Trial has a new model, let us introduce it to us. Yao Ziyan pointed to Shibu Ligay and Jiang Xingjun. Arena mode is where players can freely play against each other. They both play. Not knowing what happened again, Bu Ligay and Jiang Xingjun's yelling rang again. Gu Yunxi. Jiang Wanshang. Just playing a game, as for. Who are those two? Jiang Wanshang noticed Lao Bai and Ji Wuhui, and asked somewhat puzzledly. Although I had seen Mr. By yesterday, the changes were so great that the two did not recognize them for a while. And last night, even though Murong Haitang and Ing Wuji knew that it was Lao Bai who crossed the robbery, they didn't tell these students. I don't want them to get involved. As for Ji Wuhui. But not everyone knows what the great Emperor Tianqing looks like. You saw it yesterday, did you forget? Yao Ziyan smiled. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchang looked puzzled. Seen yesterday? Why don't we know? He is the old man. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the two, Yao Ziyan explained to them. Sister Ziyan, are you kidding me? How could Mr. Bai be so young? The two looked disbelief. Lao Bai survived the Thunder Tribulation last night and successfully advanced to the 9th rank, so he looks young. Yao Ziyan said. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchang were shocked. At this moment, the two people remembered the vision they saw last night. Unexpectedly, the reason was actually because of the old Baidu Jie. Chapter 107. Let's discuss. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The one next to Mr. Bai is. Gu Yunxi hesitated for a moment, and asked with some uncertainty. At this time, the two had a bold guess in their hearts. Yao Zian nodded, the Emperor of the Sky Star Empire, the Emperor of Sky Star Ji Wugui. At this time, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang felt that they were not so surprised. It may be that Origin Mall has brought too many surprises, and I have become used to it. The boss's shop really is. Jiang Wanchang gave a wry smile, paused, and found a descriptive idiom, it's unusual. Ha! Yunxi, Wanshang, are you here? A surprise sound sounded. Bu Shi took off his helmet and looked at the two in surprise. We came here after breakfast. I didn't expect you to come so early. Gu Yunxi smiled. I thought it was early enough, but I didn't expect these people to come earlier than them. There are only 10 seats in the owner's shop. If there are more customers in the owner's shop, will there be no place to play games? At this moment of thought, a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in their hearts. You must not tell the teachers and those students the news of Origin Mall. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchang secretly made a decision in their hearts. They didn't know that Buligay was the same, they tacitly regarded Origin Mall as a secret and didn't tell others at all. Would you like to discuss it? Bu asked poetically straightforwardly. Gu Yunxi's realm is the 5th stage of the soul, and the 6th stage of the soul of Jiang Wanchang. The strength of the three is not much different, so Bu Shi was so surprised after seeing the two come here. There are 2 more opponents who can compete. Ha! Discuss. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchang didn't react for a while. Yes. Bu nodded poetically, in the arena mode in the Tower of Trials, you can choose your own equipment, and both sides can have the same strength, absolutely fair fight. When the two heard it, they were also intrigued. Jiang Wanshang nodded, of course it's okay. But let's eat a bowl of instant noodles alone, which will increase the training speed 10 times. Okay, then I'll go to challenge mode and play a few games. Call me when you finish. After all, Bu Shi put on his helmet and entered the Tower of Trial. Then, Jiang Wanchang and Gu Yunxi came together for a bucket of instant noodles. Of course, the wealthy two also bought spicy bars and Coke. The spicy bars and cola that the two bought before did not eat, but put them in the space ring for emergency needs. The two are curious now. Instant noodles have this taste, but what about cola and spicy noodles? Without thinking about it, both of them tasted it. After eating, his eyes widened suddenly. I have never tasted this peculiar taste. Gu Yunxi was holding a bottle of Coke, with a drunken expression on her small face. The cold Coke entered the throat, the bubbles burst in the mouth, and the whole person seemed to be sublimated in an instant. Gu Yunxi felt that Coke was the best thing she had ever drunk in her life. This spicy strip is also very delicious, none of the elixir can match it. Jiang Wanchang took the spicy strips and said while eating. It's so delicious. And the spiritual power in the body is not only extremely active, it has even improved a lot. This is the effect of spicy noodles and instant noodles. As for Coke, neither of them has any injuries, so the effect is not reflected. A few minutes later, the two had wiped out everything cleanly. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchang hiccuped, with a contented expression on their faces. Cool. It's been a long time since I have eaten so happy. Chapter 108 Your Majesty is not here. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The next time is the game time of the Tower of Trial. On the other side, Ing Wuji had left Zuyuexuan and walked towards the imperial city. He is going to find Mr. Bai and ask how he replenishes his vitality. Out of absolute consideration, Ing Wuji even brought a space ring with all his possessions. This trip, he is bound to win. Not long after, Ing Wuji had already reached the front gate of the imperial city. The imperial city looks majestic and majestic, the tens of meters high city wall is dyed in vermilion, and it exudes decent spiritual fluctuations. It seems that there is a formation. Beside the main entrance, dozens of figures in armor stood quietly. They are the imperial guards. The aura exuding from everyone is extremely tyrannical, all of them are strong in the realm of souls. The leader of the strongest person even has the strength of the 9th grade of Guiyuan. This person is the commander of the Imperial Guard, Xia Yu. The comer stops. Seeing Ing Wuji coming, shouts. At the same time, dozens of guards held sharp blades, and at the same time fixed their eyes on Ing Wuji's body. Even if an ordinary Guiyuan realm cultivator faces this kind of battle, I am afraid he is not an opponent at all. For these Imperial Guards, joining forces is definitely more than just 1+1. But facing Ing Wuji at the pinnacle of asking Dao, even if these people joined forces, they couldn't make the slightest splash. Fortunately, Ing Wuji was not here to find things. He spoke, his indifferent voice resounding directly in everyone's ears. Senior tutor of Lingyun College, Ing Wuji is here to visit. At the same time, an aura that belongs to the realm of the questioning realm radiated. Even if these janissaries were well trained, they suddenly lost their colors after hearing Ing Wuji's words. Especially after feeling the breath of the realm of inquiry, I couldn't raise the thought of resistance. Lingyun Academy, but the superpower standing on the top of Tianlan Continent, they naturally heard about it. Xia Yu's face suddenly changed. Although he didn't know who Ing Wuji was, the horrible aura could not be fake at all. He waved his hand and told the guards to put away their weapons. "Don't dare to neglect," he said in a deep voice. "Your Excellency, wait a moment, let me go and report. I have to say that this person has a good temperament." Facing a strong like Ing Wuji, he was able to calmly say such words. Asked how the strong at the pinnacle was not treated respectfully. And Xia Yu actually let him wait at the door, it is really bold. But with Ing Wuji's character, he didn't think about anything. He nodded and stopped talking. Standing there, waiting quietly. Xia Yu almost trot to the hall where Ji Wuhui often reviewed memorials. Unlike the past, he did not find Ji Wuhui unexpectedly. "Why isn't your Majesty in the palace?" Xia Yu asked a court lady randomly. "Return to the general, your Majesty and Mr. Bai left the imperial city early this morning." The maid replied in a flustered manner. Xia Yu frowned. He naturally heard what happened last night. His Majesty personally came forward to compensate, and the second prince was abolished and assigned to southern Xinjiang. It can be said that these days have been eventful. Now that your Majesty and Mr. Bai have left the imperial city, what happened again? Without thinking of a reason, Xia Yu stopped thinking about it. Xia Yu came to the front gate of the imperial city, looked at Ing Wuji who was still waiting there, and said, "Senior, your Majesty is not in the imperial city now." "It's okay, I'm here waiting for your Majesty's return," Ing Wuji said lightly without changing his expression. After that, he closed his eyes. Xia Yu feels a little headache. What is it to stand directly in front of the gate of the imperial city? People ask the strong, they can't drive away, right? At this time, there are already melon eaters who don't know the truth pointing here. Chapter 109 Ji Wuhui's emotion. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials +66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. In the Origin Mall, the ordinary Ji Wuhui who had reached the first level of the Tower of Trial Challenge mode suddenly frowned. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? But the next moment, the attack of the Amethyst Demon Wolf hit. Ji Wuhui didn't dare to neglect and threw his thoughts behind him. Now his realm is no more than the peak of forging, facing the two amethyst demon wolves who are also the peak of forging, he can be distracted at all. Bu Shi, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang have already played several games in the arena. The battle is also about winning and winning. To be honest, both Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang were a little surprised. You must know that the two of them have been studying at Lingyun Academy for 2 or 3 years, but Gu Yunxi has not. However, the outcome of the battle between the two sides is that each will win or lose. And Bu's poetic age seems not much different from them. Because of this, it is enough to see the horror of poetic talent. As for Jiang Xingjun and Bu Ligei, after playing a few games in the arena, the two went into challenge mode. Even if he has been playing for several days, he still failed to pass the normal mode of the first layer. The process of failure, resurrection, and failure continues to be repeated. Of course, in this process, their strength is also steadily improving. At this moment, Jiang Xingjun's body suddenly shook, and his breath rose steadily. Jiang Xingjun actually broke through directly to the realm of the third rank of good fortune. It's as if it's a matter of course, without the slightest shackles at all. If it is normal training, Jiang Xingjun's breakthrough may take at least 1 month. But with the instant noodles in the Luochuan store to increase the speed of cultivation, and the assistance of the Tower of Trial, the speed of cultivation can be said to be 1,000 miles. Of course, Jiang Xingjun, who was immersed in the Tower of Trial, did not know about the breakthrough. Luo Chuan and Yao Zian, the two noticed the breakthrough fluctuations from Jiang Xingjun's body, but they didn't care at all. It's only a breakthrough in the 3rd grade of good fortune, is it worth surprise? The game time of the day has reached the upper limit. The game is forced to end. In the game in the Tower of Trial, you can't notice the passage of time at all. When Ji Wuhui presented such a line of prompts before his eyes, he was still confused and didn't know what had happened. But in the next instant, the picture in front of him flashed, and he saw that he had come to a familiar starting space. Ji Wuhui took off his helmet, with a frantic look on his face. Almost past the simple mode of the 2nd layer. At this time, Mr. Bai also took off his helmet. Hey, 3 hours is so fast, it passed in a blink of an eye. Old Bai couldn't help sighing. Hearing what Bai Lao said, Ji Wuhui suddenly thought of something, and a look of suddenness appeared in his eyes. Only then did he think that the Tower of Trial still has a limit on the player's game time. How do you feel? Luo Chuan walked to the store and said. Ji Wuhui knew that the boss was asking him. After all, he is the only one here who came to Origin Mall for the first time. Ji Wuhui nodded, with a slight stunned expression on his face. As the Emperor of the Sky Star Empire, Ji Wuhui didn't know how long he hadn't been so surprised. The game of the Tower of Trial seems to have opened the door to a new world for him. Practicing, it can be done like this. I feel like I have come to a brand new world, and in the game, when my cultivation is lowered to the realm of forging and fighting, it also made me understand many things. Ji Wuhui said in a deep voice. The higher the level, the more things they will get when they play the Tower of Trial for the first time. Chapter 110 You can't afford it. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. When the realm is high to a certain level, cultivators rely too much on spiritual energy and tend to ignore some of the most essential things. Just like the potential of the human body itself. Only when spiritual power is not so important will you notice their existence. Boss, I want to ask a question. After thinking about it, Ji Wuhui still couldn't help but speak. Luo Chuan, say. Boss, I want to buy something that can play the Tower of Trial. Ji Wuhui gritted his teeth, still speaking out what was in his heart. In his opinion, the Tower of Trial is quite magical. But as the Emperor of the Star Empire, you can't go to this store every day to play the Tower of Trials, right? So this idea came up in my heart. System, someone wants to buy a holographic device. Luo Chuan replied in his heart. He can't afford it. The system was brief and concise. Luo Chuan. System, you are really straightforward. Luo Chuan shook his head and said faintly, you can't afford it. Ji Wuhui sighed, with so little disappointment in his heart. But the boss's answer was also in his expectation. Yes, how can the value of this kind of divine object be measured by spirit crystals? That is an insult to it. After saying goodbye to Luo Chuan, Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao left the Origin Mall. When I left, I didn't forget to buy all the goods in the store. 2 people, 1 type of cola spicy bar. Royal people, not bad money. It didn't take long before the time of the 3 of Buligay was over. My cultivation level has improved a lot, and it seems that it won't take long to advance. Feeling the strength of the spiritual power in the body, step away from the song happily. Not long ago, he advanced for good fortune, and now he is about to advance for 2nd grade. This speed is really amazing. Of course, the main reason is the awesome stuff in the owner's shop. Bu Shi nodded, her cultivation level also increased a lot. Although there is still some distance from the breakthrough, it is not far. I actually broke through. Jiang Xingjun suddenly let out an exclamation, his face was full of unbelievable expressions. He clearly felt that his realm had reached the 3rd rank of good fortune. Are you kidding? Bu Ligay said in disbelief. For ordinary cultivators to break through, the higher the realm, the greater the movement. He had never heard of such a silent breakthrough, something that the parties did not even know. What Bu Ligay didn't know was that in Origin Mall, the security system had already been installed by the system. Don't say that the realm of good fortune has broken through, even if you ask for a breakthrough here, you can't turn over any waves. If you want to have the vision of Mr. Bai after the breakthrough that night, you only have to walk out of the store. Of course, no joking. Jiang Xingjun said seriously. Can he not know his own realm? Before you were in the Tower of Trial, so you didn't notice Jiang Xingjun's breakthrough at all. Yao Ziyan said at the right time. The 3 of them were a little surprised. After saying hello to Luo Chuan, he left Origin Mall. Not long after, the game time between Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang also ended. After the 2 said goodbye, they hurriedly returned to Zui Yuexian. Yunxi, Wanshang, why do you 2 go out for so long every day? Looking at the 2 returning girls, Murong Haitang asked in a puzzled way. I can't blame her for taking care of her a lot. It is true that Jouyao City is now mixed with dragons and fish, and the identities of these students are extremely noble. If something happens, she can't bear the responsibility. Chapter 111 Ing Wuji came to visit. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. After Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang heard Murong Haitang's words, they stopped. The 2 looked at each other and saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. Teacher Haitang, we just go out and play. Gu Yunxi's face was full of sincere smiles. Yes, we are very curious about Jouyao City, so we want to go around more. Jiang Wanshang added. Both of them tacitly did not say anything about Origin Mall. A joke, the owner's shop has only 10 machines, what should I do if there are too many people? Murong Haitang nodded without thinking. She said, there is nothing wrong with turning around, but you must pay attention to your own safety. The current Jouyao City is no better than before. The tone was full of emotion. Murong Haitang felt that she, a strong person who asked the pinnacle of Tao, even felt a little restrained in this Jouyao City. No way, who caused so many major things to happen during this time? Who knows how many unborn masters are hiding here? Hearing Murong Haitang's words, coupled with her emotional expression, to be honest, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang felt a little funny. The two already knew that the previous major events in Jiuyao City were done by the boss alone. To be honest, this kind of other people are kept in the dark, and it feels pretty good to know it. Ahem, I know Teacher Haitang. Gu Yunxi answered obediently. By the way, what about Teacher Ing Wuji? Jiang Wanshang found something unusual and asked curiously. You must know that Ing Wuji usually stays in Zuyuexuan, and with his character, he is not a person who wastes time out for wandering. In the eyes of these students, Ing Wuji is a well-deserved cultivator. Murong Haitang said, he went out because of some personal affairs. Oh. The two nodded clearly. Then he returned to his room and began to digest the combat experience gained in the Tower of Trial. These experiences can only be substantively improved if they are truly mastered. Hey, I don't know what happened to Ing Wuji, it's been such a long time. After the two left, Murong Haitang sighed, and whispered to himself somewhat helplessly. Regarding Ing Wuji, Murong Haitang's heart is more worried about his colleagues. When Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao returned to the imperial city, they saw Ing Wuji standing in front of the gate at a glance. It is true that Ing Wuji's breath that belongs to Wendao Peak is too conspicuous, and it is impossible to ignore it. Especially for the strong like Ji Wuhui and Old Bai. This is Ing Wuji from Lingyun Academy. Ji Wuhui frowned, somewhat puzzled. When Bai Lao crossed the robbery last night, Ing Wuji also went there, but did not make a move. Lao Bai and Ji Wuhui still have an impression of this person. Ask the Pinnacle Powerhouse, Lingyun Academy tutor, neither of these two identities can be ignored. What did he do here? Mr. Bai was also puzzled. See your majesty. When Xia Yu saw the two arrived, he bowed and said to the guards behind him. When Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui saw Ing Wuji, the latter also noticed their arrival. The heavenly star, the spear in white, Ing Wuji came to visit. Ing Wuji said in a deep voice. Ji Wuhui waved his hand and said with a smile, sometimes I go in and talk about it, my Star Empire's hospitality is not like this. Ing Wuji nodded and did not refuse. He followed the two into the imperial city. Chapter 112 Good Tea. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. On the way, Ji Wuhui could not control the curiosity in his heart. Brother Ing, how long have you been standing there? Not much, just over an hour. Ing Wuji said blankly. Ji Wuhui. Mr. Bai. Ji Wuhui coughed softly to cover up his embarrassment. At the same time, he scolded Xia Yu severely in his heart. Let a master who asked the pinnacle stand at the door for more than 2 hours, Xia Yu, you guy is really a talent. If Xia Yu knew what Ji Wuhui thought in his heart, he would definitely cry out injustice. Ing Wuji had decided to stand there. He also said to let Ing Wuji enter the imperial city and wait, but people simply ignored him. Brother Ing, the hospitality is poor, and there are many offenses. Please forgive me. Ji Wuhui said seriously. It's okay. Ing Wuji shook his head. With his character, he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Then, the three of them came to the hall where Ji Wuhui handled things. A maid brought tea. Brother Ing, this is the colorful moonfall tea in the Jiuyao Mountains, brewed with vitality spring water, how about a taste? Ji Wuhui smiled. The elixir of Tianlan Continent also has levels. The level of the elixir is the same as the level of the spiritual weapon. It is also the heaven and earth mysterious yellow, holy product, emperor product, and fairy product. Chi Kai Yueluo tea is a kind of heavenly tea that is a specialty of Jiuyao mountain range, which has great effect on mental power. Ing Wuji nodded and drank it all. Then he said blankly, good tea. Can you be more perfunctory? Ji Wuhui felt that he didn't know what to say, and the corners of his mouth seemed to twitch slightly. This way of drinking is really violent. This kind of tea, even if he is not willing to drink it like this. There is no taste at all. Fortunately, after experiencing the Vitality Spring Water instant noodles in the previous owner's store, now Ji Wuhui no longer values the value of Vitality Spring Water. After Ji Wuhui said something more, Ing Wuji finally became a little impatient. No way, his character is like this. Actually, when I came this time, I wanted to ask Mr. Bai for something. Ing Wuji said seriously. Old Bai was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that he was looking for him. Brothering might as well speak and listen. I don't know if the old man can do what you said. Old Bai said with a smile. Ing Wuji nodded, and then said straightforwardly, I want to know how Bai Lao replenishes the vitality. As soon as this remark came out, the hall fell into silence. Looking at the silent two people, Ing Wuji paused, and then said, It is true that I have lost a lot of vitality in my body because of the techniques I practiced. The way to replenish vitality is very important to me, and I am willing to pay enough to exchange it. Something beyond Ing Wuji's expectation, Old Bai coughed softly and smiled lightly. There is nothing to conceal about this matter, I just tell you directly. From the previous shop of the boss, it is not difficult to see that the boss does not mind the number of customers in the shop. This is completely contrary to their previous guesses about the boss. And about the origin of the mall, sooner or later, it will spread throughout the entire Jiuyao city and even the Tianlan Continent. Now telling Ing Wuji the news of the store, and in exchange for the favor of asking the Pinnacle Powerhouse, is completely useless. Ing Wuji couldn't believe it, the old Bai made the decision so easily. He frowned slightly, things seemed to be beyond his expectations. Ing Wuji thought for a while and confirmed again, is it really okay to tell me such important information so easily? He knew that there is no free lunch in the world. Mr. Bai said the information so easily, it really made him feel something was wrong. Mr. Bai shook his head and said with a smile, it's just a piece of news. If you really want to thank you, you should owe me a favor. Chapter 113 Two Guesses. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Ing Wuji nodded and agreed to this request. Favored debt is the most difficult to pay. Not to mention asking for the favor of the strong. But compared to the way to replenish vitality, let alone a favor, even 10 people will agree to it. Then, Mr. Bai told Ing Wuji the news of Origin Mall. To be honest, after listening to what Elder Bai said, Ing Wuji didn't believe it for the first time. A divine object that can replenish vitality. After ordinary cultivators get lucky, which one is not hidden or used directly as a treasure. It is sold directly at a clear price, and there are only 100,000 spirit crystals, which can only be done by many proprietors. But with the previous testimony of what happened to Mr. Bai, then the news is probably true. Ing Wuji didn't believe that Mr. Bai would have nothing to do to fool him. That's right. Bai Lao thought of something suddenly, and then said, the boss's jelly lotion sells a bottle for 7 days. It is now the 3rd day after I bought it. Ing Wuji nodded. After the three said for a while, Ing Wuji said goodbye and left the imperial city. Lao Bai, is it really okay to spread the news of Origin Mall? Looking at the figure of Ing Wuji leaving, Ji Wuhui seemed to be asking the old man, and also seemed to be talking to himself. Your Majesty, the news about the owner's shop will be spread out sooner or later. Old Bai smiled, now I can use this news to exchange for someone who asks the peak power, but it won't make a loss. It seems that the so-called owner of Origin Mall is not an ordinary person. On the way back, Ing Wuji was still thinking about the news that Mr. Bai told him. Should not be silly. When Mr. Bai told him Origin Mall, he did not reveal the identity of Luo Chuan. Combined with what happened in Jiuyao City before, Ing Wuji had already guessed the real situation. The mysterious boss in the shop is, in all likelihood, the hidden powerhouse behind these things. While thinking, Ing Wuji had already returned to Zuyuexuan without knowing it. I'm back, what's the result? Murong Haitang couldn't help asking after seeing Ing Wuji returning. No way, Ing Wuji has a face that has been paralyzed for thousands of years, and nothing can be seen from his face. Ing Wuji nodded. Lao Bai told me how to replenish my vitality. Murong Haitang breathed a sigh of relief. With that said, it seems that there should be hope to replenish life. With some curiosity in his heart, he hesitated slightly, and Murong Haitang couldn't help asking, if it's convenient, can you tell me something? Ing Wuji said, Lao Bai said that there is a shop in Jiuyao City that sells Qianjielu that can replenish vitality. Then he thought for a while, and added, 1 bottle of 100,000 spirit crystals. Murong Haitang. After Murong Haitang heard Ing Wuji's words, he naturally felt that he was joking. But immediately denied this idea, because Ing Wuji was not a joke at all. But Murong Haitang still said with some uncertainty, are you really kidding? Ing Wuji nodded, this is what Elder Bai and His Majesty told me, they will not lie to me. Then when are you going to go to that store? Murong Haitang asked again. Tomorrow morning. Ing Wuji thought for a while, I have some doubts that the owner of that shop may be the person behind the recent incidents in Jiuyao City, so I decided to check it out first. Then Ing Wuji told Murong Haitang of the guess in his heart. After listening to Ing Wuji's recount, Murong Haitang couldn't help falling into thought. If this is the case, then this mysterious powerhouse must be planning something. As for what is planned, is there any more to say? It must be an ancient relic that is about to open. But even the divine objects that replenish vitality can be taken out. Is there really something in the ancient ruins that makes them look good? Or is it that all this he did was just to disrupt the attracted forces? Chapter 114. The owner has already seen everything. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Murong Haitang didn't think of a reason in the end. How about I'll go with you tomorrow? Murong Haitang's eyes were bright. To be honest, she was also very curious about the shop opened by the strong man. Since it is a shop, it will certainly not only sell a kind of product. I don't know if the rest of the products will be as precious as ginger jelly. Okay. Ing Wuji responded. Unconsciously, the time has come to the afternoon. Wei Qingzhu and the three were walking on the road of Jiuyao City. All three of them are beauties, attracting the attention of many people. I didn't expect that even the periphery of the Jiuyao mountain range is so dangerous now. If it weren't for the spicy bars and coke from the owner's shop, I would almost never be able to return. Song Qiuying couldn't help saying, there was a look of fear in her eyes. The three of them didn't come to Origin Mall these days because they were hunting monsters in the Jiuyao mountains. After all, the price of things in the Luochuan store is not cheap. If you don't work hard to earn Ling Jing, I'm afraid you can't even afford coke. Wei Qingzhu smiled, it's better to return safely than anything. But then again, after so long, I don't know if there are new things in the owner's store. Song Qiuying smiled and said, listening to what you said, my saliva is about to stay. I missed the coke and spicy bars in the boss's shop. Between talking and laughing, the three of them have already walked into the alleys of Origin Mall. In the eyes, it is a familiar scene. The boss lay on the recliner at the entrance of the store, basking in the sun comfortably. Seeing this scene, their mood also eased. It seems that everything is peaceful with the boss. Good afternoon, boss. The three greeted. It's been a long time since I came here. Luo Chuan opened his eyes and his voice was as flat as ever. No way. Wei Qingzhu shrugged, boss, the things in your store are too expensive, you really can't afford it if you don't earn Ling Jing. Yes, yes, yes. "Boss, you think we are so pitiful, can I get a discount on things?" Song Qiuying's face was full of pitiful expressions. "Unfortunately, this set is useless to Luo Chuan." "No." Luo Chuan flatly refused without even thinking about it. "Sure enough, talking to me was for the things in my store, but unfortunately the owner has seen everything through." Song Qiuying sighed helplessly. Although the result had been known for a long time, the boss did not show any hesitation, which made Song Qiuying a little self-doubt. Could it be that my charm is not enough? After talking to Luo Chuan, the three walked into the shop. "Welcome." The demon Xian behind the counter smiled, "Long time no see." As soon as the three of Wei Qingzhu entered the store, they were attracted by the huge changes in the store. "Sister Xian, what are these things?" Wei Qingzhu returned to his senses and asked curiously. Yao Xian gave a brief introduction to the three. Sure enough, after listening, there was a deep shock on their faces. The instant noodles that can increase the speed of cultivation, the games that increase the level of cultivation. Sure enough, there is the style of the boss. Lin Wanchuang couldn't help sighing. Wei Qingzhu and Song Qiuying nodded in agreement. "Wei Qingzhu, are you here too?" A heroic laughter sounded. Zhou Hu and 5 people walked into the store. "Ha, Zhou Hu." Wei Qingzhu was a little surprised, "You guys are here too." Zhou Hu smiled and said, "Of course, if it weren't for what you said before, I didn't know that Jiuyao City had a boss's shop. Those idiots didn't believe what you said, they wouldn't be so lucky to enjoy the things in the boss's shop." Chapter 115 Turbulence is beginning. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66. To find your way home. For these mercenary teams, there is a competitive relationship between them. Only their 2 mercenary teams know the magical place of Origin Mall, which means that they can take the lead when the store news is useless to spread. Wei Qingzhu smiled. It was the boss's intention to spread the news of Origin Mall before. However, only Zhou Hu and the 5 believe that she has nothing to do. "I saw earlier that you probably just returned to Jiuyao City." Zhou Hu smiled. Wei Qingzhu nodded, "I found a shadow leopard. That guy is good enough, but the ability to escape is first-rate. It took us several days to kill it." Shadow leopard, a unique monster beast in the Jiuyao Mountains, most of its strength is around the 5th rank of good fortune as an adult. However, the value of an adult shadow leopard is comparable to some weaker Guiyuan realm monsters. Because shadow leopard's special talent ability is to be able to transform into a shadow, it is extremely difficult to find a trace. The fur on his body can partly inherit this ability. Ordinary cultivators wear clothing made of shadow leopard fur, which can greatly conceal their own breath. Shadow leopard, you are lucky. Zhou Hu couldn't help sighing. The value of a shadow leopard is at least thousands of spiritual crystals. Captain Zhou said and laughed. Wei Qingzhu said with a smile, "I heard that you took a task, what happened?" "Hey, don't mention it." Zhou Hu waved his hand, his face was full of helpless expressions. The monster beasts in the Jiuyao Mountains recently didn't know what went crazy, they all ran to the periphery. As soon as the caravan escorted by our team entered the Jiuyao Mountains, it was attacked by a group of amethyst demon wolves. If it wasn't for luck, I would not be able to come back if I took the coke and spicy bars from the owner's shop with me. The other 4 are also afraid. Hearing Zhou Hu's words, Wei Qingzhu's trio frowned slightly. Could it be said that something really happened in the Jiuyao mountain range? Regarding the opening of the ancient ruins, only those large forces or powerful cultivators know. Casual repairers like Zhou Hu and Wei Qingzhu didn't know anything about ancient ruins at all. They can only guess what happened through the changes in the Jiuyao city and the Jiuyao mountain range. Don't go to the Jiuyao mountains these days. Yao Xian's voice rang in their ears. Hearing Yao Zian's words, several people's eyes lit up. In their eyes, Yao Zian's strength was already at the pinnacle of cultivators. The reason for these things must be known. Sister Zian, what happened? Wei Qingzhu asked curiously. Yao Zian shook his head. As far as your strength is concerned, these things are useless if you know it. It's not something you can intervene. Of the two mercenary teams, the strongest is only Zhou Hu, the pinnacle of good luck. And when the ancient ruins were opened, even the cultivators of the Guiyuan realm were nothing but cannon fodder. So. A few people nodded suddenly. Since Yao Zian had said so, it must have been something extraordinary. For the sake of my own life's safety, I'd better stay in Jiuyao City peacefully recently. Playing games in the owner's shop can improve his cultivation level. Isn't he good? Then, several people came to a bucket of instant noodles and boarded the Tower of Trial. Because it is the first time for Wei Qingzhu to play, you first need to register an account. Chapter 116 New Task. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The things in the owner's shop are still so expensive. Looking at his shrinking wallet, Wei Qingzhu couldn't help but sigh. It was only a while, and the three of them spent nearly 700 lingjing. Although the things in the owner's shop are expensive, they are all worth the money. Zhou Hu smiled. It's true. The others nodded again and again. After eating the instant noodles, feeling the aura nearly 10 times more active in the body, everyone put on their helmets and entered the Tower of Trial. When they first entered the Tower of Trial, Wei Qingzhu and the three were quite surprised. If they hadn't been the first to know, they even thought it was a real world. Hey, the starting space seems to be different. Some people from Zhou Hu sounded a little surprised. Yes, there is an arena mode in which players can play against each other. Yao Zian explained, for details, you can check the corresponding information in the starting space. Not long after, there were bursts of sudden voices and dumbfounding words. Both modes actually have a place to collect spirit crystals. Sure enough, there is the style of the boss. Zhou Hu 5 players have a challenge mode and an arena mode. In reality, Zhou Hu's strength is indeed crushing a group of players. But in the arena, by default, the compulsory state of the two sides is based on the lower strength. So all four want to challenge their captain Zhou Hu. Of course, only one person at a time. The other two have entered challenge mode. Wei Qingzhu and the three also entered the challenge mode. The mission was released, and the turnover reached 1 million lingjing. Remaining time, 50 days. Reward, a chance to draw. A voice suddenly rang in Luo Chuan's mind at the door. Mission. System, you have been diving for so long, I thought you forgot to publish the mission. Luo Chuan couldn't help but spit in his mind. The system is silent. This time, it is a high cooling system. But it's not that difficult to reach a turnover of 1 million lingjing in 50 days. Now, Origin Mall has a few repeat customers, and its daily turnover is almost over 1,000 lingjing. Obviously, based on the current progress, it is impossible to complete the task in 50 days. Even the jelly dew refreshed every 7 days can be sold immediately, with a turnover of at most 700,000. This leaves more than 200,000 spirit crystals in neutral. Rarely, Luo Chuan felt a little crisis in his heart. It seems that it is urgent to start the reputation of Origin Mall. Although he thought so in his heart, but I don't know why, Luo Chuan felt like his body was sealed by a recliner. Just like that, an afternoon's time passed away quietly. In a blink of an eye, 1 day has passed. The next day, early morning. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang were the same as the previous few days. After breakfast, they left Zuyuexuan together and went to Origin Mall. But what the two didn't know was that Murong Haitang and Ing Wuji also left Zui Yuexian after they had just left. The place where the two went is naturally self-evident, Origin Mall. When Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang just entered the Origin Mall, Murong Haitang and Ing Wuji also came outside the alley. Is it here? It doesn't look like there is a store. Murong Haitang looked at the surrounding environment with a look of confusion. Where are there any shops in such inaccessible places? Chapter 117 Awkward Meeting. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. In the alley. Ing Wuji walked into the alley. Murong Haitang followed. Sure enough, the two saw a shop in the alley. This senior really has personality. He opened the store in such a remote place. Murong Haitang couldn't help but vomit. Origin Mall is qualified to be so famous. Ing Wuji said in a low voice while looking at the plaque at the door. Then, the two walked in. In the shop, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang were about to soak the instant noodles when they saw two familiar figures walking in. Both sides were taken aback. They were speechless and embarrassed for a while. A few seconds later, it was Jiang Wanshang and Gu Yunxi who broke the silence first. Good morning, Teacher Haitang and Teacher Ing. The two said in unison. Let's talk, what's going on, why are you two here? Murong Haitang narrowed his eyes slightly, with a smile on his face. It should be here these days, right? Thinking of their recent behavior, Murong Haitang quickly guessed the reason. You may not believe it, the teacher, but in fact, we discovered the boss shop by accident. Jiang Wanshang explained with effort. Right. Gu Yunxi nodded repeatedly. Welcome to our store. A faint voice sounded and Luo Chuan walked out from behind the counter. Boss, Gu Yunxi said. This young man is the owner of the shop. After seeing Luo Chuan, Murong Haitang didn't believe it for the first time. Looking so young, it doesn't match her image of a master. Ing Wuji didn't think too much, and asked directly, I heard Mr. Bai said that this store sells items that can replenish vitality. Luo Chuan was a little surprised. It turned out that Mr. Bai recommended it. He nodded, pointed to an empty shelf, and said, yes, the store sells syrup. But there is none now. It will take a few days to wait. It's okay, I can wait. Ing Wujideo. After all these years, are these few days still missing? There are other products in the store, you can also take a look. Yao Ziyan added. Yes. Gu Yunxi nodded again and again. Teacher, you are here for the first time, let me introduce you to you. Wait, you are the Monster Royal family. Murong Haitang only noticed Yao Ziyan and asked in surprise. The face with purple hair and purple eyes is very eye-catching. Yao Ziyan nodded, yes. Murong Haitang felt a little speechless. She didn't notice the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power from Yao Ziyan. In other words, Yao Ziyan's strength must be far surpassed her, at least he is also a venerable. Dignified venerable works as a clerk in a shop. Murong Haitang didn't know what to say. But it is precisely this point that can better reflect the mystery and power of this young boss from the side. Monster Beast Royal Family. Sister Ziyan, aren't you human? Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang were a little surprised. If it hadn't been because Murong Haitang had spoken, neither of them had noticed it. Yao Ziyan shook his head and smiled, of course not. The two of them didn't bother too much on this issue. Whether Yazian humans or monsters royal family, they are just clerks in the owner's shop. At this time, Murong Haitang and Ing Wuji also noticed the decoration in the store, and their evaluation of Luo Chuan rose a lot. Such a luxurious shop, I am afraid that only such a strong can do it. The next time, the two took Murong Haitang and Ing Wuji to stroll around the store. After knowing the effect of the merchandise in the store, to be honest, Murong Haitang and Ing Wuji, who are asking the realm, were also surprised. Instant noodles to increase the speed of cultivation, cola for healing, spicy noodles for strengthening strength in a short time. All these things can cause cultivators to rob them. But here, the most expensive one is only by Ling Jing. Now they all have some doubts about the significance of Luochuan's opening of this store. It's not as they guessed it. I'm afraid I can't find such a store without paying attention. Could it be said that there is no place to spend money for charity? Chapter 118 Action failed. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. In the following time, Murong Haitang and Ing Wuji again saw the wonders of the Tower of Trial. The game that can improve cultivation, to be honest, has refreshed the three views of the two. The stronger the person is, the more extraordinary the Tower of Trial can be felt. I really didn't expect that there is such a game in the world. How strong is the boss? Did he directly create a world of the Tower of Trials? In challenge mode, Murong Haitang's face was full of shock as he watched the extremely real wolf attack. Ing Wuji's feelings are not much different from those of Murong Haitang. Only now did he really understand what it means to be outside. There are outsiders, and there are outsiders in heavens. Not long after, the two brothers and sisters of Bushi also came to the store. I was quite curious after seeing two new people in the store. After Yao Xian's explanation, she was shocked when she knew the true identities of Murong Haitang and Ing Wuji. But that's it. In Origin Mall, I was more shocked and got used to it. After greeting Luochuan and Yao Xian, the two ate instant noodles and plunged into the Tower of Trial. Bu Ligay was in the challenge mode, Bu poetically called Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang, and entered the arena together. Jiang Xingjun also came to the store and began to scan the pictures daily. He has been playing the second level of the challenge mode for several days and has made up his mind in his heart. Today, it must be passed. Time passed in a hurry. It's gone for 3 hours. Gu Yunxi took off his helmet and couldn't help sighing. Jiang Wanshang, Ing Wuji and Murong Haitang nodded in agreement. The four of them entered the Tower of Trial at the same time, and naturally time would end at the same time. Boss. Gu Yunxi blinked her eyes, and Chu Chu looked at Luochuan pitifully. Luochuan couldn't help shivering when Gu Yunxi watched this way. What are you doing? Luochuan was guarded. 3 hours is too short. Can we add more game time to the Tower of Trial, boss? Gu Yunxi said in a coquettish tone. Yes, boss, I think it's good to add 6 hours. Jiang Wanshang added. I have to say, being watched by two beautiful young girls pitifully, this scene is really quite lethal. Unfortunately, I met Luochuan. Looking at Yao Xian, a girl who doesn't seem to eat the fireworks every day, Luochuan almost has immunity. He shook his head and justly refused, impossible. Boss, we can add money. Yes, boss, we pay 10 times. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang are both rich young women, some of them are Ling Jing. Luochuan remained unmoved. Is he the kind of person who changes the rules for the sake of Ling Jing? Looking at the appearance of Luochuan, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang looked at each other, and they both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Tempt the boss to act and declare failure. Murong Haitang thought for a while and asked, Boss, I have a request. Luochuan, say. Can my students also come here to play games? Murong Haitang asked anxiously. After playing the Tower of Trial for 3 hours, Murong Haitang really felt that his cultivation level had increased a lot. This kind of good things are treated as secrets by others, but Murong Haitang thought of his own students for the first time. I have to say that Murong Haitang is a qualified instructor. Luochuan was overjoyed. He was originally worried that the number of customers in the store was not enough to complete the systematic task. Murong Haitang brought a pillow when she was dozing off. Chapter 119. Nothing can stop me from eating breakfast. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Luo Chuan nodded. Origin Mall, the visitors are the guests. The meaning is already obvious. Murong Haitang looked happy. Thank you, boss. After Gu Yinshi and Jiang Wanshang heard this, they sighed in their hearts. It seems that the dull days of Origin Mall are going to be gone forever. But they also know that this is inevitable. But anyway, there is always some discomfort in my heart. After saying goodbye to Luo Chuan, the four left Origin Mall. Soon, the game time between Bushi and Jiang Xingjun was over. In the afternoon, two mercenary teams, Zhou Hu and Wei Qingzhu, also came to the mall and began the daily drawing of the Tower of Trial. In a blink of an eye, a day passed quietly. The next day, early morning. Luo Chuan got up and washed. As always, I came downstairs, opened the door, and prepared to buy breakfast. The morning sun was so bright that he couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. After his eyes got used to it, Luo Chuan was taken aback when he saw the scene outside the door. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang are already waiting here. Good morning, boss. The two women smiled at Luo Chuan. Why come so early? Luo Chuan was a little confused. Usually, both of them came to Origin Mall at 8 or 9 o'clock. The time now is around 7 in the morning. Gu Yunxi sighed. If you don't come early, you won't have a place. Teacher Haitang is going to bring those students over. There are more than a dozen people. Come and take a place early. Jiang Wanshang thought for a while, his eyes lit up. Boss, can we increase the number of seats in the Tower of Trial? Don't you think 10 is too few? Luo Chuan thoughtfully. Secondary mission release, the turnover of the Tower of Trial reaches 10,000 spiritual crystals. Reward, the position of the Tower of Trial has increased from 10 to 20. Secondary mission release, the total number of players in the Tower of Trial reaches 30. Reward, the new mode of the Tower of Trial. At the right time, the voice of the system rang in Luo Chuan's mind. It seems that the system's previous mission with a total turnover of 1 million lingjing should be the so-called main task. We will increase positions in the future, Luo Chuan said. Really, that's great. Jiang Wanchang and Gu Yunxi looked happy. But it's not open yet. Wait a minute, I'm going to have breakfast. After Luo Chuan said, he left the alley. Nothing is more important than breakfast. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang were lucky enough to receive the same treatment as the Heavenly Star Emperor. It's just that both of them are in a bad mood now. Boss, he just left. Seeing Luo Chuan's disappearing back, Gu Yunxi was a little unbelievable for a while, muttering absent-mindedly. Go, he said he's going to have breakfast. Jiang Wanshang also looked incredulous. The boss actually left, leaving behind their two beautiful little girls for breakfast. Can you believe it? I feel that it was a mistake for us to come so early. Gu Yunxi took a deep breath, her body full of resentment. In order to come to Origin Mall early, they didn't even have breakfast. Gulyalu. Abnormal noise came from the stomachs of the two. Or, let's have breakfast. Jiang Wanshang thought for a while and asked. Forget it. Gu Yunxi sighed a little helplessly. What if the boss and the teacher come when we have breakfast? There will be no place then. Jiang Wanshang nodded. This is the truth. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang didn't want to talk because they didn't have breakfast. The two of them stood quietly at the door of Origin Mall, enjoying the cool morning breeze. Chapter 120. The boss's fresh and refined way of appearance. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Teacher, is that shop really as amazing as you said? A game that can increase the cultivation base sounds very unusual. I heard that the rest of the goods in that store are also amazing. I don't know if they are real. Murong Haitang was walking on the road, and 4 Lingyun College students followed her. 2 men and 2 women, full of youthful breath. They are named Han Yang, Xiao Cheng, Mu Yuro, and Su Tianxian. The status is not much worse than Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang. There was excitement on their faces. Murong Haitang was in Zuyi Xian and said he would take them to a magical shop. Regarding the matter of Origin Mall, Murong Haitang only briefly introduced it, and did not say much. After all, the boss is so mysterious, and these students knowing too much is not good for them. Most of the students of Lingyun College were of noble status, and were not interested in the mysterious shop Murong Haitang said. Some even sneered. Just a small Jouyao city, what magical shops can there be? With this time, it's better to have fun. In the end, only these 4 people followed Murong Haitang. For the rest of the students, Murong Haitang did not force them to come. The chance has been given, and it is their own business whether they can catch it. As for Ing Wuji, he didn't follow. He didn't particularly care about the Tower of Trial, only Qianjielu could arouse his interest. Between talking and laughing, several people have already arrived in the alleys of Origin Mall. Yunxi, Wanshang, why didn't you enter the store? Looking at the 2 people waiting at the door, Murong Haitang was a little confused. The other 4 people also looked at them puzzled. When they saw Murong Haitang leading the students, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang suddenly felt strong resentment. Blame the boss. The boss said it's not time to open the shop, let us wait here. Gu Yunxi said blankly. What about the boss? Mu Yuro asked. Mu Yuro, as the name suggests, looks soft and weak, with a gentle temperament on her body. Went for breakfast. Jiang Wanshang replied blankly. Everyone. Then, are you waiting here? Murong Haitang felt a little dumbfounded. The boss of Origin Mall, he is really different. Eat breakfast by yourself and let 2 beautiful girls wait at the door. Yes, it is like a boss. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang nodded mechanically. Wait first, the boss should be back soon. Murong Haitang didn't know how to comfort the 2, so he could only say this. Before the sound fell, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the alley. Murong Haitang's face suddenly changed. Be careful, you are almost out of the way. Everyone was shocked and retreated towards the rear. Even if their strength is no more than divine soul realm, they can perceive the power of that energy. It is simply not what they can resist. In the shocked gazes of several people, cracks and fragments appeared in the space like a mirror. In the end, a dark passage was formed. Then, a person walked out of the passage. When Luo Chuan walked out of the space channel, he saw 7 people facing the enemy. What are you doing? Luo Chuan frowned slightly, a little puzzled. It turned out to be the boss. Murong Haitang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Luo Chuan. He is the boss of Origin Mall. It's so young, it looks not much bigger than us. But it can tear space, the least strength is to ask Dao Realm. Chapter 121 Ways to turn on more modes. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Several people are noble and naturally knowledgeable. Luo Chuan was able to walk out of the space channel steadily, and his strength must not be underestimated. They looked at Luo Chuan with awe in their eyes. The strong are worth looking up to everywhere. Boss, you are back. Gu Yinshi said weakly. Boss, do you know how long we have been waiting here? Jiang Wanshang couldn't help rolling his eyes. Luo Chuan, 23 minutes and 32 seconds. X7. Ignoring the speechless 7, Luo Chuan opened the shop. The Origin Mall has a security device blessed by the system. Without the permission of his boss, even a saint would not be able to force in. Subsequently, everyone entered the Origin Mall. Yao Ziyan had been waiting behind the counter for a long time, and his eyes brightened when Luo Chuan came back. Luo Chuan gave the breakfast in his hands to Yao Ziyan expressionlessly, and at the same time a hint of doubt appeared in his heart. Why do I feel like a clerk? It seems that let Yao Ziyan learn to cook must be on the agenda. Can't you go out to eat every day, right? Isn't the kitchen in that shop a display? Besides, when he recruited Yao Ziyan, he seemed to have the intention of letting her cook, right? Luo Chuan looked at Yao Ziyan and made a decision in his heart. For some reason, Yao Ziyan, who was enjoying a delicious breakfast, couldn't help feeling a chill. She frowned, looked around, and found nothing unusual. Then I enjoyed breakfast again. At the same time, I didn't forget to say hello to the customers who came in. Welcome. Hawaii. I'm Yao Ziyan, a clerk in Origin Mall. You can come to me if you have any questions, snorting. The four newcomers dare not neglect. Murong Haitang told them about Yao Ziyan's identity. Monster Beast Royal Family, although it looks ordinary now, if you are confused by this surface, I am afraid that you will not know how to die in the end. Hello, Sister Ziyan. Four neat greetings sounded. Yao Ziyan smiled and nodded. A polite child can make a good impression. Go, let me introduce you to Origin Mall. Gu Yinshi said with a smile. After entering the Origin Mall, she finally regained her former vitality. Directly took over the job that originally belonged to Yao Ziyan. Yao Ziyan didn't mind, and was even happy. Right. Jiang Wanshan on the side nodded repeatedly. You don't know how amazing the merchandise in the owner's shop is. Then, the two of them involuntarily pulled the four to the shelf. Looking at the twittering figures of a few people, Morong Haitang smiled and shook his head. She looked at Luo Chuan. Boss, don't you mind? Luo Chuan nodded. The shop is also quite lively. After thinking about it, Luo Chuan casually picked a position to sit down and entered the challenge mode of the Tower of Trial. Although he has been fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days, he has now reached the 3rd level of the normal mode of the Tower of Trial. This progress can be said to be the best in Origin Mall. Even if it is Demon Ziyan, it is only the 3rd layer. From this alone, we can see how terrifying Luo Chuan's talent is. While on the earth, Luo Chuan can easily enter the peak level by simply playing the online games launched. The Tower of Trial is just regarded as a somewhat special game by Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan once asked the system how to turn on the next 4 modes. According to the system's reply, the hard mode can only be activated by passing through the normal mode of the current state. Each level is equivalent to a big realm, so this rule is a bit unfriendly to players with high ability. The following 3 modes can be deduced by analogy. The highest level reached by players in the Tower of Trial is only the 3rd level. Chapter 122 The 3rd floor of the Tower of Trial. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66. To find your way home. In the challenge mode of the Tower of Trial, the map and opponents on each floor are different. The first map is the grassland, and the opponent is the amethyst demon wolf in the pinnacle of forging. The second layer of the map is the forest, and the opponent is the golden-crowned snake in the pinnacle realm of sense. The third layer of the map is a canyon full of strange rocks, and the opponent is a shadow leopard who is extremely good at hiding. Its strength also increased, reaching the pinnacle of good luck. Luochuan's current strength is also the pinnacle of good luck. Although it has exceeded his original strength, Luochuan is not jerky in his control, completely handy. Luochuan stood there, looking very relaxed, but in fact all his perceptions had already spread to the surroundings. Ha! A sound of torn air sounded. Luochuan sighed. The place that seemed to be empty, was twisted, and a leopard with a slender body attacked him. The fur on the leopard looked strange, as if it could reflect light. This is the unique ability of Shadow Leopard to hide his body. Facing the attack, Luochuan suddenly took a step back like an unknown prophet. Just dodged the attack. At the same time, the dagger in his hand struck a cold light and attacked the Shadow Leopard. Ing Leopard's figure is quite vigorous, his body twisted in mid-air at an almost impossible angle, making Luochuan's attack miss. And the moment Luochuan made his move, the air behind him twisted, and the other Shadow Leopard, who had been hiding there, attacked him. Luochuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and withstood the attack without evasiveness. At the same time, the dagger was swiped directly across the face of the second clouded leopard, bringing up a bright blood flower. A stern roar sounded. A wound ran across the clouded leopard's face, and his eyes were just destroyed. Luochuan couldn't help grinning for a while. On his right arm were 3 hideous wounds, and bright red blood poured out like a stream. Rao had tried his best to avoid Luochuan at the moment of his death, but he still had his arm scrapped. It's good news if you haven't been directly seconded. The vision of a shadow leopard has been abolished, and its combat effectiveness has been less than half of the original. But there is also a shadow leopard in a state of victory. However, one of Luochuan's arms can no longer be used, and the overall combat effectiveness has dropped by several %. After several rounds with 2 shadow leopards, the result was not unexpected. Luochuan was killed, and the shadow leopard was killed by him desperately. The state is a bit bad today, so I won't fight. Luochuan took off his helmet and said to himself. Of course, when I saw a circle of people around me, I couldn't help being taken aback. What are you doing around me? Luochuan raised his eyebrows slightly, his voice flat. Boss, why haven't I seen the monster you beat? Gu Yunshi asked curiously. Yes, boss, what floor are you on? Jiang Wanshang asked next. Luochuan, the 3rd layer. Wow! A little star appeared in the eyes of the two. They have just hit the 2nd layer of golden-crowned snakes. That, what are you talking about? Mu Yuro asked in a low voice. In the game of the Tower of Trial, there are different levels of challenge mode. The higher the level, the more difficult it is. Murong Haitang explained. Teacher Haitang, how many floors did you hit? Su Tianxian asked. Han Yang and Xiao Qing also looked curious. Murong Haitang smiled. I just arrived here yesterday, so this is the 1st floor. Chapter 123 Daily Life in Origin Mall. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials +66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. With the strength of the teacher, didn't you actually fail the 1st floor in one day? Several people were a little surprised. You must know that Murong Haitang is actually a strong man at the pinnacle of asking questions. The Tower of Trials is not that simple. Murong Haitang smiled. Alright, let's eat instant noodles, and then we can enter the game. Gu Yunshi suggested. Agree. Yes. Then, several people took a bucket of instant noodles and lined up in front of the hot water machine to pick up hot water. I have to say that after seeing that the water in the hot water machine was actually a vital spring, Mu Yuro and the others were very surprised. Of course, after entering the Tower of Trial, he was even more surprised. Putting on the helmet and entering the world of the Trial Tower, several people almost thought it was a real world. However, the adaptability of young people is always very strong, and soon, the few people are immersed in the pleasure of fighting through the barriers. You know, in Lingyun Academy, there are not so many opportunities to truly face the battle of life and death. Not to mention fighting against the ferocious monsters. Before long, the two brothers and sisters of Bushi also came to Origin Mall. So many people today. Bushi was a little surprised. There are 7 people in Lingyun College, and there are only 10 seats in Origin Mall. It is directly occupied by more than half. Yao Zian did not enter the Tower of Trial in order to avoid being out of position when visiting customers. They are all from Lingyun Academy. Yao Zian explained. The two nodded clearly. Thinking of something, Bulige sighed, "Oh, there are more and more customers in the owner's shop. If you come late in the future, maybe you won't have a place." "It's true." Bu poetically nodded in agreement, and smiled. "I now feel that the rule of only 3 hours per person seems pretty good, at least it allows more people to play the game." Luo Chuan heard the words of the two and said at the right time, "Don't worry, there will be more machines in the store after a while." "Really? That's great." There were smiles on Bulige and Bu's poetic faces. Then the two of them finished the instant noodles, entered the Tower of Trial, and began their daily challenge journey. The battle in the Tower of Trial is quite fascinating, to be honest. There is no need to worry about the slightest sense of refreshment when fighting, it is almost impossible to experience in reality. After all, there are no cultivators who will not put their lives in the first place in order to increase their combat experience. Why do cultivators practice? Isn't it just to survive better? Good morning, boss. Good morning, Sister Zian. Soon, Jiang Xingjun also came to Origin Mall. Huh? So many new guests. Jiang Xingjun was a little surprised. Yao Zian explained it to him. Jiang Xingjun nodded, and a smile appeared on Jun Yi's face. "It seems that my luck is not bad. I just have one spot left." Then Jiang Xingjun sat on the only machine left and entered the Tower of Trial. He had already set the goal, and today, he must clear the first level. This is a test between him and Bulige. All the customers were fighting in the Tower of Trial, and the Origin Mall returned to calm again. Luo Chuan put the recliner in front of the store and lay down as usual. In the shop, Yao Zian sat behind the counter, propped his chin, without the slightest focus of his eyes, as if he was wandering away. Luo Chuan retracted his gaze and narrowed his eyes slightly. A new day has begun. Chapter 124. You learn to cook. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site, www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. At the end of the 3-hour period, Morong Haitang took the students back to Zuyuexuan after saying goodbye. How? That shop is really as magical as Teacher Haitang said, a student asked with a smile. The 4 of Mu Euro nodded again and again. Of course, how could Teacher Haitang lie to us? Then the 4 of them started to chat about the shops of Origin Mall. Even if these students have good status, they all listened for a while. Coke, spicy noodles, instant noodles, and jelly sauce are all new things that have not been heard before. And the effect can be comparable to those high-level pill. The most amazing thing is to be able to play as if you are on the scene. Playing games can even improve your cultivation. At this time, many people already regretted it. Why didn't I follow Morong Haitang to the shop called Origin Mall in the morning? After speaking to these students, the 4 returned to their rooms. They have to digest the experience gained in the Battle of the Tower of Trial. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang are in a bad mood, as if their secrets have been shared. After the 2 came back, they entered the room directly. Tomorrow you must follow Mr. Morong Haitang to the shop called Origin Mall. Many students flickered and made a decision in their hearts. As for why they don't go to Origin Mall in the afternoon. The reason is simple, because they don't know the place. In the afternoon, 2 mercenary teams, Wei Qingzhu and Zhou Hu, came to Origin Mall. Regarding the matter of Origin Mall, they all chose to keep silent. Anyway, the news has been sent out before, so forget it if no one comes. Now their mentality is completely muffled to make a fortune. The business hours of the day ended quietly. After having dinner at Feng Xianla in the evening and returning to Origin Mall through the Space Channel, Luo Chuan stopped the demon Xian who was going to play games. "Boss, what's the matter?" Yao Xian was a little confused. It was the first time she saw Luo Chuan look so serious. To be honest, Yao Xian felt a trace of tension in her heart. Luo Chuan looked at Yao Xian's purple eyes and said seriously, "Xian, you can learn to cook." Yao Xian, huh? Luo Chuan explained, "It feels a bit uncomfortable to always eat outside, and there is also a kitchen in the store, which is not good to be idle. Another reason is that Luo Chuan misses the food of the earth. Instant noodles are not counted." Yao Xian's expression was a little tangled, but she still responded, "Since I am a clerk in Origin Mall, it is reasonable to solve the boss's troubles. Give me every meal in the future." At the same time, Yao Xian sighed in her heart. "Goodbye, happy life. Luo Chuan, can you cook?" Yao Xian was taken aback, and then smiled embarrassedly, "I know a little bit, but compared to Feng Xianla, it's far worse." Luo Chuan nodded. "Can't learn it. System, some cooking tutorials." Luo Chuan called in his mind. Please note, the host, this system is a shopkeeper system, not a gourmet system. The voice of the system's righteous words sounded in Luo Chuan's mind. Some are familiar, as if the system also said something like this on the night when Yao Xian was rescued. "Yeah, I know." Luo Chuan responded perfunctorily, "But I believe that such a simple thing, the system, you can definitely do it." Chapter 125. A large wave of students struck. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. After all these hours of getting along, Luo Chuan discovered that the system is actually a proud personality. At the same time, there is a bit of soft but not hard. This system has endless merchandise, and naturally has a cooking tutorial. The voice of the system sounded. Listening carefully, it seems that there is so much pride. Cooking tutorials have been distributed to the holographic equipment, please pay attention to check. After speaking, the system entered the diving state again. The elementary tutorial can be learned in the device. Luo Chuan pointed to the row of holographic devices. Yao Xian was a little surprised. Originally, she thought those things could only play the Tower of Trial, but she didn't expect to have other functions. Then, Yao Xian curiously put on a helmet. Two different icons appeared on the external display screen. Yao Xian found herself in a pure white room with two lights in front of her. A ball of light resembling a small tower, this is the Tower of Trials. The other is the appearance of a kitchenware, which is like a cooking tutorial. The monster purple smoked into the second ball of light, and the same feeling came from playing the Tower of Trial, and he was already in a modern kitchen. Seeing that the demon purple smoke on the display had successfully entered the state, Luo Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Then Luo Chuan also randomly found a place to sit down and entered the challenge mode of the Tower of Trial. The night passed quietly. The next day, early morning. As soon as Luo Chuan got up, he smelled a scent. "Good morning, boss." Yao Xian leaned out from the nearby kitchen and greeted Luo Chuan. "Good morning." Luo Chuan nodded, and after washing up, he went downstairs. At the same time, she was a little curious, wondering what Yao Xian would do. After pitting the system for a wave of cooking tutorials last night, Luo Chuan also let the system get some vegetables on the blue star. Of course, these vegetables are not ordinary, they contain a strong spirit. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a panacea. After all, the system produced must be a boutique. Luo Chuan opened the store door and saw the scene outside. He couldn't help being stunned. There were more people than he saw when he came back from Fengxianla yesterday morning. Now there are a dozen teenagers and girls standing in front of the store. Murong Haitang stood in the front. After she saw Luo Chuan open the store door, she smiled gently, "Good morning, boss." Luo Chuan nodded and opened the store door completely. "Boss, won't you go out for breakfast today?" Gu Yunshi couldn't help asking. "When I came today, in order to prevent the scene from yesterday, she deliberately got up early and had breakfast." Luo Chuan replied, "Xian is cooking today, not going out." For some reason, Gu Yunshi and Jiang Wanshang looked at each other, and both saw the deep resentment in each other's eyes. Then, a dozen people swarmed into Origin Mall. The store did not appear to be crowded because of the systematic spatial formation. These students who came to the Origin Mall for the first time saw the scene in the Origin Mall, and suddenly rang out in exclamation. "Wow, these are all the best colored glaze. I'm afraid there are thousands of spiritual crystals in any one piece. Look at the way you haven't seen the world. Did you find that the space in the store is much larger than outside? There must be a space formation in the store. I really didn't expect that there will be such a magical shop. Teacher Haitang really didn't lie to us." At the same time, these students also set their sights on Luo Chuan from time to time. They don't know much about the mysterious owner of Origin Mall. However, the students are all knowledgeable and can naturally guess that Luo Chuan's identity is definitely not simple. Chapter 126. What an amazing shop. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site, www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Okay, stop arguing. Murong Haitang waved his hand to signal these students to calm down. She smiled and said, "About Origin Mall, I wanted to come yesterday and you already knew it from your classmates." A crowd of students nodded. Murong Haitang continued, "I know that most of the students are here for the first time. I'm afraid there is still some disbelief in my heart. It just happened that Yunshi came here yesterday. Let them take you to see." "Okay." Gu Yunshi nodded and said to her classmate, "The goods in the boss's shop are all on the shelves, and there are related introductions below." The students nodded clearly, then walked to the shelf in twos and threes, and looked carefully. In fact, all the things in the owner's shop are not only as effective as a panacea, but even the taste is also unexplainable. Han Yang said with a smile. "It's just a pity that each item can only be bought once a day per person." Su Tianxian on the side interrupted. "Huh. There is still this rule." The rest of the students were puzzled. How can there be shops like this? There are restrictions on customers buying things. "You can see where you are," Xiao Qing said, pointing to the wall behind everyone. Everyone looked in the direction of Xiao Qingji and saw a small whiteboard full of words on the wall. Many rules. A girl twitched her mouth and couldn't help saying, "Without this rule, I'm afraid the owner's store will be sold out in a short while. What will those later customers buy?" Some students also held different opinions. Someone nodded in agreement. "Indeed so. Boss, I want to buy cola and spicy bars. Boss, I want to buy everything in the store. Boss." The shouts kept ringing, and students came to Luo Chuan to pay for the Lingjing with the goods they just removed from the shelves. Luo Chuan collected the spirit crystals methodically, in a good mood. Judging from the current progress, it does not seem difficult to complete the main task within 50 days. After paying the money, someone eagerly opened the coke. "Ha!" The sudden sound of breath shocked many people. "This thing is still mad. So amazing." A cry of surprise sounded. "Tsk tusk, fuss." Han Yang looked at the surprised crowd with disdain. Little did he know that he was the same yesterday. "The taste of this spicy noodle is too delicious. Yes, that's right. Not only is it delicious, but my spiritual power has also improved by a level. Someone opened the packaging of spicy strips and was shocked after a bite. Spicy strips are not only delicious, but also enhance their strength in a short period of time, as the boss said, it even helps to break through. Jiang Wanchang stuffed the unpacked spicy strips into his mouth, his voice a little vague. Hearing that, these students turned to Luo Chuan for verification. The effect of spicy bar is not mentioned in the introduction. Luo Chuan nodded slightly. He really said this. Hey, this spicy strip is too little, right? It's over in a few bites. It's not enough. Hey, brother, how come you haven't eaten it yet? How about selling it to me? If you don't sell it, I will keep it and return to Zuyuexuan to eat. I will produce 500 spirit crystals, sell them to me. Luo Chuan suddenly heard such a conversation, and his heart moved slightly. The prices of the items sold in the store are not high. What if someone buys them and then resells them at a higher price? Chapter 127 Stingy System. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. System, I feel I found a bug in the shop. Luo Chuan called the system in his mind. Just when Luo Chuan thought that the system was not ready to answer, the system's voice sounded, Origin Mall has increased its rules and banned reselling of goods, and offenders will be permanently blacklisted. Luo Chuan, system. System, yes, what is the host? I found such a big loophole, is there no reward? It's great, another wave of pitfalls in the system. The system continued to be silent for a while, the rewards were issued in advance last night. Luo Chuan. Co-authoring yesterday's cooking tutorial is an advance reward, right? King then the system. Luo Chuan cursed in his heart. Warning, if the host speaks badly about the system will have the right to deduct the host's reward. The voice of system mechanization sounded again. Luo Chuan curled his lips secretly. How stingy. Cough cough cough, there are new rules in Origin Mall. Luo Chuan coughed softly, and a faint voice resounded in everyone's ears. When everyone heard the sound, they couldn't help being stunned. Luo Chuan said in a flat voice, it is forbidden to resell Origin Mall products. Offenders will be blacklisted and cannot purchase all Origin Mall products. After all, Luo Chuan took down the small white board. The rules are written in the bottom corner. I suspect the boss is targeting me, but I dare not say. The student who had previously said that he wanted to buy hot strips at a high price couldn't help but whispered. But no one paid attention to him. Afterwards, under Gu Yunshi's guidance, these people ate a bucket of instant noodles. The Vitality spring water in the hot water machine has also successfully caused waves of calls again. As for the shelf that was originally placed with syrup that said it was sold out, no one noticed it. Boss, the meal is ready. Yao Xian's voice sounded and walked down the stairs. In her hands, there are 2 bowls of golden egg fried rice. Each grain of rice in the egg fried rice is extremely plump and evenly covered with egg liquid. Looking from a distance, it seemed to exude golden light. In an instant, a tempting fragrance enveloped the entire Origin Mall. When these students looked at the instant noodles in their hands, they instantly felt bad. After seeing Yao Xian's face, all the students who came for the first time couldn't help but froze. Gu Yunshi and the others just briefly talked about the clerk Yao Xian. After seeing it now, almost everyone is shocked. Luo Chuan got up and got fried rice with eggs from Yao Xian's hands. How does the boss taste it for the first time? Yao Xian smiled. Luo Chuan nodded and took a bite. The taste is very good, and there is a strong aura in it. Has exceeded the food in Feng Xianla. Luo Chuan looked at Yao Xian in surprise, but he didn't expect you to have such a terrifying talent in cooking. Swallowing the food in his mouth, Luo Chuan showed an expression of approval. The taste is very good. Really? A smile appeared on Yao Zian's face when Luo Chuan praised him. What do you look at? Eat your instant noodles. Murong Haitang stared when all the students who saw him looked at Luo Chuan and Yao Zian. Everyone turned their attention to the instant noodles. Teacher Haitang, can't afford to offend. Did you go out this morning? Luo Chuan asked casually while eating egg fried rice. Although Yao Zian is a clerk at Origin Mall, Luo Chuan will not restrict her personal freedom casually. Besides, a master in the realm of the Venerable would not encounter any danger in general. Yes. Yao Zian nodded. I saw that the ingredients in the kitchen are not too good, so I went to the Jiuyao mountain range. It can be said that the things provided by the system are not good. Yao Zian is the first person. Luo Chuan was clear. Then what ingredients did you find? Yao Zian smiled slightly and pointed to the egg fried rice in the Luo Chuan bowl. Of course it is. I found a bird with phoenix blood on the periphery of the Jiuyao mountain range, and brought back the egg it laid. What Yao Zian didn't say was that the little bird didn't lay any eggs. Under the deterrence of the noble-level monster royal family, an egg was laid to save his life. Chapter 128. Never underestimate anyone. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Originally, Murong Haitang was eating instant noodles, and suddenly felt something was not right when he heard this. A bird of phoenix blood? Jiuyao Mountains. Wait, is the red golden black bird they brought in the Jiuyao mountain range? Well, demon girl, what is the strength of the little bird you mentioned? After thinking about it, Murong Haitang decided to ask. What if it really is the scarlet black bird? Yao Zian was a little confused, not sure why she asked such a question. But she still replied, the strength is barely enough, it's about asking the third rank. Ask about the third grade. Murong Haitang smiled bitterly. It seems that it was the red golden blackbird they brought. But she was still a little puzzled. Although it is known that the scarlet golden blackbird is female, it seems that it is not yet time to lay eggs, right? Of course, this question is just thinking about it. Ask about the strength of the third grade, it is actually a barely passable. Don't talk like that. It's just a clerk, who actually said something like this. After hearing Yao Zian's words, some of the students who came for the first time frowned and began to whisper. The look at Yao Zian also changed. Although she looks beautiful, she has such a personality. Alas, I didn't expect to be such a person. Gu Yinshi and Jiang Wanshang knew the strength of Yao Zian, but they didn't say anything. The two wanted to see the jokes of these classmates. Murong Haitang did not speak either. In her opinion, perhaps this is the best opportunity for these above-the-top students to truly understand the world of cultivation. Yao Zian was not angry either. She looked at these students with a little green face and smiled lightly. I wonder if your parents have taught you a truth. What's the reason? Never look down on anyone. Yao Zian stretched out his slender fingers and snapped his fingers lightly. At the fingertips, the space collapsed. As if a black hole appeared. Luo Chuan gave Yao Zian a helpless look. Forget it, your own clerk, just relax the rules of the store for her. On the other hand, this egg fried rice is really delicious, but a bit dry. Luo Chuan picked up the coke next to him. Tons. Call. So cool and cool. Hiss. These students widened their eyes and stared at Yao Zian's fingertips in shock. What did they see? A snapping finger actually tore the space directly. Even ordinary people who ask the question can't do it, right? For a time, Yao Zian's position in the hearts of these students has risen sharply, surpassing Murong Haitang. Do you still feel like I'm talking big? Erasing the black hole in the space, Yao Zian looked at everyone with a smile. If she was before, she would definitely not do such a thing. Someone questioned. Kill it. But after spending such a long time in Origin Mall, Yao Zian could feel that a great change had taken place in her heart. Everyone shook their heads again and again, without any contempt in their eyes. At the same time, he gave Origin Mall an unprovoked label in his heart. A joke, the clerk is so strong, what about the manager? Wait, think about it, is the scarlet golden profound bird that brought us here also, asks the third rank. In other words, the little bird she was talking about is actually. Some student suddenly thought of something wrong. Looking at Yao Zian, his gaze was full of shock. The scarlet golden blackbird in the questioning realm was directly said to be a bird. Big guy, can't afford to offend. The short episode soon passed, and these students enjoyed the delicious instant noodles again. At the same time, Luo Chuan and Yao Zian, who were eating egg fried rice, were subconsciously ignored. After eating the instant noodles, more than a dozen students looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed a bit wrong. I said, there are only 10 positions in total, how to divide? Gu Yunxi frowned as she looked at her classmate. She was worried about this problem before, but now she finally has to face it head-on. Chapter 129: Comprehensive Development of Morality, Intelligence, Sports, Art and Labor. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site: www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66. To find your way home. A dozen students looked at each other, and no one made up their minds for a while. Murong Haitang looked at everyone, wanting to see how they could solve this problem. Anyway, everyone can only play for 3 hours. Isn't it different who plays first? Luo Chuan wondered. Boss, this is not a question of first come first. Jiang Wanshang rolled his eyes and retorted righteously. Luo Chuan stopped talking. The thinking of young people is really complicated. In the end, after several minutes of discussion, everyone decided to use rock, paper, scissors to decide who was the first to play the Tower of Trial. For a while, the sound of rock, paper, scissors sounded in Origin Mall. After a short while, 10 places will be assigned. Fortunately, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang both won. If you play the Tower of Trial for the first time, you need to pay 100 spirit crystals to create an account. Put on the helmet and enter the virtual world. Unlike before, the picture that appeared has changed again. Now I just put on the helmet and entered a pure white room. There are 2 icons in the room. There are different screens on the icon. The first is a small tower, which can be clearly seen. This is the Tower of Trials. The other one is more intriguing. The picture above looks a bit like kitchenware. At this time, exclamations were already coming from the side. It seemed that the first time they entered the immersive virtual world, they were shocked. Boss, is this a new game? Gu Yunxi turned to look at Luo Chuan, cast a questioning look. Luo Chuan was a little surprised. After a wave of cooking tutorials on the system yesterday, I did not expect the system to be installed on every device. Seeing Gu Yunxi's gaze, Luo Chuan shook his head. It's not a game, you can watch it for yourself. For now, everything in this is free. It's free. There are still free things in the owner's shop. Jiang Wanshan on the side could not help but interrupt after hearing what Luo Chuan said. Luo Chuan glanced at Jiang Wanshan plainly. Jiang Wanshang put out his tongue playfully and closed his mouth obediently. Gu Yunxi was a little curious and clicked in. When she appeared again, she was already in a modern kitchen. Gu Yunxi. Not only her, but the rest of the people are also curious to go in. After seeing the environment he was in, he suddenly looked inexplicable. What exactly is this icon used for? Why is it so like a kitchen here? Boss, what exactly does this new icon do? It's not the same as the Tower of Trial. Jiang Wanshang cast a questioning look at Luo Chuan. The others also looked at Luo Chuan, waiting for him to resolve their doubts. Luo Chuan looked at the crowd and said flatly, "As you can see, now you are in a kitchen." For some reason, Luo Chuan suddenly felt a sense of mischief. Cooking. The style of painting seems a bit wrong. Wait, boss, you said this is the kitchen. Murong Haitang, who was watching from the side, couldn't keep calm anymore when he heard this, and couldn't help but widen his beautiful eyes slightly. Luo Chuan nodded, "It's the kitchen." Everyone. "Boss, why add this to the device?" Gu Yinshi said silently, but didn't think of how to call this thing. Cooking tutorial. Yes, cooking tutorial. Gu Yinshi nodded repeatedly. It doesn't seem to be of any use, right? After thinking about it, Luo Chuan said earnestly, "In my opinion, the younger generation of cultivators should not only focus on cultivation, but should develop in an all-round way. Cooking is a very good direction." Chapter 130 How to Make Jiuling Dragon Bone Soup. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Can't you say that you got a cooking tutorial after pitting the system? And the most fundamental reason is because you want to eat hometown food? In that way, the high-cold image that he finally built up might be directly at risk of collapse. Luo Chuan cannot take this risk. Hearing Luo Chuan's answer, everyone was speechless. Shent mode, intellectual, physical, art and labor in an all-round development. Boss, can you make up a reason and find a normal one? Tian was chatted to death. Some students began to enter the challenge mode of the Tower of Trial. After a while, there were bursts of unbelievable exclamations. "I want to see that there is no gap between the game and reality in the game." Or because of carelessness, he was killed by a monster. After hearing Luo Chuan's answer, Gu Yinshi thought for a while and decided to read the cooking tutorial first. Few people know that Gu Yinshi is actually a food lover. She often uses elixir or monsters as ingredients in private to make some delicacies. Maybe it's more appropriate to describe dark dishes. My girlfriend Jiang Wanshang is the experimenter of these dishes. Just click on an option icon at the bottom of the screen, and a semi-transparent interface suddenly appeared in front of Gu Yinshi. Looking at the above information, Gu Yinshi's eyes slowly widened, and an expression called surprised and unbelievable appeared on her face. On the interface, there are names of various cuisines and some brief introductions. But food is not ordinary food, and the ingredients are not simple ingredients. Like fried rice with phoenix eggs, 9-spirit dragon bone soup, chaotic green lotus soup. Gu Yinshi felt like she had opened the door to a new world. Although most of the names are a bit unintelligible, they seem to be very powerful. The dragons and phoenixes are the legendary beasts of the Tianlan Continent, and they have the highest strength. How come here, it becomes food? Boss, are you sure there is nothing wrong with this cooking tutorial? After thinking about it, Gu Yinshi felt it better to ask. What can be the problem? Luo Chuan was a little confused, but his voice was still flat. He has not read the cooking tutorial. And it's just a cooking tutorial, what can be special? Seeing Luo Chuan's plain expression, Gu Yinshi's evaluation in his heart has increased several times. Even the dragon and phoenix tribes do not look good, how strong should the boss be? Depressing the emotions in his heart and clicking on an ingredient, Yao Zian suddenly felt as if he had become another person. This feeling is very strange, different from the Tower of Trials. Although he can't control his body, he can clearly see the surrounding environment and perceive the state of the body. Like being possessed. Now she is standing volley above an ocean. In front, a black dragon full of thousands of feet in size hovered. The aura exuding from the black dragon can't be compared to the peak powerhouse. At the same time, Yao Zian heard the explanation clearly. First of all, the first and most critical step in making 9-spirit dragon bone soup is to slaughter a pure blood dragon. In the next instant, she felt a kitchen knife suddenly appeared in her hand. Raising his right arm, he slashed towards the black dragon volley. This knife seemed to tear time and space. The intertwined spaces are weird. A look of despair appeared in the black dragon's eyes, and a blood stain appeared on his neck. The dragon's head fell, splashing huge waves. The pure-blood dragon has been slaughtered. The following is the second step of making the 9-spirit dragon bone soup. The voice in his ears remained the same. Yao Zian looked at self skillfully handling the black dragon's body in a daze. When she recovered, she was full of surprises. Chapter 131 Gu Yunshi's Change of Mentality. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. This kind of picture shot from the first perspective is a completely different experience from the battle in the Tower of Trial that does not need to be considered. It seems to be able to personally experience the battle scene of a strange strong man. This is an extremely rare practice experience. I didn't expect this cooking tutorial to be so horrible. I almost missed it. Gu Yunshi feels very lucky to be the first person to know the usefulness of a cooking tutorial. Well, the boss and Sister Xian don't count. Anyway, all in all, the boss is awesome. Huh. Come look, why is the picture on Gu Yunshi's monitor different from others? At this time, someone naturally noticed Gu Yunshi and exclaimed. The pictures on other people's monitors are all of him, but Gu Yunshi here is a strange man in black. Those students who did not get a place did not leave, but chose to stay in the store. Only 3 hours, and it will pass after a while. Hearing the exclamation, these unpositioned people immediately gathered behind Gu Yunshi. Hi. Is this a dragon? It should be. This kind of aura, I'm afraid I don't have the peak, right? At least it is at the level of the venerable. How could Gu Yunshi face this kind of enemy? I don't believe it. Gu Yunshi has taken a knife. She actually took a kitchen knife. Isn't it possible to chop off this dragon? Ha, ha. Smiling and laughing, these people can't laugh anymore. The expression on his face was frozen, looking very funny. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces staring at the monitor in disbelief. What did they see? Gu Yunshi slashed the black dragon with a single knife. Am I dazzled? This thought appeared in everyone's mind. Murong Haitang was also looking at the monitor in front of Gu Yunshi. In addition to shock on her face, there was also a deep dignity. The higher the cultivation level, the more you can understand the difficulty of the cultivation process and the horror of the higher realm. As Murong Haitang was at the pinnacle of Wendao, she was 1000% sure that the strength of the black dragon had surpassed Wendao. And it is far beyond. Not to mention the Lord, the saints are possible. But Gu Yunshi was able to kill the black dragon with one move. To be honest, Murong Haitang didn't believe it. The realm gap cannot be made up by pure spiritual strength at all. It is like giving a sharp sword to a child. Even if he can pick up a sharp sword, he can't use it like an arm, and he can't completely control it. While he can kill others, he may accidentally hurt himself. But if the sword is handed over to a well-trained assassin, the assassin's strength can be increased several times. Killing ordinary people can be said to be effortless. This is the gap brought about by the realm. Gu Yunshi didn't know that others were paying attention to her, and she couldn't help herself out of the tutorial of making 9-spirit dragon bone soup. After a while, Gu Yunshi's first view experience finally ended. She let out a long sigh of relief, and besides the deep shock in her heart, there was also an inexplicable feeling. In Gu Yunshi's eyes, those powerful animal races were simply unattainable existences. But now, she suddenly felt that there was nothing great. What about the beast race? For those cultivators whose strength is at the peak, it is nothing more than a simple ingredient. To set foot on the pinnacle of the cultivation world, the first thing you need is faith in yourself. For Gu Yunxi, this step can be said to be completed in a days. Chapter 132 on the self-cultivation of a shopkeeper. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Huh? Why are you all looking at me? Gu Yunxi finally noticed the people around her, her face full of puzzlement. Yunxi, did you play the Tower of Trial just now? Why didn't I see this picture? I really didn't expect Gu Yunxi, your strength is so strong. Where did you find this game? Suddenly, there were chattering voices among the students. Gu Yunxi's head was a little louder, and finally couldn't help but say loudly, "Stop. Stop. You guys get quiet first." The sound is not small, everyone in the Origin Mall heard it, including those students who are playing in the Tower of Trial. They also looked at Gu Yunxi with some doubts, not knowing why she suddenly yelled. In the Tower of Trial, all their attention was drawn, and they didn't even notice what was happening around them just now. So for a while, I looked at Gu Yunxi inexplicably. Luo Chuan and Yao Zian also heard Gu Yunxi's cry and cast puzzled glances at her. Being stared at by so many people, Gu Yunxi's face gradually turned red. Now she came back to her senses and understood how rude things she had done. You know that in the hearts of these students, she has always been a quiet and lovely image. Gu Yunxi coughed softly and calmed down slightly. She laughed dryly, "Well, I was a little excited for a while, please don't care about it." No one answered. This time Gu Yunxi really felt how embarrassing the cold scene was. Immediately, she turned her eyes for help to her best friend Jiang Wanchang. Jiang Wanchang Bingxue was smart, and naturally understood what Gu Yunxi meant. She smiled and said, "Yunxi, what you looked like just now is not your style, what's wrong?" Gu Yunxi explained, "Actually, I just entered the kitchen of the cooking tutorial, ordered a dish randomly, and then experienced a scene of slaying a dragon inexplicably." Cooking tutorial? Are you kidding me? Isn't that something for cooking? How could there be fighting scenes? The students were puzzled. They also saw the icon before, and after clicking in, they also saw the kitchen they were in. But after knowing it was a cooking tutorial, I lost interest. There are only 3 hours a day, time is so precious, who would waste time on cooking in idle time? Gu Yunxi could only say, "When I was experiencing the scene just now, I also heard an explanation, saying that it was getting food. Everyone, get the ingredients. Is there any food that uses dragons as ingredients?" "This is true." Gu Yunxi shrugged helplessly and said. At this time, she suddenly saw Luo Chuan, her eyes lit up. "The boss must know the details, let him explain it to you." Immediately, Luo Chuan saw more than a dozen pairs of eyes falling on him. "System, what's the matter?" Although his complexion remained unchanged, Luo Chuan called the system in his heart. To be honest, he also had doubts in his heart. After pitting the system for a wave of cooking tutorials yesterday, only Yao Zian and Gu Yunxi have actually used them so far. Luo Chuan knew nothing about it. But as a shop owner, you must show the majesty of being a shop owner. How could Luo Chuan say, "I don't know"? Keep calm is the most basic self-cultivation of a shop owner. Chapter 133 Essential Abilities of Chefs. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. System. The cooking tutorials provided by this system include endless ingredients. At the same time, in order to allow users to better control each of the dishes and make perfect food, the cooking tutorials will provide first-view teaching throughout the process. What the hell? Luo Chuan felt as if he had heard some terrible news. Wait a while. Luo Chuan couldn't help interrupting the system. The whole process, including the steps to obtain ingredients. System, perfect cooking skills must be matched with perfect ingredients. Only the ingredients obtained by the chef are in the most perfect state. Luo Chuan. However, the systematic answer has solved his doubts. Now he finally understood why Gu Yunxi and the people watching were so shocked. In all likelihood, when Gu Yunxi was learning cooking, the scene of obtaining ingredients was seen by others. Luo Chuan, the system is awesome. System, thank the host for the praise. Suddenly, Luo Chuan noticed something wrong in his heart. Wait, no matter how powerful the cooking tutorial is, it seems to be useless. Because in essence, this is free stuff. No matter how many people watch it, Luo Chuan will not benefit at all. As soon as he thought of this, Luo Chuan's heart suddenly became unbalanced. The system, I feel that the cooking tutorial is so powerful, it would be a shame to let these players use it for free. Luo Chuan Yizheng said. The system was silent slightly, and then replied, the host makes sense. Then do we need to collect the spirit crystals? Luo Chuan said in a persuasive manner. System, naturally is a need. But how is the price set? Luo Chuan asked. System, please decide by yourself. Luo Chuan nodded, the tutorials are graded according to the arena. The spirit crystals are based on each kind of tutorial, right? System, the grading is completed and the price has been included. Are fees charged? After thinking about it, Luo Chuan said, today, let's be free for 1 day, and start charging tomorrow. Each person can only choose one per day. The system entered the diving state silently. Luo Chuan looked at Gu Yunxi and the others, and said in a flat voice, in order to become a chef, in addition to good cooking skills, you also need the ability to obtain ingredients on your own. Everyone. Although it feels like something is wrong, since it is something in Origin Mall, it's good to get used to it. All in all, the boss is awesome. Cooking tutorials are free today, and fees will be charged from tomorrow. Luo Chuan continued, each tutorial is 100 lingjing, and each person can only choose one per day. 100 spirit crystals can truly experience the process of obtaining ingredients for the top powers. This price can be said to be extremely cheap. After knowing the power of the cooking tutorial, 10 people went in and experienced it in the next time. Of course, there are countless tutorials, and everyone's experience is different. Ziyan, did you not find any difference when using the cooking tutorial yesterday? After thinking about it, Luo Chuan asked Yao Ziyan. A puzzled expression appeared on Yao Ziyan's face. Ah. Didn't you make it on purpose by the boss? Luo Chuan. Suppressing the silence in his heart, Luo Chuan nodded, it is true, I just want to ask your opinion. What is my opinion? Yao Ziyan thought for a while, and said seriously, it can be said that it can kill 2 birds with 1 stone to be able to get the guidance of the strong when learning cooking. After getting Yao Ziyan's reply, Luo Chuan also went to get a bucket of instant noodles. A bowl of egg fried rice, to be honest, a bit underfed. Chapter 134 Business Exchange. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Huh, boss, here we are. As soon as the hot water was connected, a laugh came into Luo Chuan's ears. Luo Chuan knew who it was without looking. Bu Ligay, Bu Shi, and Jiang Xingjun walked into Origin Mall. Hey, why are there so many people in the store? Jiang Xingjun was a little surprised when he saw the site of the store. There is no place, I knew I would come earlier. Bu Ligay sighed, his mood changed completely in an instant. It's not because you got up so late. Bu Ligay gave Bu Ligay a poem. Bu Ligay knew that he was wrong, and smiled a little eccentrically. At this time, the topic needs to be changed. Buligay calmly cast his eyes on the people in the store, with a surprised expression. These people seem to be from Lingyun Academy. He saw the signs on everyone's clothes. It seems to be. Jiang Xingjun also saw it. But having said that, when you look at the pictures on their monitors, they seem to be different. Bu Shi suddenly discovered something, his eyes filled with interest. Could it be said that there is something new in the owner's shop that can't be achieved? Boss, there are new things in the store. Buligay asked Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan nodded. A new cooking tutorial has been released, and they are playing it. Cooking tutorial? Buligay was a little confused, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Boss, are you sure you are not joking? Bu Shi couldn't help but said. Do you think I am joking? Luo Chuan's voice was flat. Coupled with his voice-like expression, it is hard to suspect. It's not like. The three shook their heads in unison. But doesn't the cooking tutorial sound like cooking? Why are these people like this? Jiang Xingjun was a little puzzled. Look at it and you will understand. Yao Zian said in due course. Then, the three also joined the team of onlookers. These students without seats were a little dismissive when they saw three strangers coming by. As a student of Lingyun Academy, he naturally has his own arrogance. However, with high appearance, there will be corresponding privileges everywhere. This is the case with the three of Buligay. The handsomeness of men and the beauty of women make these people unable to raise the mind of alienation. And most importantly, Buligay is a familiar guy. Brother, from Lingyun Academy? Buligay was talking to the person next to him. This person is Xiao Cheng who came here once yesterday. Coincidentally, he is also a person with a bold personality. However, his luck was not so good and he did not win in the game just now. That's right. Xiao Qing said with a smile, looking at the brother's appearance, it seems that this is not the first time I have come here. Of course. Buligay nodded proudly, the boss shop, I'm the first customer. Well, this sentence has almost become Buligay's mantra. Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng's gaze at Buligay suddenly changed a lot. I didn't expect my brother to have such a deed. Xiao Cheng said admiringly. Ha ha ha. I have won the award. Buligay laughed. When I entered the Origin Mall just now, I knew that my brother's status must be extraordinary. I didn't expect to be a student of Lingyun Academy. That place is not accessible to ordinary people. Mizzen. Nothing is more commercial nonsense. Chapter 135 Murong Haitang's Heart of Cherishing Talent. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. After touting each other again, Buligay gradually led the topic to Origin Mall. I heard from the boss just now that these people are learning cooking tutorials, why not play the Tower of Trials? Buligay asked his own question. You don't know, right? Xiao Qing smiled, the cooking tutorial was just launched by the boss today, and it was directly ignored by everyone at the beginning. Buligay nodded, yes, this name alone makes people uninterested. 3 hours of time, who would be okay to waste this cooking? The two happened to stand behind Gu Yunxi. Although he is experiencing the first perspective, it does not prevent Gu Yunxi from hearing the sounds around him. For a while, a deep resentment appeared in my heart. Strange, do you feel that your surroundings suddenly become a bit cold? Buligay couldn't help but shiver. No. Xiao Qing said with some confusion, not knowing why he asked such a question. It may be my illusion. Buligay whispered to himself. Next, Xiao Qing told Buligay about the first perspective experience of getting ingredients in the beginner's tutorial. Buligay was shocked. Damn, this is fine. Buligay was shocked. Experienced the battle scenes of super masters from the first perspective. This kind of precious experience is impossible in the real world. But it's different in the virtual world, and even 100% restoration can be achieved. Actually, to be honest, when I first heard the boss explain, I also felt outrageous. Xiaoqing shrugged and said. Bulige nodded in agreement. After chatting with him a few more words, Bulige came to the side of Bushi and Jiang Xingjun. I know what they are playing. Bulige said excitedly. It's a coincidence, we also know. Jiang Xingjun smiled. Bu Poetic also looked at him with a smile. Beside the two, Morong Haitang stood. Step away from the song. Senior Haitang, I have no idea of entering Lingyun Academy at the moment. Bu said poetically to Morong Haitang beside him. Although I met yesterday, there was no conversation. Meeting again at Origin Mall today, Morong Haitang finally discovered Bu's poetic horror talent. Without joining the academy, he actually cultivated himself to the realm of the 5th rank of the soul, and now he is even about to break through. Compared with the top talented Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang, they are not bad at all. For a while, Morong Haitang expressed a sense of cherishing talent. So. Morong Haitang sighed helplessly. It can be seen that Bushi is obviously not the kind of person who can easily change his decision. After thinking about it, Morong Haitang took out a token from the space ring. The token is made of silver-white metal with the word Lingyun engraved on it. In the inconspicuous corner, there is also the 4 characters Morong Haitang. Handing the token to Bushi, Morong Haitang smiled and said, accept this token. If you change your mind, you can go directly to Lingyun Academy to find me. Not everyone can enter Lingyun College. From Morong Haitang's words, we can see the importance of this token. Just as Bushi was thinking about rejecting, Luo Chuan's faint words came from the side, accept it, with your talent, it is too awkward to be restrained in a small Jiuyao city. The boss spoke up, and it would be hypocritical if he refused. Step poetically take the token. Chapter 136 Curious Luo Chuan. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Next is the time to watch. It's all here, it's impossible to go. You can only watch other people playing games to pass the time. In 10 positions, the picture on each monitor is different. To be honest, they are even a little curious about how many recipes there are in the so-called cooking tutorial. Time passed quickly. 3 hours passed quickly, and the first batch of Lingyun Academy's college game time ended. Many people took off their helmets reluctantly and left the Origin Mall. In these short 3 hours, they definitely got much more than they learned in Lingyun Academy. The most important thing to do now is to digest what you have seen and learned and turn it into your own strength. After saying goodbye to Morong Haitang, Luo Chuan and Yao Zian, the 10 Gu Yunxi hurriedly left the Origin Mall and returned to Zuyuexuan together. It's finally our turn. I can't wait. A smile appeared on Bulige's face, and he was a little impatient to pick a seat. There are a total of 10 seats, and there is only one left after these people are seated. Luo Chuan thought for a while and sat on it. To be honest, he is still so curious about the cooking tutorial. With the helmet on, entering the pure white starting space, Luo Chuan chose the icon of the Tower of Trial. Immediately, the surrounding environment changed, and he appeared in a modern kitchen. The same is true for the other 8 people. Turn on the options at the bottom of the screen, and suddenly, a translucent panel filled Luo Chuan's sight. On the panel, is a dazzling variety of dishes. Luo Chuan was a little surprised. System, which dish is the highest level in it? Luo Chuan asked. In the cooking tutorial, there are too many people with high food ratings, and the system cannot answer. Luo Chuan. Forget it, just recommend me the highest grade. After thinking about it, Luo Chuan said helplessly. System, charcoal beast. Realm beast? Is it the name of what creature? With some doubts in his mind, Luo Chuan still nodded, yes, that's it. After the sound fell, Luo Chuan felt a flash in front of him, and he seemed to have become another person, a person in a black robe. See the surrounding environment from a first perspective. To be honest, Luo Chuan feels a little weird in the environment. Around, there is an endless void. Countless stars twinkling. Is this the universe? Luo Chuan couldn't help but guess in his heart. At this time, the weird creature that had been completely dark and could not be described in words tore through the void and appeared. Its size is terrifying, enough to compare with stars. Luo Chuan was somewhat clear. This creature should be a world beast. First of all, the first and most critical step in making a charcoal-grilled world beast is to slaughter a world beast. Luo Chuan, no, the black robe man moved. A sword suddenly appeared, and then it was cut down. This knife seemed to tear time and space. The void is turbulent, and some of the nearby planets even burst like bubbles. Realizing the crisis, the world beast showed a black light. The strange law came, and the body gradually became illusory. It wants to escape. The world beast, born of destruction, faced the sword of the black-robed man, and even dared not resist. The blade light flashed, and the body of the world beast was solidified again. But the breath of life has been lost. Luo Chuan watched this scene from the first point of view, and his heart was also extremely stirring. I will have such strength in the future. Chapter 137 Zhuo Wanjin's anxiety. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66. To find your way home. Let's start making the second step of making the charcoal beast. The sound continued, and the screen turned again. In a short period of time, Luo Chuan felt like he had experienced a new life. I didn't expect that there are such exciting things in the cooking tutorial. Luo Chuan couldn't help but sigh. But this also caused Luo Chuan's thinking. After thinking about it, he decided to add some functions to the cooking tutorial. System. Luo Chuan called. System, what is the host? I feel that it is indeed a good thing for players to truly experience the process of obtaining food for the strong, but there are also disadvantages. Luo Chuan said, but some restrictions need to be added. System, what restriction? Luo Chuan, take the highest level of strength in this world as the highest level, and block the higher level. System, restriction is on. The reason why Luo Chuan did this is also his own thinking. The Origin Mall is already shocking enough to the world, and now let these cultivators know the vastness of the world, they don't know what trouble they will cause. For the peace of Tianlan Continent and the peace of the world, Luo Chuan felt that he needed to do this. But what Luo Chuan doesn't know is that the world he is in now may be completely different from what he imagined. There may even be no concept of the universe at all. Taking off the helmet, Luo Chuan exhaled deeply. Looking at the familiar environment in the store, to be honest, he has an unrealistic feeling. Just went to the universe to experience it for yourself, dare you believe it? Although it is experienced in an immersive holographic world, it is no different from the real world. Luo Chuan felt that he needed a bottle of Coke to suppress his shock. After drinking Coke, Luo Chuan put on a helmet. This time he entered the challenge mode of the Tower of Trial. Today he set a small goal for himself, which is to pass the third layer in the normal mode. Time passed quickly, and it was noon in a blink of an eye. Finally passed. The scarred Luo Chuan let out a sigh of relief, with a very faint smile on his face. In front of him, there are the corpses of 2 shadow leopards. To be honest, it took Luo Chuan a lot of effort to kill these 2 shadow leopards. Often when he took action against a shadow leopard, the other would hide in the dark, ready to attack at any time. It is precisely because of this that Luo Chuan has died dozens of times. But in the end, Luo Chuan finally cleared the customs. And with his terrifying talent, he also gained a lot in this process. Aside from anything else, his burst of power alone has increased by several percent. At this time, Luo Chuan suddenly smelled a burst of fragrance. After exiting the game, Luo Chuan took off his helmet and found that there were no customers in the store. It seems that the time is up, and they have already left. "Boss, lunch is ready." Yao Zian's voice came from the building. There were some waves in Luo Chuan's calm eyes. It seemed that it was right for Yao Zian to learn cooking skills, at least he didn't have to run to Fengxian Tower every day. Little did they know that at this time, the owner of the Fengxian Tower, Zuo Wanjin, stood in front of the Fengxian Tower eagerly looking forward. With Zuo Wanjin's body shape, standing there, it is impossible to say that it is not eye-catching. You should know that in the past, Luo Chuan would go to Feng Xianla for dinner, and Zuo Wanjin didn't feel anything. As long as you take out all the delicacies in Feng Xianla and treat them well, there is no problem. But today is different. Not only did Luo Chuan not come in the morning, but also at noon. This caused Zuo Wanjin's heart to panic, wondering if it was because Feng Xianla was not doing well enough. The words of the Heavenly Star Emperor Ji Wuhui lingered in the ears. If it is not good to entertain Luo Chuan, this host does not need to be here. However, Luo Chuan naturally has no way of knowing these things. Chapter 138. This shop is interesting. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Go back upstairs. Yao Zian had already put the cooked meal on the table. There are two types, namely shredded pork with fish flavor and braised pork. There are also 2 bowls of rice. There are not many things, but it exudes a strong fragrance, which makes people appetite. Of course, there is also a strong spiritual energy contained in it, and the ingredients used are not ordinary things. After sitting down, Luo Chuan asked a little surprised, "You also learned these things from the cooking tutorial?" Yao Zian nodded and smiled, "Yes. I think the cooking of these 2 dishes is very novel, so I learned it." "Then this ingredient. It's all in the kitchen." Luo Chuan nodded, a hint of joy appeared in his heart. Unexpectedly, the system will have a heartwarming moment. Although it is the first time to cook, both dishes are delicious. Luo Chuan ate a lot. This meal, he ate very fragrant. Because there is a sense of home. In the afternoon, after drinking and eating, Luo Chuan was basking in the sun in front of the store as usual. Wei Qingzhu and the 3 came to Origin Mall as usual. Not long after, Zhou Hu and his party also came to the store. Soon, they all discovered changes in the machine. Yao Zian briefly explained to them. "I didn't expect that there are free things in the owner's shop," Wei Qingzhu said with a light smile. At the same time, both eyes looked at Luo Chuan in front of the store. Luo Chuan closed his eyes and fell asleep, unmoved. Yao Zian spoke at the right time and explained it to several people. Knowing that they can personally experience the hunting of prey by the strong, they are all shocked. But the time is a bit short, only 1 day. Zhou Hu sighed and said helplessly. "Zhou Hu, don't get cheap and sell well." Song Qiuying gave Zhou Hu a white look. "It would be nice if the things in the owner's shop can be free for 1 day, what else do you want?" Zhou Hu smiled slyly, but didn't refute. Almost all of them chose the latest cooking tutorials. Not long after, bursts of exclamation sounded. "Although it's called a cooking course, I really don't have the basics of learning cooking. The things in the owner's shop are really simple." This thought appeared in everyone's mind. Time passed quietly. In a blink of an eye, several days have passed. Today is a little different, because the jelly lotion refreshed every 7 days finally arrived. In the early morning, when I opened the door, the outside was deserted and there were no people. Old customers in Origin Mall know that the boss opens a store every day at a fixed time. And after opening the store, the first thing is to have breakfast. This has to be mentioned, Yao Zian has an extremely terrifying talent in cooking. In these short days, her cooking skills have far surpassed Feng Xianle. The food is delicious. In order to avoid watching the boss eat delicious food, old customers tacitly come back after the store has opened for a period of time. After eating breakfast, when Luo Chuan was about to enter the Tower of Trial to relax his muscles and bones, a footstep sounded. A man in black came over. The man looks about 30 years old and looks ordinary, the kind that can't be found even if thrown into the crowd. There was no trace of aura from his body, just like an ordinary person. This was actually because his spiritual power was completely reduced. Luo Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked at it. Well, it's also asking the pinnacle, and the strength is barely visible. Having said that, there are indeed a lot of experts in questioning in Jiuyao City recently. Origin Mall, Origin. Actually dare to name Origin, this store is interesting. The man looked at the plaque of Origin Mall with an expression of interest on his face. Chapter 139 Ing Wuji's Acquaintance. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the webpage to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. From a man's point of view, if he dares to call this name, the owner of the shop is either a hidden peak cultivator, or a guy who doesn't know the height of the world. Of course, if the shop is opened in such a remote alley, the second possibility can be said to be infinitely close to 100%. A faint smile appeared at the corner of the man's mouth. He is going to see if this so-called Origin Mall is worthy of this name. When you walk into the shop, you will see the shelves made of crystal clear glass and the decoration with a sense of science fiction. The man couldn't help but took a breath. Hi. What a big hand. The price of these colored glazes alone is terrifying. Just don't know what products are sold in the store. The man turned his eyes and fell on Luo Chuan in the shop. Are you the owner of this shop? The man frowned invisibly. It could be seen that Luo Chuan's face seemed beyond his expectations. According to the man's guess, the owner of this store is such a big man. But the young man in front of him who looked like a boss, was at most not a double 10, and how strong could he be? Yes, I am the boss. Luo Chuan nodded, his voice flat. The man opened his mouth, trying to say something. A surprised voice suddenly came from the shop door, which made him divert his attention. Xia Yuan. Why are you in the boss's shop? Ing Wuji has always been surprised by Gu Jingwu's face. Behind Ing Wuji, 7 students from Lingyun Academy followed. These students all looked at the man with a curious look. It seems that Teacher Ing knows this person. The students of Lingyun College, a total of 15 people came to Jiuyao City on this trip. Because there are only 10 virtual seats in Origin Mall, and to avoid occupying all the seats, Murong Haitang divides the people into 2 groups. One wave came in the morning and the other in the afternoon, led by 2 teams. Ing Wuji was a little surprised at this time, he didn't expect to meet Xia Yuan in Origin Mall. Come to Jiuyao City, just stroll around, just discovered such a place. Xia Yuan said casually. Could it be that you are the mentor leading the Xianyu Academy this time? Ing Wuji frowned slightly. Xianyu Academy is also an academy that stands at the top of Tianlan Continent, and it does not lose to Lingyun Academy. The identity of this man named Xia Yuan is obvious, the tutor of Xianyu Academy. Xia Yuan nodded. Their Xianyu students and Lingyun Academy had different ways of fanfare, but they entered Jiuyao City in general. And the time is not long, only 2 or 3 days. Xia Yuan looked at the 7 students behind Ing Wuji with a look of interest on his face. Ing Wuji, why did you bring your students to this store? Now that Xia Yuan knew about Origin Mall, he couldn't hide it at all. So Ing Wuji replied indifferently, playing games. After that, he pushed Xia Yuan away from the door and walked into the Origin Mall with the 7 students behind him. Gu Yinshi and Jiang Wanshang are also among the 7. Not only the 2, but the other 5 people looked at Ing Wuji with deep admiration. Worthy of being our teacher Ing. Domineering. At this time, Xia Yuan, who was pushed away, had not yet reacted, frowning and thinking whether he had heard it wrong just now. What did Ing Wuji just say? He brought his students to this remote shop to play games. Lie. For a while, Xia Yuan felt a strong anger of being mocked. Anyway, he is also an acquaintance, is it interesting to play with him like this? Chapter 140. What a disappointment. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Ing Wuji ignored Xia Yuan's thoughts at this time. He came directly in front of Luo Chuan, and there was a sense of anxiety in his heart. Boss, I don't know if there is any jelly due today. Ing Wuji asked in a nervous voice. Luo Chuan nodded, yes, the goods just arrived today. Ing Wuji breathed a sigh of relief immediately, a look of excitement appeared on his face. With the awe-inspiring juice revealed, he has also brought enough spirit crystals to replenish his vitality. Kinjialu, what is that? I don't know when, Xia Yuan suddenly leaned over, looking confused. Only then did Xia Yuan realize that the store had brought him too many doubts. It's really abnormal that an ordinary boss should let Ing Wuji be treated with such respect. With Xia Yuan's understanding of Wuji, this guy usually has a cold attitude towards everyone. And those students, as soon as they entered the store, they went to the shelf and took a bucket of things one by one. There are also a few bottles of black potion in their hands, as well as small bags in transparent packaging. I haven't seen it at all, so strange. What are you asking this for? Ing Wuji was wary. Now in his mind, Xia Yuan has become a competitor of Qiangjianglu. I just asked, can't I? Xia Yuan couldn't laugh or cry. Isn't it enough to ask a question? At this time, Yao Zian walked down from upstairs. After seeing Xia Yuan, he smiled and said, are there new customers in the store? Xia Yuan was shocked at first when he saw Demon Zian, but the next moment his eyes widened, his face was full of shock. Monster Beast Royal Family. Xia Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed. Everyone cast their plain eyes on Xia Yuan. Asking dignified the peak power, such a fuss, it is really like a weaker. Xia Yuan felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that these people had already known the identity of this female monster beast royal family, so they were not surprised. Sister Zian is good. A group of students greeted. Yao Zian smiled and nodded. Xia Yuan was shocked. Unexpectedly, a small shop in Jiuyao City would actually crouch a tiger, hide a dragon. Is it also attracted by the ancient ruins that are about to open? It seems that this trip will not go too smoothly. And Xia Yuan still has a guess in his heart, perhaps the woman in front of him is the real controller behind the store. This young man is just the boss in the face. Ing Wuji, what is going on with this store? Xia Yuan asked in a low voice. What's going on? Ing Wuji was puzzled. Xia Yuan was speechless for a while and lowered his voice, Monster Beast Royal Family. Actually in a shop. You should be familiar with this place, explain to me what the situation is. Oh. Ing Wuji nodded, I'll talk about it later, I'll buy Qianjielu first. Xia Yuan. After all, Ing Wuji walked to a shelf. Xia Yuan thought for a while and followed. He wanted to see what the so-called Qianjielu was that would make Ing Wuji so obsessed. The two came to the shelf where the Qianjielu was placed. The sign that says sold out has been removed, and a small cold jade bottle is placed there. Ingwuji showed excitement on his face, and carefully took down the cold jade bottle and held it in his hand. Is this thing? Xia Yuan looked strange. Qianjielu, such a tall name, he thought it was a treasure of genius. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an ordinary cold jade bottle. What a disappointment. Chapter 141 Xia Yuan's Shock. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. I waited for 4 full days. I finally bought it. Ingwuji's voice was full of excitement. What's the use of this jelly? Xia Yuan puzzled. Xia Yuan was really surprised by Ingwuji's reaction. To know that Xia Yuan corresponds to Wuji's understanding, he is an extremely indifferent person, and it is nothing to say that he is facial paralysis. There is an introduction about Qianjielu. The excitement on Ingwuji's face disappeared, and he returned to plainness. He pointed to a board on the shelf and said, "You can see for yourself. I will check with the boss first." Then Ingwuji walked directly towards Luochuan. Introduction. Xia Yuan frowned slightly and scanned the introduction carefully. Jelly dew, brewed from the fountain of life. Huh. What is this fountain of life? I have never heard of such a thing on the Tianlan Continent. Enduring the doubts in his heart, Xia Yuan continued to browse. Effect, rejuvenate. Will not die, chase the soul. Xia Yuan. This is too much, right? Wait, this thing seems to say, can it add vitality? Xia Yuan watched it again. At this time, the calmness on his face no longer existed, turning into a deep shock. Are you kidding? Can you add life to it? Look at the selling price at the bottom. 100,000 spirit crystals. Xia Yuan's eyes were almost staring out. This kind of divine object that can replenish vitality actually only sells 100,000 spiritual crystals. What is the difference between this and free delivery? To be honest, Xia Yuan definitely didn't believe it at first. However, Ingwuji's excited expression just now made Xia Yuan think about it. The introduction said that it was true. On the other side, Ingwuji took Qianjielu to the counter and handed her a space ring. Demon girl, there are 100,000 spiritual crystals inside. Yao Zian took the space ring, took out the spirit crystal, and returned it to Ingwuji. The excited expression on Ingwuji's face couldn't hide it. Finally got the jelly dew, it is hopeful to replenish life. After Xia Yuan was shocked, he quickly looked at the introduction of other products. Since it sells the fruity jelly that can replenish vitality, it will not be easy to come to other products. Ahem, Coke that instantly recovers from injury, spicy noodles that improve strength in a short time without side effects, instant noodles that increase cultivation speed 10 times. What kind of shop is this? Xia Yuan walked up to Ingwuji in a daze, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Wuji, who is the owner of Origin Mall?" According to Xia Yuan's guess, even the monster beast royal family could not have such a big hand. Didn't you see me? Ingwuji felt a little inexplicable, and pointed to Luochuan, who was already basking in the sun at the entrance of the store. The expression on Xia Yuan's face changed again. Originally, Luochuan seemed to him to be just a puppet character. From now on, it seems that the ordinary Luochuan is the least simple. The hot water is so slow, hurry up. At this time, a dissatisfaction sounded from the students not far away. Xia Yuan subconsciously cast his gaze in that direction, and a shocked expression appeared on his face again. Life spring water. Xia Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed. He knew the preciousness of the spring water. He didn't expect that the hot water that these students said was actually spring water from the life. Suddenly, Xia Yuan felt distressed. A violent thing. The pure energy contained in the spring water has great effects on the breakthrough and cultivation of practitioners. But no cultivator would use the spring water like this with wealth and money. Chapter 142. What are you talking about? For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66. To find your way home. You can also go. Ing Wuji said blankly, only 100 spirit crystals are needed at a time. What? How much did you say? Xia Yuan's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. 100 spirit crystal. Ing Wujideo. Xia Yuan. He now feels that he has been shocked more times today than in years combined. After thinking about it, Xia Yuan came to the shelf with instant noodles, ready to take a few more buckets. But just as he was about to take the second bucket, a voice interrupted him. Yao Zian pointed to the small whiteboard on the wall and said, "Sorry, the shop rules, each person can only buy one piece of each product per day." Xia Yuan looked in the direction that Yao Zian pointed, and he saw a whiteboard full of words. Xia Yuan. But it's relieved to think about it. Such a mysterious and terrifying shop, a bit of rules and normal, if there is no special place, it would be strange. Then Xia Yuan came to the back of the students in line. If it were under normal circumstances, Xia Yuan, as the peak powerhouse of asking Dao, would definitely not do such a thing. Ask the strong, dignity cannot be violated. But here, all the dignity of the strong can go aside. Previously, it was clearly written on the whiteboard, and the troublemaker was at his own risk. Although Xia Yuan had absolute confidence in his own strength, he didn't want to take this to challenge the store. Besides, Ing Wuji is also lined up behind him. In Xia Yuan's salivating gaze, he picked up a bucket full of instant noodle spring water. At this time, some students' instant noodles were soaked and started to eat. The strange fragrance in the air made Xia Yuan swallow involuntarily. Wait, no hurry, no hurry. Xia Yuan muttered to himself in his heart. He had seen before that these students waited a few minutes after receiving the hot water for the instant noodles. Time passed quietly, but Xia Yuan felt that just a few minutes past was extremely long. Finally, he felt almost done, and slowly opened the lid. Suddenly, the rich aroma of wheat mingled with pure aura. Xia Yuan's eyes lit up, and just smelling the smell made people move their index fingers. Xia Yuan stopped hesitating and began to eliminate the instant noodles. For Xia Yuan's reaction, everyone had already taken it off. When they first came to Origin Mall, they did not perform much better than Xia Yuan. Yun Shi, today is the same as yesterday? Jiang Wanshang asked with a smile. Gu Yinshi nodded and said seriously, first watch a cooking tutorial, then we will play a few games in the arena, and then we will challenge the mode at the last time. By the way, what floor did you hit in the arena? Jiang Wanshang asked. Gu Yinshi said, the third layer, how about you? Jiang Wanshang shrugged, it's also the third layer. This challenge mode is more difficult one by one. I have been stuck here for several days. Me too. Gu Yinshi's small face is full of warfare. Today, I must clear the third level. Come on. The other students are also talking about these things. Although Xia Yuan enjoys instant noodles, he also put some of his attention on these students. Listening to the topics they were talking about, Xia Yuan was at a loss. Cooking tutorial. Arena. Challenge mode. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand it all? Originally, Xia Yuan wanted to ask Ing Wuji next to him, but when he saw the latter's expression of being kept away from strangers, he closed his mouth with interest. Chapter 143 Curious Xia Yuan. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66. To find your way home. Sister Xian, drive us 2 machines. Yes, I also want to turn on the machine. And I. These students came to the counter and said to Yao Xian. After Yao Xian accepted the Ling Jing, a group of students couldn't wait to sit on the chairs and put on their helmets. Ing Wuji also silently finished the instant noodles at this time, and after paying for the Ling Jing, he chose a corner position for himself. After thinking about it, Xia Yuan decided to see what they were going to do first. Seeing everyone put on their helmets, Xia Yuan frowned and thought. Could it be said that these strange things are actually special spirit weapons? But why not the slightest aura? Yao Xian saw this scene and didn't say anything. People are curious. Moreover, there is no rule not to be onlookers in Origin Mall. Depressing the doubts in his heart, Xia Yuan continued to watch. The monitor in front of each person showed a picture with their figure inside. Xia Yuan was shocked. Could it be that they are now experiencing the failure of the things in the picture? Xia Yuan cast his gaze at Yao Xian and opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Yao Xian smiled and said, I am the clerk of this store. Yao Xian, do you want to ask about these virtual devices? Virtual device? Is this the name of these strange artifacts? Xia Yuan nodded, yes, demon girl, I wonder if you can introduce me. Yao Xian smiled and said, it's actually very simple. These holographic devices will allow users to enter the virtual space. Of course, you can also treat it as a whole new world where users can hunt monsters and learn from each other. Xia Yuan was shocked. A small holographic device can actually let people enter a whole new world. It's hard to believe no matter how you look at it. Can I also use the holographic device? Xia Yuan thought for a while and asked. Yao Xian nodded, of course, but you are using it for the first time, so you need to create an account with Bai Ling Jing. Create an account? It's another strange name. But now Xia Yuan is no longer surprised. Moreover, it was only 100 spirit crystals. For Xia Yuan, a master who asked the pinnacle, I am afraid that even sprinkling water was not counted. There is also about the use of holographic equipment, 3 hours per person per day, 10 spirit crystals per hour. As for the fees of the games inside, there are related introductions, you can check it yourself. Yao Xian explained. The spirit crystal was happily paid, and Xia Yuan sat down in a position as he wished and put on his helmet. Immediately, Xia Yuan felt that he appeared in a pure white space instantly. The body has also changed, directly becoming the body of an ordinary person. Xia Yuan was shocked. After perceiving it carefully, Xia Yuan realized that his external body and cultivation base were still there, and he was immediately relieved. A new user is detected, do you want to create an account? The mechanical voice sounded. Creation. Xia Yuan responded, thinking of what Yao Xian had said before. The account is created successfully, I wish you a happy game. At this time, Xia Yuan had time to look up at the environment. In a completely white space, there is no color at all except white. In the front, there are 2 different icons floating. One looks like kitchen utensils and the other looks like a small tower. Is this virtual space? It's really no different from reality. Looking at his palm, Xia Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The current body is as if he was born with him, and it doesn't feel sluggish at all in operation. And if you focus your attention, the real body in reality can be ignored directly. Chapter 144 Mirror Challenge is open. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Xia Yuan didn't just click the icon like other players. He actually walked in one direction. Xia Yuan wants to see where the boundaries of this place are. After walking tens of meters, Xia Yuan felt that even though he was still walking forward, his position did not seem to have changed at all. The distance between the 2 icons behind him has not changed at all. Of course, it is also possible that the two icons move with him. Xia Yuan sighed helplessly in his heart, dispelling the idea of exploring this space. Going to the front of the two icons again, he thought for a while and clicked on the icon that looked like a small tower. There was another flower in front of him, and the scene in front of him changed again. This time it was a black space. There are two small buildings in front, a small arena and a small tower. After thinking about it, Xia Yuan chose the small ring. You have selected the arena mode. Since no opponent has been selected, do you want to open the mirror challenge? Mirror challenge? Xia Yuan frowned. It is a strange name again. With a helpless sigh, Xia Yuan said blankly, turn it on. Arena mode charges 100 Lingjing, do you continue? Xia Yuan felt a little bit dumbfounded, but he was charged. But by Lingjing is nothing to him, he nodded, continue. Successfully opened, the map is loaded successfully, the mirror is generated successfully, and the map is transmitted. The foreground of his eyes flashed, and Xia Yuan realized that he was already in a volcanic area. His cultivation has become the same as in reality. Around him, there is flowing lava everywhere, and endless flames are burning on the earth forever. Had it not been known that this was in the virtual space, Xia Yuan could not remain calm at all. Huh? What is this? Xia Yuan suddenly noticed that there was a mall-like icon in the upper right corner of the game interface. He clicked curiously. Suddenly, a translucent light curtain appeared in front of him. On the light curtain is information about countless weapons, as well as information related to realm. Of course, these are free. After thinking about it, Xia Yuan chose a heavenly sword. In the hand, it is quite smooth. Do you start the mirroring challenge? Such a message appeared in front of him. Yes. Xia Yuan replied. As his voice fell, the space in front of him suddenly changed. The rays of light converge here, constantly sketching. In just a few breaths, another Xia Yuan holding a sky-level sword appeared out of thin air. This Xia Yuan is not only the realm of Question Dao Peak, but even the aura exuding from his body is exactly the same as the original Xia Yuan. Looking at the new Xia Yuan was surprised at first, and then excited. Ha ha ha, is this the mirror mode? It's really interesting. I just don't know if this so-called mirror image is exactly the same as mine. Before the sound fell, Xia Yuan had already stepped on the ground, jumping out like a phantom. The ground cracked inch by inch, and hot scarlet lava poured out from the ground. Dead. Xia Yuan's figure and mirror image appeared in front of him, slashed down. The mirror complexion was extremely indifferent, but he reacted in an instant. Hold the knife, rung. Boom. The harsh impact sounded, and the vast spiritual power fluctuations dissipated around. Boom. Under the impact of this horror, countless volcanoes all around erupted, and the crimson lava looked like a sky. Chapter 145 Fight a Great Battle. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The figures of Xia Yuan and Mirror couldn't help flying backwards. At the original location, a pit full of hundreds of meters in size has appeared. Hot lava is constantly pouring in from all around, filling the depressions. Boom. Boom. Bursts suddenly sounded from midair. I don't know when, the two have already fought dozens of times in the air. There are countless afterimages left behind. Space vibrates, and dark cracks continue to emerge. It's just like an apocalyptic scene. Click. A crisp sound rang. Xia Yuan frowned. At some point, cracks appeared in the weapon in his hand. Directly burst in the next moment. The same goes for the big knife in Jingxiang's hand. Heaven-level spirit weapon, simply can't bear the battle of asking the peak power. Then you don't need weapons. Throwing away the hilt, Xia Yuan's eyes flashed with a thick light. I have to admit that you successfully ignited my desire to fight. Xia Yuan licked his lips, his face was full of warfare. It's a pity that the mirror image in the distance does not speak. Huh, come and have a good time. Xia Yuan laughed wildly and blasted towards the mirror with a punch. Fight, start again. Su felt a little bored. Luo Chuan opened his eyes and looked at the customers in the store. It seems this guy is having a good time. He saw that the new arrival Xia Yuan was trembling slightly with excitement even though he was in the arena of the Tower of Trial. Well, it seems to have been completely fascinated. As for the rest of the customers, they are also deeply immersed in the immersive holographic world. At this moment, Ing Wuji took off his helmet suddenly. What's the matter? Yao Zian asked in a puzzled manner. Ing Wuji shook his head, and said seriously, I can't give my full attention without drinking the jelly. Replenishing vitality can be said to be an obsession of Ing Wuji. Now that supplementary vitality is within reach, it is normal for Ing Wuji to be able to react. It can be used in the store. Luo Chuan said after thinking about it. Thank you, boss. Ing Wuji said in a deep voice. Then took out the jelly. He took a deep breath, an excited look appeared in his eyes, and opened the bottle cap. Suddenly, the charming aroma of wine filled the entire Origin Mall. Ing Wuji took a deep breath and exclaimed, good wine. Only then did he know that Qiangjianglu was actually a kind of wine. What's this smell? It's so rich. Everyone in the shop also smelled it, and turned their attention to Ing Wuji. They naturally knew Ing Wuji's expectations for Qiangjianglu. Is this the jelly lotion? Sucking, I want to take a sip after smelling it. Chi. Come on, do you have so many spirit crystals? Jelly do. Definitely a peerless wine. Xia Yuan was shocked when he heard that part of his attention shifted from the Tower of Trial to Ing Wuji. If you can drink this kind of wine, you won't regret it in this life. However, it is a pity that this fellow Ing Wuji would definitely not give it to him. Ing Wuji didn't hesitate much, and drank the agar jelly in the cold jade bottle. In the next instant, endless vitality burst from his body. The vitality that disappeared was completely replenished, and the dead energy contained in the body was all washed away. Moreover, Ing Wuji's exercises consume vitality, and its power is terrifying. With enough vitality as a supplement, Ing Wuji's strength has actually made a breakthrough. Chapter 146 Ing Wuji Breakthrough. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Ing Wuji noticed the changes in his body and went directly outside the store. Endless spiritual power converged from all directions, constantly pouring into Ing Wuji's body. A spiritual storm has actually formed. This volatility. Could someone break through again? How many powerhouses are there in Joyao City? Why have they all emerged during this time? Familiar smell of wine. Houthi is drinking the peerless wine, let me taste a little too. Countless strong men felt the change of Joyao City's spiritual power, and various thoughts appeared in their hearts. The duration of the spiritual storm is not long, but it disappears in just a few breaths. This also made all the cultivators in Joyao City cut off the idea of searching. Perceiving the change of spiritual power in his body, a smile appeared at the corner of Ing Wuji's mouth. He re-entered the Origin Mall. You guy, did you break through? Xia Yuan took off his helmet and said in disbelief. Ing Wuji and him are the pinnacles of the questioning Tao, and now he has witnessed the breakthrough of the former. To be honest, Xia Yuan's heart is a little unbalanced. Xia Yuan was aware of the flaws in Ing Wuji's practice. As soon as this guy finished replenishing his vitality, his strength improved, and Xia Yuan felt very upset. Why is this guy so lucky? Ingwuji shook his head. How can you break through so easily? I just touched the threshold. That's not bad. Xia Yuan's face was full of envy. The realm of the Venerable can be said to be an insurmountable mountain range faced by countless cultivators. Throughout the ages, I don't know how many wonderful cultivators have been stuck in this state. Ingwuji has already touched the threshold of the Venerable now, that is to say, if nothing else, his advancement of the Venerable in the future will be a sure thing. The only impact is the length of time. Gu Yinshi and these students also congratulated Ingwuji continuously. Ingwuji nodded blankly, which was a response. His character is like this, so the students didn't feel that they were underestimated. After thinking about it, Ingwuji came to Luo Chuan and said solemnly, "Thank you, boss." Luo Chuan opened his eyes and took a look at Ingwuji. There was a small breakthrough, luck. When he waved his hand, Luo Chuan's expression was indifferent. It's your chance to break through, and it has nothing to do with me. Ingwuji was taken aback, not knowing what to return. Luo Chuan went on to say, since your strength has been improved, you might as well enter the Tower of Trial Challenge mode and play 2 games. The mirror image battle may allow you to control your strength earlier. Just now when Xia Yuan accidentally started the mirror match, Luo Chuan, as the store owner of Origin Mall, naturally got the news. At that time, there was a little surprise in his heart, but he didn't expect the arena mode to have this hidden function. It seems that the things in the store will be well developed in the future. Mirror Challenge. What it is? Boss, is the Mirror Challenge a new model? Ingwuji wondered. The rest of the people were also interested and listened carefully. Is there something new in the store? Luo Chuan explained, it's not new. Everyone was a little disappointed. Luo Chuan went on to say, the Mirror Challenge is a kind of arena mode that can generate the same mirror image as itself. Everyone nodded clearly, they almost understood the meaning of Luo Chuan dialect. Chapter 147 Can't afford to provoke. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Afterwards, Ingwuji entered the Mirror Challenge in the challenge mode according to what Luo Chuan said. When he saw a mirror image that was exactly the same as him suddenly appeared in front of him, Ingwuji's heart suddenly rose with a strong will to fight. The battle begins. There is no doubt that the first battle should be defeated without limit. Because he has not been able to fully control the new strength. There was no trace of frustration in Ingwuji's eyes, and the next battle began in a blink of an eye. Fighting madman is nothing more than this. Time always flies quickly. In the arena, the sky and the earth are cracking, and countless lava lakes are scattered on the ground, telling the intensity of the battle. Ha ha ha, die for me. With wild laughter, a volcano the size of 100 meters was lifted by Xia Yuansheng and thrown towards the mirror image not far away. Heaven and earth seemed to be trembling slightly under this violent attack. There was a wild smile on Xia Yuan's face, he hadn't played so refreshingly in a long time. At this time, the volcano has flown over the mirror image. The mirror image is covered with hideous injuries and has lost the ability to move. Xia Yuan stared at him, he didn't want to miss this exciting moment. The game time of the day has reached the upper limit. The game is forced to end. Such a message suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next instant, Xia Yuan's eyes went dark and he returned directly to the starting space. Xia Yuan couldn't help being taken aback. What's the matter? Why did you withdraw suddenly? At this moment, he suddenly thought of what Yao Zian had said before. Each person can only play for 3 hours a day. Xia Yuan took a deep breath, he now felt that this rule came to disgust him. Could it be that he dignifiedly asked the master, he couldn't even get out dozens of spirit crystals? Xia Yuan angrily took off his helmet, ready to ask the boss about the significance of this rule. The time for everyone in Lingyun Academy who came with Xia Yuan was also over, and they took off their helmets one after another. Senior Xia, what are you going to do? Seeing Xia Yuan's angry expression, Gu Yunshi was a little curious. The rest of the people also turned their attention to him. Xia Yuan suddenly reacted, what stupid he wanted to do just now. Even Ing Wuji obediently abides by the store's rules, his current strength seems to be not as strong as him. Moreover, the mysterious boss, the clerk of the monster beast royal family, seemed to be unable to provoke him. Xia Yuan's expression instantly changed 180 degrees, and a bright smile appeared. It's hard to imagine how he made such a rich expression in this short blink of an eye. I think the spicy strips and Coke in the store are also good, and I plan to buy one to take back. Xia Yuan smiled. Gu Yunshi said, oh, without thinking. Huh. My cultivation level? Xia Yuan suddenly felt something and frowned slightly. Fighting in the virtual world will increase one's own cultivation level accordingly. 3 hours is about the progress of a normal day of cultivation. Yao Xian's voice sounded from the side. Xia Yuan took a deep breath. There are still such things. Playing games can actually increase your strength. Is Origin Mall really related to Origin? A bold guess suddenly appeared in Xia Yuan's heart. After saying goodbye to Luo Chuan and Yao Xian, Ing Wuji took the students back to Zuyuexuan. Xia Yuan bought spicy bars and Coke, and after paying for Ling Jing, he was about to leave Origin Mall. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and stopped. Girl demon, take the liberty to ask, is your strength surpassing the realm of questioning? Yao Xian didn't think too much, and nodded faintly. Xia Yuan took a deep breath. Although he had guessed for a long time, he couldn't help feeling a deep shock after he got the accurate answer. The existence of the sage level, even in their Xianyue Academy, is the existence of the elder level. But now he actually works as a clerk in such a small shop. And by the look, she seems to be in it. To be honest, this made Xia Yuan feel unsure of what to say. What about the dignity of the strong? Chapter 148 Xiao Cheng's Acquaintances. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. At the same time, Xia Yuan still had a deep sense of fortune. Fortunately, I have the foresight and did not make trouble in the store. A clerk alone is not something he can afford. What is the strength of the boss? Xia Yuan peeked at Luo Chuan outside the store. Yao Xian shook his head, I don't know, it's much better than me anyway. When the clerk contract was signed that day, the power of the rules that appeared left an indelible trace in Yao Xian's heart. The power of rules, even the realm of the venerable, can't be touched at all. Hiss. Xia Yuan suddenly took a breath. Much better than the venerable? Is it a saint? Or a higher level? Xia Yuan couldn't imagine it anymore. After greeted Yao Xian, Xia Yuan left the Origin Mall in despair. When he left the shop, he respectfully said, Senior, to Luo Chuan. Of course, the result was no response. From beginning to end, Xia Yuan did not notice the anomaly in the space in Origin Mall. Maybe this is the so-called black under the lights. But it's a pity that all 3 hours were spent on the mirroring challenge, and I didn't look at other things. Come again tomorrow. Xia Yuan made a decision in his heart. Xiao Qing was also a student who followed Ing Wuji to Origin Mall in the morning. However, he did not follow everyone back to Zuyuexuan, and left alone on the road. Because today, his acquaintances came to Jiuyao City. Feng Xianle was not far from Origin Mall, and soon Xiao Qingqing came here. Under the leadership of a small servant, he walked towards the private room upstairs. After Xiao Si took him to the place, he left. Xiao Qing simply sorted his clothes, opened the door and walked in. Huh, Brother Xiao, you are the only one left. With laughter, a young man dressed in a white brocade smiled. The young man has a handsome face, but his eyes are very slender, and he feels a little cold. On his clothes, there is a quite eye-catching flame icon. This is the unique logo of Yaogu. Yaogu, as the name suggests, is a sect that specializes in refining pills. The disciples in it are all pharmacists. Apothecary is an extremely rare profession, and it is no exaggeration to say that there is no one in a million among cultivators. It is precisely because of this that Medicine Valley has an extremely detached position in the entire Tianlan Continent. The identity of this young man is, as the name suggests, the alchemist of Medicine Valley. There were two other people in the private room. One of them was a boy in black with a cold face. He just sat there, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, which cannot be ignored. The other was a young girl with a charming face, dressed in a veil, Meow Man's body looming. The cultivation bases of the three of them are quite impressive, all of which are above the 5th rank of God and Soul. Hee, I have kept you waiting for a long time. Xiaoqing smiled and did it. As the saying goes, things are gathered by kind and people are divided by groups. Xiaoqing's status is naturally not low. He belongs to the Xiao family of Tianlan Continent. The Xiao family is a huge family that has been passed down for thousands of years. In ancient times, there were even emperors. Chuck. The charming girl covered her mouth and chuckled. I don't know, Brother Wei Yi asked the little girl to come. Why? The woman's name is Lu Ruyu, and she is the contemporary saint of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Wei Yi, the young man in white clothes, smiled and said, what I want to talk about today is related to Brother Xiao. Oh. Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes, is it related to me? The black-clothed boy's voice was as indifferent as his expression. Xiaoqing, almost all forces have noticed your recent behavior in Lingyun Academy. The 5th Wu Ying, the peerless genius of the 5th family, has been rumored to have practiced the 5th family's family sword Wu Ying sword to a superb level. Chapter 149 Alchemist, not short of money. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Xiaoqing sighed in his heart, his expression a little helpless. Although it has been known for a long time, the recent actions of Lingyun Academy will attract the attention of the forces who have come to Jiuyao City. But at this time, he has nothing to do. Anyway, the news about Origin Mall will be spread out long ago, and there is nothing wrong with telling them. Xiaoqing only thought for a moment, and then he had a decision in his heart. It's not a secret thing anyway. Xiaoqing shrugged, his face was full of indifferent expressions. Of course it's okay to tell you. Haha, refreshing. I'll talk about these later. Wei Yi laughed, little air. Order. Before the voice fell, a little second came in quickly. I wanted to come to Fengxian Tower to know how many people were of good standing, so I had already sent a junior to let him wait here. Guest, what do you want to eat? Xiao said respectfully. This, and this. Wei also flipped through the menu and pointed to some dishes casually. That's almost it. Understood, I will tell the chef immediately. Wei Yi went on to say, none of these. The rest are on. Xiao Air was stunned, and then came back to his senses. Yes, wait a minute. After all, he ran out quickly. Xiaoqing smiled, Brother Wei's temperament is as bold as ever. Indeed, the pharmacist is not short of money. I heard that Brother Wei has already been appreciated by an elder of Yaogu and accepted as a direct disciple. Lu Ruyu smiled. 5th Wu Ying continued to remain silent. Soon, the dishes were served in turns. Xiaoqing also began to briefly talk about Origins Mall. Of course, I just said a small part, only introduced the products in that store is amazing. You mean, there is a very special shop near here? Wei also frowned and looked confused. The effect of food is comparable to a high-grade pill. Brother Xiao, are you sure you are joking? There was also a curious look on Lu Ruyu's face. If it weren't for Xiao Cheng's expression that didn't seem like a joke, Lu Ruyu would almost think he was talking nonsense. Fifth Wu Ying also frowned slightly. I know, you don't believe me when I said it. Xiao Qing shrugged helplessly. It seemed that he had expected this result a long time ago. Of course, you can also go and see for yourself. Then, Xiao Qing told the three of the location of Origin Mall. Of course, in the end, I didn't forget to remind seriously, by the way, that store is not easy, don't make trouble there. Seeing Xiao Cheng's serious expression, Lu Ruyu laughed out loud. Xiao Cheng was a little puzzled. What are you laughing at? Do you think that with our identity and strength, what do we need to be afraid of? The corner of Lu Ruyu's mouth evoked a smile that turned all sentient beings upside down. She does have the confidence to say this. Her strength is the highest among these people, she has reached the peak of the soul, and she is only one step away from returning to the original. Moreover, as a contemporary saint in the sacred land of Yaoqi, with all her cards out, she can even hold on for a while with the master of Wendao. Believe it or not. Xiao Qing shrugged and said indifferently. Anyway, he and the three are just acquaintances, and they have nothing to do with himself. Next, it's time for dinner. Xiao Cheng's food is delicious, but the other three are not. They are all thinking carefully about what Xiao Cheng said earlier. After the meal, Xiao Qinggong left Feng Xianla. The remaining three people were silent. Wei Yi broke the silence. What do you think Brother Xiao said? Fifth Wu Ying spoke, his voice a little hoarse. He has no reason to lie to us. A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Ruyu's mouth. I am really interested in that store. After a simple conversation, the three have already made a decision. Chapter 150 Lu Ruyu's Nameless Anger. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com. bxwx66.com, to find your way home. When will it go? Wei Yi asked. It's good now. Lu Ruyu said with a smile. Fifth Wu Ying nodded. The meal has been eaten, now is the time for leisure. The three came to Jiuyao City only today, and all the information about Jiuyao City had just been obtained. As for asking acquaintance Xiao Qing to come over, it was just to find out the news. After paying for the Ling Jing, the three of them walked towards the Origin Mall that Xiao Qing said. Soon, they came to the place where the alley was. There really is a store. Wei Yi looked towards the alley with some surprise, and really saw a hidden shop. It seems Xiao Qing didn't lie to us. After Lu Ruyu said, he walked towards the alley. Wei Yi and Fifth Wu Ying also walked over. Are you the boss? The young man on the couch at the entrance of the store caught the attention of the three of them. Wei Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. Yeah. Luo Chuan opened his eyes and faintly responded. The three little guys in the realm of souls just don't know where they got the information of Origin Mall. Origin Mall, boss, your tone is really big enough. Lu Ruyu looked at the plaque, and her beautiful eyes fell on Luo Chuan. In her perception, Luo Chuan was an ordinary person, without even a trace of spiritual power. There are only two possibilities. One is that the boss is indeed an ordinary person. Obviously, this is impossible. Another possibility is that the strength of this boss is far surpassing her, which is not something that the realm of divine soul can see through. Wei Yi and Fifth Wu Ying naturally discovered this, so they did not act rashly. My shop can bear this name. Luo Chuan's voice is still unwavering. For some reason, seeing him like this, Lu Ruyu couldn't help but feel a sense of anger in her heart. As the contemporary saint of Yaoqi Holy Land, she can attract the attention of countless young talents everywhere. But this boss actually just glanced at her. There is not even a trace of waves in his eyes. If you can't bear it, you don't have the final say. Lu Ruyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Wei Yi glanced at Lu Ruyu in a puzzled way. In memory, Lu Ruyu does not seem to be such an impatient person. When they came, they agreed, and don't act rashly without knowing the details of the store. Fifth Wu Ying did not speak. Luo Chuan was a little puzzled. How could this little girl seem to have any opinion on herself? However, Luo Chuan still had a calm expression. Indeed, but the customers in my store all think Origin Mall is just the name. Lu Ruyu wanted to say something. Wei Yi coughed softly and interrupted her. Since the boss has said so, let's take a look in the store. Luo Chuan nodded slightly, please. Then closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the sun. Oh, yes, there is a clerk inside, just ask her if you have anything. Luo Chuan suddenly thought of something, and then added something. 3 people. Such a remote shop actually has a clerk. This owner is really interesting. After thinking, the 3 of them have entered the Origin Mall. What catches the eye is the furniture made of crystal clear colored glaze and the unique decoration. To be honest, there was already a deep shock in the hearts of the 3. With so many colored glazes, I'm afraid this store is even scarier than they thought. Damn it! Xiaoqing didn't tell the background of this store. Welcome to Origin Mall. A natural voice sounded. Chapter 151. Why don't you understand? Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Yao Zian smiled when she saw the 3 people walking in. With 3 new customers, the business of Origin Mall is getting better and better. Now there is only Yao Zian in the store, and there are no customers coming after Ing Wuji and his party left. Wei Yi and the 3 of them looked in the direction from which the voice came, and suddenly saw a beautiful woman who looked like a fairy standing behind the counter. This is a woman who shouldn't exist in this world. At the moment when he saw Demon Zian, Lu Ruyu, who prided himself on being a magnificent person, couldn't help but feel a little bit ashamed. I'm Yao Zian, the clerk of Origin Mall. You can ask me if you have any questions. Yao Zian has long been accustomed to the reaction of the 3, she said with a smile. At this time, Wei Yi and Lu Ruyu finally recovered, and coughed slightly to cover their embarrassment. It's a gaffe to lose consciousness for such a long time just by looking at it. As for Fifth Wu Ying, when he saw Yao Zian, he narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about something. You mean, you are the clerk of this store? Lu Ruyu asked incredulously. What does the boss think of such a beautiful woman as a clerk? Yao Zian nodded. Okay, now Lu Ruyu almost understands why the boss didn't have the slightest surprise in his eyes when he saw her just now. Your Excellency is not a human race, right? Fifth Wu Ying suddenly said. When Wei Yi and Lu Ruyu heard him, their pupils suddenly shrank. To be honest, when they just saw the purple hair and purple pupils of Yao Zian, the 2 of them were indeed surprised. After all, no ordinary person has such a face. But the 2 did not think much. Now it seems that her true identity is very unusual. Yao Zian nodded. Yes, I am a member of the Yao race. Sure enough. Fifth Wu Ying whispered. Although he was also a little surprised that Yao Zian would admit his identity so readily, but he no longer struggled with this topic. For the monster race, most cultivators hold an indifferent attitude. It turns out that the demon girl is a member of the demon race. I don't know why she would be a clerk in this Origin Mall. Wei Yi asked curiously. After thinking about it, Yao Zian said seriously, perhaps because I like life here. Wei Yi. What kind of answer is this? Fortunately, Wei also knew how to measure and didn't ask any more questions. The monster race that can transform, at least asks the realm of Tao. In other words, the woman in front of me is actually at least a super master at the realm of asking Tao. And what about the strength of the boss in front of the store? All of a sudden, the position of Origin Mall in the hearts of the three directly rose to the point where it was unprovoked. Demon girl, I don't know what products are in the store. Lu Ryu asked curiously. She had noticed earlier that the things sold in the Origin Mall seemed a bit different. It's not like those weapon shops, nor is it like those pill shops. Currently, the physical goods in the store include cola, spicy noodles, instant noodles and jelly. But now jelly is out of stock. Virtual goods have a tower of trial and a cooking tutorial. Yao Zian said. What? The three of them were dumbfounded. Physical goods. Virtual merchandise. Why do you feel that what you said is so simple? How come you can't understand anything when combined? Well, there is a name that I understand, which is the cooking tutorial. But having said that, Origin Mall cannot teach people to cook, right? Chapter 152 Shocked Trio. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the webpage to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Ahem, demon girl, can you explain it in detail? Rao Shiwei is also very knowledgeable, and at this time he is also blinded in the Origin Mall. Physical goods are actual goods, and those on the shelves are. Yao Zian pointed to the glass shelf next to it. Luo Chuan gave her the statement about physical goods and virtual goods. After Yao Zian heard about it at that time, she felt that these two names were too appropriate. I am afraid that only the existence of the boss can come up with such a name. Under those products, there are introductions about them, you can see for yourself. Yao Zian continued. The three knew it. The elixirs and elixirs sold in the elixirs are usually introduced next to them. From this point of view, does this Origin Mall seem to be an alternative medicine store? With doubts, the three came to the nearest shelf. On the shelf is a bottle of Coke. Wei Yi frowned, pondering slightly. Black bottled liquid, what kind of liquid medicine is it? As a disciple of Yaogu, Wei is also very sensitive to various elixirs and elixir. The medicinal solution is not good enough, you can read the introduction about it yourself. Lu Ryu said casually. Well, let me have a look. Then, he carefully checked the introduction about Coke. After reading it, Wei Yi took a breath. As a pharmacist, Wei also knows the horror of the cola effect more clearly. Directly recover all non-fatal injuries. I am afraid that only those rare high-level pills can achieve this effect. Those immortals are naturally expensive, and tens of thousands of Ling Jing are possible. But the effect is similar to those of the medicine. No, even the cola, which is even more effective, only sells 10 spirit crystals. For a while, Wei also felt that his worldview was severely impacted. It makes sense that the pill is expensive. The resources required to train a pharmacist are totally massive, and there are no cultivators with pharmacist qualifications. Moreover, the refining of high-level pills also requires countless rare elixir. But the price of this Coke with the same horrible effect is nearly 1,000 times lower. If it spreads out, it will be enough to cause a huge blow to the current pill industry. Come and see these things. Lu Ruyu's voice sounded from the side. Wei Yi and Wu Yingwu hurried over. There are "sold out" signs on the shelves. Then they saw the introduction there. Adding vitality? Really, no kidding. The shock on Wei Yi's face has turned into horror. Even in their medicine valley, no one can refine a pill to replenish vitality. Fifth Wu Ying's indifferent eyes finally fluctuated. Perhaps the back of this shop is so big that we can't even imagine it. Lu Ryu said in a deep voice. There was a solemn look on her face. Wei Yi and Fifth Wu Ying nodded in agreement. Just don't know, what is the point of opening such a store in Juyao City? Is it because the boss is also for the ancient ruins? Wei Yi frowned. Lu Ryu shook his head, this is not something we can guess. Even if she is the saint of the Jade Lake Holy Land, her identity is useless in front of such existence. Then, they browse the introduction about spicy strips and instant noodles. Although these two are not so shocking, they also surprise them a lot. Chapter 153. What the boss said makes sense. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. I'm going to buy everything here. Wei Yi's eyes were burning with excitement on his face. If you bring these things back to Medicine Valley, it will definitely be a great achievement. Lu Ruyu, staring at Wei Yi with bad eyes, sneered, "Huh, Wei Yi, you have such a big appetite." Fifth Wu Ying narrowed his eyes slightly, and his body exuded a dangerous breath. To be sure, if there is something wrong, he will definitely take the shot immediately. Although the three were familiar with each other, in the face of absolute interests, the short-lived alliance instantly fell apart. Ahem. Seeing that the three of them were about to fight in the store, Yao Zian naturally couldn't watch this scene happen. She coughed softly, which caught their attention. At this time, the three of them remembered that there were two existences in Origin Mall that they simply couldn't afford. The three snorted coldly. Although the desire to shoot has been suppressed, he still stared at the opponent vigilantly. Fighting is prohibited in the store, and offenders will be added to the Origin Mall blacklist. Yao Zian said faintly, "In addition, the rest of the rules in the store are there. I think it is better for you to understand." Yao Zian pointed his finger to one place. "The rules in the shop." The three were taken aback. Looking in the direction that Yao Zian pointed, they saw a small white board with densely written characters. "These rules are really a lot." Wei Yi twitched, not knowing what to say. Even their Medicine Valley does not have so many rules. Everyone can only buy each item once per day. Isn't that unreasonable? Lu Ruyu frowned her pretty eyebrows, her voice was dissatisfied. It's like seeing a treasure mountain, but being told that you can only choose one of them. I can't stand it personally, okay? The rules are set by the boss, you can ask him if you have any questions. Yao Zian smiled and threw the pot to Luo Chuan without hesitation. The three of them couldn't help but cast their eyes on Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan naturally heard Yao Zian's words and couldn't help but roll his eyes secretly. It's getting naughty. After lying down all morning anyway, Luo Chuan felt that he had to stand up and move around. He got up from the recliner and came to the shop. Looking at the three of them, they said blankly, "Do you have any comments on the shop's rules?" I have to say that as the owner of the shop, Luo Chuan already has an extremely terrifying aura. When Wei Yi and Lu Ruyu faced Luo Chuan, they were dumbfounded and did not dare to speak at all. However, Fifth Wu Ying's character is a bit straightforward. He nodded, "Yes, I feel that these rules are not reasonable at all." Luo Chuan, where is it unreasonable? Wei Yi and Lu Ruyu were shocked. Not only were they shocked that Fifth Wu Ying really dared to say what was in his heart, but they were also surprised that Luo Chuan was not at all angry after listening. In fact, what the two of them didn't know was that as long as they didn't break the rules of Origin Mall, Luo Chuan was usually a very kind person. In addition, Luo Chuan has always insisted on the principle that people do not offend me and I do not offend others. If anyone offends me, they will be returned 100 times. The Fifth Wu Ying said, "The rest can understand, why can only buy each product once a day?" Luo Chuan faintly replied, "If there is no such rule, wouldn't the customers in the store just like you just want to pack all the goods? What will other customers buy?" The Fifth Wu Ying was taken aback. This is indeed the truth. Chapter 154. A shock is fair. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Well, if you want to buy it, just give the spirit crystal to Xian. I'll go play games. After all, Luo Chuan found a place to sit down, put on his helmet and entered the Tower of Trial. The three felt a little dumbfounded. This mysterious young boss seems to have a character. Huh? Are you new here? A doubtful voice sounded. The two poetic brothers and sisters walked in. Of course, Jiang Xingjun followed. The two three-person teams looked at each other. Wei Yi and they nodded in response. Since they are regular customers of Origin Mall, it seems that the identities of these three people are not simple. Jiang Xingjuan's personality is a bit familiar. He smiled and said, "The first time you come to Origin Mall, you must have learned the rules set by the boss, right?" With that said, he secretly glanced at Luo Chuan who was playing the game. Wei Yi's face turned black. How does this guy know so clearly? Look at your expressions and I know what the result will be. Jiang Xingjun stretched out his hand and patted the shoulder of Fifth Wuying, with a gloating smile on his face. Fifth Wuying looked at the palm of his shoulder, frowned slightly, and stared at Jiang Xingjun. At the same time, a touch of chill appeared in his eyes. If it wasn't for the rules and regulations of the Origin Mall now, I'm afraid he would have already swung his sword and hacked people. Jiang Xingjun also noticed the change of Fifth Wuying, and drew back with a shake of his hand, smiling in a slanderous manner. So my brother has a cleanliness addiction, sorry. Bu Shi went directly to the shelf and took a bucket of instant noodles. Then came to the hot water machine, ready to receive hot water. Brother, what are you doing? Wei Yi asked curiously. Pick the hot water. Step Ligay said of course, you don't know yet. The instant noodles can only be soaked in the hot water in the store to accelerate the speed of cultivation. Wei Yi nodded somewhat clearly. There is actually such a hidden rule. Hey, of course, the hot water in the owner's shop also needs Lingjing. Jiang Xingjun added. Lingjing? How much? Lu Ruyu was also interested. It was just a small hot water, but it was Lingjing. It seems that if you want to get the effect of accelerating your cultivation, you can't just look at the surface price of the instant noodles that sell for 10 Lingjing. 100 spirit crystals. Jiang Xingjun said. 110 spirit crystals, 10 times the cultivation speed of an hour, this price is also very cheap. Lu Ruyu commented. At this time, Wei Yi on the side suddenly widened his eyes, as if seeing something unbelievable. He swallowed, and muttered in a daze, don't tell me this so-called hot water is actually not ordinary hot water. Lu Ruyu and Fifth Wuying were a little puzzled, what on earth Wei Yi saw would be so gaff. This is not in line with his identity as a direct disciple of Elder Yaogu. Huh, my brother is so insightful. Jiang Xingjuan's smile on his face seemed to make him happy to see the shocked expressions of the new customers. He clearly remembered that when he first came to Origin Mall, he was shocked when he saw the goods sold here. You can't just be shocked, everyone is just shocked. The hot water in the owner's shop is pure spring water. Jiang Xingjun said with a smile. Cough cough cough. What did you say? Wei also couldn't help coughing. Chapter 155 We want to register an account. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. What did they hear? Living spring water. A hot water for soaking something, actually uses the spring water of living creatures extravagantly. And actually only need 100 spirit crystal. This world is so crazy. In Medicine Valley, even when the elders refine high-level pill, they only use a little spring water to activate the medicine. But here, the life spring water is like no money. There is so much spring water from Bai Lingjing, well, there is basically no big difference between not needing money. He said this hot water is life spring water. Bu Ligay rolled his eyes and added. He also recognized the icon on Wei Yi's clothes. People in the Medicine Valley are rarely seen. The official disciples in Medicine Valley are all pharmacists. Alchemists are all guys with eyes above the top. But now, this young man who was obviously a pharmacist looked like a soil bun who had just entered the city. Isn't it just a little bit of life spring water, as for such a fuss? Obviously, like Jiang Xingjun, he also forgot when he was shocked before. The faces of Lu Ruyu and Wu Ying were also full of expressions that they didn't know what to say. The eyes of the two looking at the water heater were unabashedly shocked. Go, don't just watch, eat instant noodles together. With that said, Jiang Xingjun and Bulige also went to get instant noodles. The three of Wei Yi didn't think much, they also took a bucket of instant noodles. Seeing the life spring water flowing out of the hot water machine, the three of them were a little surprised. Why is the extremely precious spring water in this store so worthless? I'm full. After a full hiccup, Steplige's face was full of contentment. At this time, the spiritual activity in his body had increased several times compared to usual. Several other people also finished their instant noodles one after another. Sister Xian, we are running a holographic machine alone. Bulige said to the Yao Xian behind the counter, and then handed the Ling Jing to her. This way of speaking was learned from the boss. Yao Xian nodded and accepted the spirit crystal. Brother, what are you doing? Wei Yi looked at the three people sitting in the position, a little puzzled. Immersive holographic game. Bulige said mysteriously. Immersive holographic game. The three of them looked at each other with doubts on their faces. Completely unfamiliar names. Look at the boss, what he is playing is a challenge mode in a game called Tower of Trials. Bulige pointed to Luo Chuan to the side. The three of them noticed the picture on the monitor in front of Luo Chuan and were immediately attracted. The boss seems to be here. Lu Ruyu said in surprise. The so-called immersive holographic game is a game that can be immersed in it wholeheartedly and has no difference from reality. Jiang Xingjun said. Fifth Wu Ying couldn't keep calm either, so, is the scene in the picture just what the boss is going through? Smart. Jiang Xingjun smiled and nodded, then put on his helmet. If you want to play, just talk to Sister Xian. The first time you register an account, you need 100 spirit crystal. After speaking, I entered the virtual world. Jiang Xingjun has already made plans for today. He has to read a recipe tutorial first, and do the mirroring challenge in the remaining time. Wei Yi looked at each other and made a decision. Demon girl, I want to register an account. Me too. I also sign up. The three people came to the counter and said one after another. Chapter 156 The Fourth Layer, Ghost Face Vine. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The three of them went to register for an account, and they suddenly moved while looking at Luo Chuan not far from Song. Don't know what the boss is playing. Thinking about it, he walked over. On the monitor in front of Luo Chuan, the picture displayed almost didn't give in and Ligay exclaimed. On the screen, it is a cliff area. On the cliff, there is a plant that is nearly 100 meters in size. Its main body is tens of meters in size, rooted on the cliff like a sucker. The whole body is black and red, covered with blood vessel-like meridians, and something seems to be flowing in it. Look closely, it looks like a face that is not smiling. Countless scarlet vines waved around, extremely hideous. Damn! Isn't this the ghost face vine in the Jiuyao Mountains? Bulige couldn't help but cried. Ghost face vine, a plant unique to the Jiuyao Mountains. Famous for its ghost face on the main body. After adulthood, the strength can reach the realm of asking Tao. Although it is a plant, it has a cruel temperament and feeds on flesh and blood. Often within a radius of tens of miles, there will be no living creatures. Ghost Face Vine. Hearing the sound of Buligay, Bu Poetic and Jiang Xingjun, who had just put on his helmet, looked over with curiosity. Then, the two saw the screen on the monitor in front of Luochuan. I don't know which floor the boss has hit. Bu Shi was a little curious. I remember the last time I watched the boss play the Tower of Trial, it was still on the third floor. Only a few days have passed now, and the third level has been cleared. I just don't know which level the boss is playing now. The battle in Luochuan at this time has already been in full swing. Countless scarlet Tengmen is like a net of heaven and earth, sealing all the space around him. There is no way out. No refunds. The ghost face on the main body of the Guamian vine stared at Luochuan, and the cold laughter continued to sound. Hearing laughter, Luochuan suddenly felt upset. This strange laughter is actually mixed with mental attacks. When Luochuan was lost, he was attacked by scarlet Tengmen and penetrated his throat. In the next instant, the screen was reset, and Luochuan appeared again. He frowned slightly. Luochuan did not expect that the ghost Mian vine would actually attack mentally. Without precautions, I suffered a big loss. However, the Tower of Trial is a virtual world, where everything can be repeated. It is precisely because of this that players can constantly look for their shortcomings and become stronger. Sister, if you fight the ghost face vine, who will win? Seeing that Luochuan had started a new round of battle, Buligay turned his attention to Bu's poetry, with curiosity on his face. Bu Shi rolled his eyes secretly. I don't know if you have noticed that the strength of the boss and the ghost face vine are the peak of the soul. Buligay and Jiang Xingjun nodded. The latter pondered slightly and came to the conclusion, the first level of the normal mode of the Tower of Trial is the Amethyst Demon Wolf at the peak of Forging, the second level is the Golden Snake at the peak of the Spirit, and the third level is the Shadow Leopard at the peak of Good Fortune. So, the fourth layer is the Ghost Face Vine that the boss is challenging. Buligay added. Bu poetically nodded, it's true. It seems that the number of layers of the Tower of Trial should be a large realm. I just don't know how many floors are there in the Tower of Trial. Buligay sighed, and said in a serious manner. With your current strength, it's amazing to be able to break through the third floor. Bu Shi said a little bit angry and funny. My own cheap brother, whose strength is no more than the realm of good fortune, actually thought about the total number of layers of the Tower of Trial. Chapter 157 Lu Ruyu's Gaming Experience. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. At the same time, Bu Shi was also a little curious. Does the total number of layers of the Tower of Trial correspond to the entire realm of the cultivator? I'm afraid only the boss knows about this question. At this time, Wei Yi and the three had already paid Ling Jing. When they came to Luochuan, they naturally noticed the picture on the monitor. Ghost Face Vine. Can you fight it in this Tower of Trial? Lu Ryu asked curiously. Well, you can say that. Bu Shi thought for a while, nodding lightly. The premise is that you can hit the fourth floor. Bu Shi took a sentence in his heart. Lu Ryu looked confused. What can I say? Yes, no, what does this ambiguous answer mean? But now, Bu Shi has put on his helmet and entered the virtual world. There was a little resentment in Lu Ryu's heart. The second time. Today she has been ignored for the second time. The saint of the dignified Jade Lake Holy Land was ignored twice in a store, and no one would believe it. Although I already know the horror of this store, I still have to be angry. At this time, the others had already put on helmets and entered the virtual world. No one cared about himself. Lu Ryu had to find a place to sit down and put on his helmet. She wanted to see if this so-called immersive holographic world was so magical. The moment he put on the helmet, Lu Ryu only felt her spirit fluctuate. In an instant, it appeared in a pure white space. The body has completely become an ordinary person. This is the so-called starting space. There is no difference between reality and reality. Lu Ryu can naturally perceive her body. She clearly knew that what she was in now was a false space. It was precisely because of this that she was so shocked. If you want to build such a world, who can do it? I am afraid that even the legendary venerables and saints do not have this ability, right? With shock and curiosity in his heart, Lu Ryu clicked the icon of the small tower with his own feeling. It is the Tower of Trials. The surrounding space has completely turned black. Is this another space? Lu Ryu was curious. In front of her, two illusory buildings appeared. Round platform, small tower. Small tower again. Lu Ryu chose Xiaota again. It is the challenge mode of the Tower of Trial. The picture flashed in front of him, and Lu Ryu instantly appeared on a vast grassland. The breeze was blowing, and green waves appeared on the grassland. The air is full of the fragrance of earth and grass. This is too real, right? Lu Ryu was shocked again. Huh? What is this? She suddenly noticed a translucent panel in the upper right corner of her sight. There is some information about her, and there is a small mall-like icon. Lu Ryu clicked in curiously. Suddenly, a translucent panel appeared in front of her, with countless dense messages on it. What are these? Lu Ryu studied carefully. A few minutes later, Lu Ryu's breath had reached the peak of body forging. In her hand, a jade flute appeared. Few people know that Lu Ryu's weapon is a flute. Her best attack method is sound waves. Originally, with the idea of looking for it, I didn't expect that there would be countless flute-type weapons in this so-called mall. Chapter 158 Ghost Face finds Jedi Counterattack. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Lu Ryu only felt that the door to a new world was opened. Originally, she thought that the flute as a weapon might be rare in the world, right? But when he saw the thousands of flute weapons in the mall, Lu Ryu deeply understood how shallow his previous experience was. Click to start, and soon, several grey wolves appeared in the grassland. Lu Ryu's fighting style is quite different. Playing the flute, the beautiful sound floats. But it was like a whisper from the of death, because it was mixed with weird mental attacks. The grey wolf's eyes gradually became confused, and the speed gradually slowed. When Lu Ryu went through the barriers, Wei Yi and Wu Yingwu also experienced firsthand what is called an immersive holographic world. The fifth Wu Ying chose the arena mode of the Tower of Trial. Because he is the only one, he is currently fighting against the mirror image. One person holds one sword, the fifth family's shadowless sword technique is fully used, and there are countless swords in the air. As a pharmacist, Wei Yi deeply believed in his instincts. He chose a cooking course. To be honest, after suddenly discovering that he had come to a kitchen-like room, Wei Yi had been stunned for a long time. He even doubted whether his intuition was useless in this virtual world. After thinking about it, Wei Yi still clicked on an interface that looked like a selection. Then, he randomly found an ingredient that looked somewhat similar to the refining of pill medicine and clicked it in. Then, the picture he saw for the first time completely refreshed his cognition. Luo Chuan has replaced his weapons. Now he is holding the black dragon spear that Mr. Bai once used. Gun, the king of soldiers. Attack power is a first-class existence. However, the level of the black dragon spear has dropped a lot. After all, the full version of the black dragon spear can only be fully activated by the realm of the question. Luo Chuan's current strength is the pinnacle of the soul. If he also uses the full version of the black dragon spear, I am afraid that he will not be able to attack a few times, and he will be sucked up. There are countless broken tenmans scattered on the ground around. The scarlet juice stained the ground. Luo Chuan's condition is not good either, and his body is covered with scars. This was hurt by Tenman. Both parties are panting, trying to recover their own state. The ghost face on the main body of the ghost face seems to be smiling but not smiling, and it makes a harsh laugh, as if it can pierce the human soul. A completely pitch-black root suddenly broke out of the soil, attacking Luo Chuan from the ground. Luo Chuan seemed to have expected it a long time ago, staggered, and he could be avoided. Luo Chuan has learned this trick of Guimianting no less than 10 times. If he can't hide, he will be blinded by his terrifying talent. Boom! While avoiding the roots, Luo Chuan suddenly stepped on it. The only remaining spiritual power exploded and jumped up. Use your waist to drive your right arm. Drink! There was a low roar from Luo Chuan's mouth, and the black dragon spear was thrown directly by him. Ha! The harsh sonic boom sounded. The ghost face vine gave out a harsh laugh, countless vines flying, wanting to stop it. But Luo Chuan's attack, I don't know how long it has been charging up, can it be blocked by the hastily formed defense of the ghost face vine? Numerous vines broke, and the speed of the black dragon spear did not decrease, hitting the ghost face's forehead. Boom! And it was all submerged directly, and even hit the cliff behind, making a dull roar. The cracks spread all around. Chapter 159 3 hours per person per day. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Guimianting let out a daring roar, and the ghostly smile faded away, already losing his vitality. This shot of Luo Chuan directly smashed the core of the ghost face vine. It's still a bit reluctant, but let's stop here today. Luo Chuan breathed out gently, looked at the body of Guimianting, and muttered to himself. He was killed 29 times in the battle with Guimianting. Perhaps compared to when he had just entered the Tower of Trial, this number was already quite different. You must know that Luo Chuan died hundreds of times when he played the first level of simple mode. How much time has passed so far? Luo Chuan has such a record. Taking off the helmet, Luo Chuan stretched and moved his muscles and bones. At this time, it was almost noon. Boss, are you not playing the Tower of Trials? Yao Xian's pleasant voice sounded in due course. Enough for today. Luo Chuan's voice was flat. Oh. Yao Xian nodded, indeed, it's late now, I'm going to cook lunch. With that, Yao Xian went up to the second floor. Judging from the current situation, Yao Xian has successfully regarded his other identity as a cook. After Yao Xian left, Luo Chuan came to her original location. That is behind the counter. Although it is lunch time, generally speaking, no customers will come in. But Luo Chuan feels that as a store, it must look like a so-called store. Can't there be a manager in the store? At least there are still 6 customers in the store now. What if there are fewer items? First of all, Luo Chuan is not distrusting the security system of Origin Mall. He knows the reason that the system must be high quality. But even in the system, there are bugs. In addition, Luo Chuan has lived in Blue Star for nearly 2 decades, so it is normal to think like this. Luo Chuan glanced at the 6 people in the virtual world. For some reason, even though they were immersed in the virtual world, all 6 of them shivered. How does it feel like someone is thinking about it? Luo Chuan sat behind the counter, wandering around the world. Time passed quickly. Before long, bursts of strong fragrance drifted from the second floor. At this time, the 6-player game time also happened to reach 3 hours. All 3 of Buligay have experience, and the battle is over before time is over. But Wei Yi 3 don't know. They were playing Zhenghe, and suddenly they retreated. The game time of the day has reached the upper limit. The game is forced to end. What the hell? The three of them were still a little dazed, not understanding what happened. Don't you already know it? Each person can only play for 3 hours a day. Bulige held back a smile and explained to the dumbfounded three. But, I'm at a critical moment in the battle. Lu Ruyu's beautiful eyes were full of displeasure, and she didn't know how long she hadn't been so angry. As a saint in the sacred place of Yaoqi, it is too late for others to flatter her. How can she be angry? Wei Yi and Fifth Wuying were also very unhappy. The former is just entering the Tower of Trial, and it hasn't been played for long. The latter is inextricably fighting against the mirror image, and the situation is anxious. As a cultivating madman, it was extremely difficult for Fifth Wuying to find a close opponent. Now I finally have this opportunity, let alone 3 short hours, even if it is another 3 days, Fifth Wuying feels like he can go on. Chapter 160 have their own minds. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The rules are set by the boss. If you are not happy, you can tell him. Bulige pointed to Luo Chuan behind the counter. Luo Chuan glanced at Bulige expressionlessly, and the latter retracted his finger nonchalantly. Wei Yi glanced at each other. Give advice to the boss? Forget it. Huh? Why is it so fragrant? Bu poetically sniffed and noticed the strangeness in the store. Zi Yan is cooking lunch. Luo Chuan replied plainly. That's it, the boss is leaving. Hearing the words, the three of Bushi decisively chose to bugger. Without him, the food in the owner's shop is too fragrant, and he doesn't give it to them. Stay here, do you want to watch the boss eat something? Wei Yi and the three also said goodbye to Luo Chuan, and left Origin Mall with thoughts. Luo Chuan came upstairs. Yao Zian had already cooked food. There are 3 dishes, cola chicken wings, oily prawns, and braised fish. The color, fragrance and taste are all delicious, and they are all Luo Chuan favorites. Yes, Luo Chuan is actually a real carnivore. Next, it's time to eat. I said, what do you two think of this Origin Mall? Wei Yi said solemnly after leaving Origin Mall and walking on the road. How else can I look at it? Lu Ryu stretched her waist, her exquisite figure was perfectly displayed. That store is not something we can provoke. Many pedestrians on the road saw this scene, their eyes straightened. Lu Ryu sneered, and a jade flute suddenly appeared in her hands. Place your lips, and the beautiful music rang. Suddenly, these pedestrians who heard the music gradually lost their eyes, and left here unconsciously. If there are no accidents, I am afraid these people will definitely get a serious illness when they return. Because Lu Ryu added a mental attack to the music. The saint of Yaoqi Holy Land, not everyone can look at it. Of course. Lu Ryu glanced at Wei Yi, showing a charming smile. If Brother Wei wants to do something to that store, I won't stop you. As a disciple of Yaogu, Wei Yi is a pharmacist. And the things sold in Origin Mall have the effect of high-end medicine, but the price is tens or hundreds of times lower. Wei Yi naturally knew that if these things were spread, it would be a big blow to the medicine valley and even the medicine industry in Tianlan Continent. Huh, don't bother. Wei Yi smiled back. Fifth Wuying, still silent. But from his slightly narrowed eyes, it can be seen that he has made a decision. The existence of Origin Mall will definitely make waves of terror in Tianlan Continent in the future. And the fifth family, if it can successfully ride the waves, it is enough to go further, and it is not impossible to become the top force in Tianlan Continent. Of course, the premise is that Origin Mall has enough strength to gain a firm foothold in this wave. Otherwise, I am afraid that all the forces will eat even the scum. The three separated. The reason why they got together, apart from acquaintance, was entirely because they had first come to Jiuyao City. Now that I got the most important news in Jiuyao City, the small alliance naturally has no need to exist anymore. Now the three have changed from teammates to competitors. Relying on the information obtained when he came, Wei Yi came to the most prosperous street in Jiuyao City. There is only one kind of shop on both sides of this street. These shops all make a living selling pills. Countless cultivators walked on the street, constantly coming and going. Chapter 161 Wei Yi's Decision. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Wei Yi was walking on the road, wearing a white brocade uniform that was quite conspicuous. Many people noticed the flame icon on his costume and quickly stepped aside. At the same time, cast his eyes in awe. Wei Yi seemed to have long been used to it, and walked forward unchanged. The pharmacist is one of the rarest and noble practitioners in Tianlan Continent. The pill that they refine has countless effects. It can be said that a cultivator will definitely deal with countless elixirs in his life. It is precisely because of this that the contacts of every alchemist are extremely terrifying. That one is the legendary alchemist, right? It should be. I have seen that icon. Only people in Medicine Valley are eligible to wear it. Sigh. Medicine Valley. They actually came to Jiuyao City. Waiting for the guard also left, and whispers kept ringing. Soon, Wei also came to the destination of this trip. It is also the most luxurious building on this street. Wanyao Pavilion. Wanyag, the place where Medicine Valley specializes in selling pill, is distributed throughout Tianlan Continent. Wei Yi walked into Wanyao Pavilion, and soon a middle-aged man trot over in a hurry. It looks like it should be the owner of this Wanyao Pavilion. The boss looked terrified. Although he is the owner of this Wanyao Pavilion, to put it bluntly, he is actually a part-time job in the Drug Valley. Now that he saw the arrival of the disciples in Yaogu, he thought that he had swallowed the pill by himself. I wonder if the adults are here. What's the matter? The boss asked cautiously. There was a little dodge in his eyes. Wei Yi didn't notice the strangeness of the boss. He said, I need to send a message from the Medicine Valley. The Tianlan Continent is vast and boundless, and ordinary cultivators may not be able to explore 1 or 2 10,000ths of their lives. The transmission of messages also needs to rely on foreign objects. After all, not all cultivators have the power of the soul to ask the strong, and can get news from thousands of miles away by relying on the soul. Ordinary cultivators mostly rely on small formations that use spirit crystals as sources of spiritual power to transmit information. In Wanyao Pavilion, there is a formation of information transmission. The boss secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he wasn't looking for him. My lord, please follow me. The boss led Wei Yi to the Wanyao Pavilion. Soon, the two came to a room that seemed to be underground. It can be seen that Wanyao Pavilion values this formation. My lord, the formation is in the room. You can use it freely. I will withdraw first. The boss said respectfully. Wei also nodded, then walked into the room. In the room, there is a small altar-like building with mysterious patterns painted on it. This is the formation. Wei Yi touched his finger on the space ring, and a small pile of spirit crystals appeared. He placed the spirit crystal in the vacant position of the formation. With Lingjing's constant visits, the entire formation gradually became brighter, shining with charming light. Wei Yi took a deep breath and placed a special jade in the center of the formation. In the jade, there is a spirit of his. Shenyan contains all the information he knows about Origin Mall. Call out. In the next instant, the light emitted by the formation suddenly brightened. Under the extreme light, Wei Yi couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly. Immediately, there was a cracking sound, and the light dimmed. The spirit crystal shattered, and the jade in the formation was also shattered. However, Wei Yi was relieved and left the secret room. The spirit in the jade has been successfully transmitted. Chapter 162 Medicine Valley. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The Tianlan Continent is vast and vast. There is a desolate land with poor aura, but also a blessed land with ample aura. On a mountain with extremely rich spiritual energy, countless cave houses are densely covered with stars. There was a strange fragrance of medicine in the air. Vaguely you can see practitioners in white clothes marching, floating like an immortal. Occasionally there was a bursting sound, and at the same time there was a burst of fire. But these people seem to be used to it. The frontmost position of the mountain is a valley. At the forefront of the valley, there stands a stone gate 100 feet high. At the top of Sherman, there are two big characters with dragons and phoenix dancing. Medicine Valley. Countless cultivators are waiting respectfully in front of Sherman, they are all here for medicine. Medicine Valley, not all cultivators can enter casually. In a cave, countless formations are engraved on the ground and surrounding walls. Suddenly, the formation became brighter, and it seemed that something wanted to appear. A disciple skillfully placed the jade on the formation. The array gleamed, and something seemed to appear in the jade. It's the news from Senior Brother Wei. Taking out the jade, the disciple took a look and said with some surprise. Give this thing to the elder. Yes. Elders, what do you think of the divine message from Wei Yi? In the bronze hall, an old man with white beard and hair sits upright, looking like an ordinary old man. But his eyes are extremely special, and there seem to be stars twinkling in them. This person is the current head of Yaogu, Yao Huichen. Not only has his alchemy been superbly transformed, his cultivation is also extremely powerful, and he has already broken through the barriers of asking questions 100 years ago. The current strength is simply hard to detect. Wei Yi is now in Jiuyao City, and what he did is the ancient ruins that the Jiuyao mountain range is about to open. Now that such news suddenly comes, I have to think deeply. Indeed. The things he said, although I have never heard of them, they all have the effect of no weaker than the high-grade pill. The most important thing is that the price is no more than 100 lingjing. If it spreads to Tianlan Continent, it will be a devastating blow to Medicine Valley. The elders kept talking, and their expressions were a bit unpleasant. Not to mention the mysterious products, they can't even guess the background of Origin Mall. Mysterious boss, I have never heard of such unfamiliar powerhouses in Tianlan Continent. There is also the temporarily out-of-stock Qianjielu that can replenish vitality. There is suspected space formation in the store, and a mysterious holographic game that can improve cultivation. These things make them feel a little irritable. This kind of thing is beyond the sense of control and is very uncomfortable. Yao Huichen took a deep breath and coughed softly. The talk disappeared, and the elders were waiting for his decision. That mysterious boss, I don't know if he was attracted by the ancient ruins about to open. If not, I must send someone to Medicine Valley. 3 elders, how about you leading the team this time? Yao Huichen looked at a black-robed old man. This person is the 3rd elder of Medicine Valley. At the same time, he has another identity, that is Wei Yi's master. The reason why Yao Huichen asked the 3rd elder to go was also his own consideration. In addition to the terrifying alchemy of the 3 elders, the cultivation base and combat effectiveness are also the top ones among the elders. He has already touched the threshold of the venerable. If this trip is to get a chance in the ancient ruins, it is not a problem to break through the venerable. Chapter 163 Ji Wuhui's Bold Guess. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The 3rd elder nodded, yes. Soon, the disciples in Medicine Valley received the order and prepared to set off for Jiuyao City. Just when the Medicine Valley was prepared by the message from Wei Yi, the fifth family, Yaoqi Holy Land also moved. The fifth Wuying, Lu Ruyu, and Wei did the same, and they also sent messages to the forces of the two. Judging from the distance, it won't be long before the teams of the three forces will come to Jiuyao City. At that time, it is still unknown what Jiuyao City will look like. After lunch, Luo Chuan lay on the sun lounger at the store as usual. He felt that this should be the most pleasant time of the day. The warm sun shines on the body. Comfortable. Before long, the sound of footsteps sounded in the alley. Some strange footsteps. Luo Chuan opened his eyes, and old Bai and Ji Wuhui walked over. "Boss, long time no see. The boss is so pleasant." Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao said hello with a smile. Because of their identities, it was impossible for them to come to Origin Mall every day. Moreover, the products sold by Origin Mall are not so attractive to Emperor Ji Wuhui of the Star Empire. Therefore, neither of them came over these days. Luo Chuan nodded faintly as a response. Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao didn't care either. For the boss's character, the two understood very well. "Boss, so many days have passed, is there anything new in the store?" Ji Wuhui asked curiously. Luo Chuan's voice was flat, "Yes, yes." "Boss, what is it?" Old Bai asked. Luo Chuan, cooking tutorial. Mr. Bai. Ji Wuhui. The two looked dumbfounded. What the hell? Cooking tutorial? When did the boss learn to joke? It doesn't match his setting. Ahem, boss, don't make a joke. Ji Wuhui smiled bitterly. Luo Chuan was puzzled and frowned slightly. I'm not kidding. This time, it was really Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui's turn to be puzzled. Thinking that the products in Origin Mall are not ordinary, Mr. Bai thought for a while and asked, "Dare to ask the boss, is there anything special about this cooking tutorial?" Naturally. Luo Chuan nodded. Old Bai and Ji Wuhui breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, I expected it. The things in the owner's shop, even the cooking tutorials, have other secrets. Similar to the Tower of Trials, it is also an immersive holographic experience. However, the cooking tutorial can only be viewed from the first perspective, not manipulated. Luo Chuan added. First perspective. Can't be manipulated. It's like the inheritance of those strong people. Ji Wuhui knew it in his heart. In Tianlan Continent, some cultivators with strong cultivation bases will make inheritance jade slips when they know that their life expectancy is about to end. Those who use jade slips can see the pictures made by the producer. Although I don't know what the cooking tutorial the boss said is like, Ji Wuhui can be sure, anyway, the inheritance of jade slips is definitely better than that. Having said that. But it is always a cooking tutorial. Ji Wuhui really couldn't think of what it had to do with cultivation. At this time, Ji Wuhui suddenly thought of the goods sold in Origin Mall, but the taste was not ordinary. Suddenly he had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be said that the Origin Mall opened by the boss is actually to train practitioners to be chefs? Well, this is a great possibility. Chapter 164 Luochuan's Reminder. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Luo Chuan naturally did not know what Ji Wuhui was thinking. If he knows, I am afraid that he will have to see what a socialist beating is. Luo Chuan is the man who wants to become the world's strongest shopkeeper. How could he become the principal of the chef school in Ji Wuhui's heart? Mr. Bai frowned, but, boss, even if the cooking tutorial is similar to the way to use the Tower of Trials, it is still a cooking tutorial after all. Ji Wuhui glanced at Bai Lao with relief. It's worthy of being a brother for decades, and he directly said the problem in my heart. Luo Chuan's voice was as flat as ever, it's true. But the cooking tutorial teaches the complete steps from the acquisition of ingredients to the production of food. Complete steps. Old Bai and Ji Wuhui were lost in thought. After a few breaths, the two looked at each other and both saw the suddenness in each other's eyes. The higher the level of ingredients, the higher the aura and the better the effect. This is common sense commonly known by all cultivators. Similarly, the higher the food grade, the stronger its strength. After all, certain monsters and spiritual wisdom will activate spiritual wisdom when they are strong enough. There are no intelligent creatures that can be used as food without resistance. If some of the dishes in the cooking tutorial in the owner's shop require strong enough ingredients. Ji Wuhui and Old Bai couldn't imagine it anymore. Dare to ask the boss, the dishes in the cooking tutorial are also divided into levels. There was so little trembling in Ji Wuhui's voice. Luo Chuan nodded. I don't know the highest rank, what is it? Old Bai swallowed, his voice trembling like Ji Wuhui. This is caused by inner excitement. The pinnacle of this world. Luo Chuan glanced at the two, his voice flat. Old Bai and Ji Wuhui were stunned. The pinnacle of the world? What state is that? Both of them are in the realm of asking the 9th rank, and their biggest goal today is to break through to the supreme. But here in Luo Chuan, they suddenly discovered how insignificant their cultivation level is. But I advise you to be psychologically prepared before you read it, so as not to be in awe after you read it, so that you may have no hope of breaking through the sage. Luo Chuan's plain words seemed like a basin of cold water poured on the two of them. Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao suddenly came back to their senses, feeling a little afraid. If it weren't for Luo Chuan's reminder, I'm afraid the two of them would directly choose the highest level dishes. After reading it, you will be shocked in all likelihood. It's too late to regret at that time. Now that the two are mentally prepared, this problem can be avoided to a large extent. As for why Gu Yinshi and the other students watched the cooking tutorial, Luo Chuan didn't ask for it. The most fundamental reason is mentality. These students are no more than a dozen or 20 years old, and they are at the most exciting stage in their lives. At the same time, the acceptance of new things is much stronger than that of veteran practitioners like Bai Lao. In their hearts, the awe of absolute strength has not yet developed. At the same time, there is a longing for a higher level. This is incomparable to those who have grown up a long time ago. Thank you boss for reminding. Old Bai and Ji Wuhui solemnly thank Luo Chuan. This is from the sincerity. Luo Chuan waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. Then I closed my eyes and continued to enjoy the warm sunshine on the recliner. Chapter 165 The Emperor is not good. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Later, Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui entered the store. Now there are no other customers in the store, only Yao Zian standing behind the counter. Seeing a guest coming in, Yao Zian immediately cheered up. Demon girl, my majesty and I have come to a store of merchandise and virtual equipment. Old Bai said with a smile. Yao Zian nodded and collected Ling Jing. The whole process is extremely skilled. After receiving the hot water, Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui ate instant noodles. There are also spicy strips as a condiment. During the period, I also came to the iced fat house happy water from time to time. How can it be a cool word? As the emperor of the Star Empire, Ji Wuhui couldn't help many things. The thing that consumes the most time every day is to correct the memorial presented by the ministers. Most of the recent twists and turns are about the influx of practitioners into Jiuyao City. Regarding, Ji Wuhui just wanted to throw these memorials on the face of the officials who wrote them. If I had a way, I would have implemented it a long time ago, so I would use you here to chirp. Do you think I want to watch Jiuyao City, which has been painstakingly governed, turn into chaos? Ji Wuhui has been busy with these things recently. Today, when he and Mr. Bai came to Origin Mall, they were all busy. Let me tell you, the golden-crowned snake on the second layer is too difficult. I have been stuck on this layer for 3 days. Huh, really rubbish. I hit the 3rd floor. What is there to play in the challenge mode? The mirror challenge is fun. I have won 9 games. I will achieve a breakthrough in 10 immediately. Chi, you can get it. Only challenge mode is the best way to improve your strength. No. It's a cooking tutorial. The noise came from far and near. 5 sturdy men walked into the store. It was Zhou Hu and his party. Of course, when passing by Luo Chuan at the door, he did not forget to say hello respectfully. Ha! Haven't seen you, new guests. Zhou Hu widened his eyes slightly when he saw Lao Bai and Ji Wugue, a little curious and surprised. Judging from the costumes of these 2 people, the identity should not be simple. And although I can't feel any spiritual energy, I don't know why, but there is a sense of oppression. It seems that these 2 people are also cultivators, and they are not low. Zhou Hu's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but guess in his heart. He did not see the identity of Old Bai and Ji Wuhui. After all, not everyone knows the true face of Bai Lao and Tianqing the Great. Mercenaries like Zhou Hu, if under normal circumstances, I am afraid that there will be no chance in their lifetime to see the cultivator in the realm of Wendao in person. We are not new here. Old Bai shook his head. In this Origin Mall, the difference in cultivation realm and the respect and inferiority of identity have been greatly diluted. After all, no matter how strong you are, can you have a strong boss? Therefore, the customers of Origin Mall will subconsciously put away their shelves. Of course, except for new customers, except for those who don't know the origins of the mall, except for Leng Taoking. Zhou Hu said, "That's really unfortunate, I haven't seen you." "What is the mirror mode you discussed earlier?" Ji Wuhui asked. "Huh? Don't you know?" Zhou Hu was a little confused. Mr. Bai explained, "The 2 of us haven't been to the Origin Mall for a few days. I heard that many new things have been released here." Zhou Hu and his party nodded clearly. That's it. Chapter 166 Choice Difficulties. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Zhou Hu explained, as the name suggests, the challenge of mirroring is to be able to fight against one's own mirror. And the mirror image will perfectly replicate all your abilities, including weapons. A team member interrupted. Lao Bai and Ji Wuhui were stunned first, and then their eyes gradually brightened. For cultivators at their level, and for cultivators with lower levels of strength, the degree of difficulty has increased countless times. This kind of evenly matched battle with the mirror image is an excellent method. At the same time, it can also find its own shortcomings through the battle with the mirror image. And the battle can also improve the cultivation base. It's a 3-shot thing. This kind of good thing may only appear in Origin Mall. In this case, we will find a place to sit down first. Old Bai smiled. Lao Bai and Ji Wuhui were a little impatient and wanted to give it a try. Huh, let's go, we brothers need to have a bucket of instant noodles first. Zhou Hu laughed. Eating a bucket of instant noodles before entering the virtual world has become a customary habit of Origin Mall customers. Lao Bai and Ji Wuhui put on their helmets, and the scene before them flashed. Appearing again, it is already a brand new pure white starting space. 2 different icons are suspended in midair. Want to come? This is the cooking tutorial that the boss said. Looking at the icons that look like kitchen utensils, Old Bai muttered to himself. Then he looked at the icon of the Tower of Trial. For a while, I couldn't decide which one to play first. This is a difficult choice. As for Ji Wuhui, like old Bai, he is also entangled. I have to say, you deserve to be a good brother who has been with you for decades. A few minutes later, old Bai had a decision in his mind. He chose a cooking course. After clicking the icon, Mr. Bai found himself suddenly appearing in a very strange kitchen. With the experience of the Tower of Trial, coupled with the psychological preparation, old Bai is extremely calm. Below the line of sight, there is an option icon. Mr. Bai nodded. Suddenly, a translucent interface appeared. There are countless dishes information. Old Bai opened his eyes slightly. Almost all of these dishes were unheard of, and the grades were also ridiculously high. To put it simply, if one of the above random dishes is made, even if he asks for a bite of the 9th rank, I am afraid that he will be blown up by the huge aura. Mr. Bai browsed, he was thinking which one to choose. He already knew that with regard to the rules of the cooking course, each person could only choose one per day. Soon, Mr. Bai made a decision. He chose the charcoal-grilled world beast that Luo Chuan had seen before. The world beast, it sounds very powerful. Regarding the introduction of food ingredients, the world beast is a kind of creature bred by the will of the world and born for destruction. Ordinary planets are just food for world beasts. Although I don't know what the planet is, old Bai has guesses in his heart. Most likely it is the stars in the sky. Feeding on the stars, how powerful should this world beast be? The most incredible thing is that such a powerful creature can be used as food. It is unheard of. This is also the reason why Mr. Bai chose this. Clicking in, old Bai found that he seemed to have become a man in a black robe. He is watching everything around him from his perspective. And the environment he was in had never been seen before, as if he was in a dark void. A long distance away, there are stars slowly turning around. Farther away, countless stars twinkle. Chapter 167 Shireo's Cooking Career. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Old Bai was shocked in his heart. According to his simple judgment, the distance to the nearest star cannot be measured by common sense at all. At the same time, the actual size of the stars that don't seem to be too big may have surpassed Tianlan Continent. What is this place? What happened next almost caused Mr. Bai to exclaim. A giant beast that is completely dark and indescribable shows its body. Its size is enough to compare with the stars. The picture that Mr. Bai saw next was the same as Luo Chuan saw. I slashed the world beast with one knife, and to be honest, he stared blankly at old Bai. Especially the explanation sound that sounded in his ears gave him an instant feeling of acting. After reading the completed tutorial, Mr. Bai couldn't help but fall into thinking. In this world, is there really a creature like a world beast? Is the strength of a cultivator really strong enough to destroy the stars at hand? What state is that? On the other hand, Ji Wuhui chose the mirror mode in the Tower of Trial. When he entered the Tower of Trial and saw a person exactly like him appeared in front of him. To be honest, there is still the slightest awkwardness in my heart. But soon, this awkwardness disappeared. I'm here to fight, so what do you do? The map where the two are on is an endless blue ocean. The bright sun hangs over the sky. I haven't moved my muscles for a long time. Holy Emperor Law Body. Ji Wuhui laughed loudly, and directly used his cultivation techniques with all his strength. Behind him, a phantom with the size of 1,000 meters appeared. The phantom is holding the Emperor's sword, covering the sky and obscuring the sun, exuding a breath of terror. The mirrored face is indifferent. Behind him, there was also an identical phantom. Mirror can perfectly replicate all the capabilities of the body. War! Ji Wuhui shouted angrily, stepping on the huge waves, and swept toward the mirror image. The mirror image is true, head on. Zhou Hu's 5 people have already soaked the instant noodles and are waiting for it. They saw Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao, and their hearts suddenly became curious. In the previous brief conversation, it has been seen that the identities of the two are unusual. That kind of high-level aura is not something that ordinary cultivators can possess. Therefore, they want to see what level of their strength is. Zhou Hu first looked at the screen on the monitor in front of Mr. Bai. The 5 people's eyes widened. Mysterious black-robed man, endless void, countless stars. It's a strange and vast place. This should be a dish in the cooking tutorial. Zhou Hu already had the answer in his mind. This kind of scene where the characters on the screen are different from the players will only appear when watching the cooking tutorial. Next, the world beast came out, making them even more staring. I am afraid that no one in the entire Tianlan Continent has ever seen this kind of black and huge creature. People who have seen it, the world is probably destroyed by the world beast. Then, the black-robed man slayed the world beast. They have been dumbfounded. Little did he know that Mr. Bai, who had experienced all this from the first perspective, was even more shocked. What's the situation? With such an awesome and coaxing world beast, one move was just seconds away. This is the tutorial for that dish. This is too scary. Someone exclaimed. I haven't seen it, it should be in the dishes with the highest level. I'm going to see it later. People like Zhou who have already made a decision. Chapter 168. Sorry, I am holding back everyone. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. After watching Old Bai, Zhou Hu and the others turned their attention to Ji Wuhui on the other side. They had already seen it in the previous brief conversation, although Lao Bai and Ji Wuhui seemed to be of equal status. However, careful observation reveals that Mr. Bai is actually centered on Ji Wuhui. When they cast their sights on Ji Wuhui, they found that he had just entered the arena mode of the Tower of Trial. To be honest, there are still some doubts in my heart. It's been so long, why did you just go in? It can be seen from this that Ji Wuhui's choice difficulty is more serious than that of Bai Lao. Next is the Battle of Mirror Mode. Seeing Ji Wuhui suddenly appear in the sky above a vast ocean, Zhou Hu and their expressions were indifferent. Some even want to see if the instant noodles are soaked. In the battle arena mode, if you do not actively choose, the map that appears in the battle is random. This is something that all players already know. But looking at it, they were shocked. All 5 of them opened their eyes wide, and their faces were shocked. What is that? Open up as soon as it comes up. Just summoned a phantom with the size of 1,000 meters. When did the battle between cultivators become like this? No, the focus is not here. Such a huge phantom is shocking, and there are cracks in the surrounding space. In this way, this person is at least a super master at the realm of asking Dao. Zhou Hu and the others turned their eyes from the display to Ji Wuhui. This is a hidden boss. Then, the 5 people left there in silence and returned to the place where the instant noodles were originally placed. I picked up the instant noodles and ate in silence. It's just that, for some reason, instant noodles don't seem as fragrant as before. They still look at the old man from time to time. Bai Lao, who looked like an ordinary person, wouldn't be an ordinary person if he wanted to. After all, there are generally no weak ones around the strong. It turns out that the guests in the owner's shop are all such powerful cultivators. Sorry, I am holding back everyone. After eating the instant noodles, the 5 silently put on their helmets and entered the virtual world. Origin Mall, come again. Luo Chuan yawned. At this time, the sun in the sky has gradually moved westward, and it seems that the time has reached the afternoon. Just now, he had a dream. In his dream, he was still an ordinary college student of Blue Star, leading an ordinary life. Plain, yet substantial. Luo Chuan looked back and looked at Origin Mall. In the shop, Yao Zian is holding his chin and wandering away. There was a serene look on the beautiful face, like a beautiful picture scroll. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Luo Chuan's mouth. It seems that life is better now. Good afternoon, boss. Good afternoon, boss. The bursts of greetings brought back Luo Chuan's thoughts. Murong Haitang brought the other 8 students over. Luo Chuan nodded. They have long been used to this reaction from Luo Chuan. Then, walk into the Origin Mall. It seems a bit unfortunate, there seems to be no place in the store. Looking at Zhou Hu and others wearing helmets, Murong Haitang sighed. They came here at noon, it's almost 3 hours now, said Yao Zian behind the counter. Then we will wait for a while. Murong Haitang smiled. This time is just used for instant noodles. Chapter 169 Over-completed side tasks. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Everyone removed the instant noodles from the glass shelves and connected hot water in turn. The rest is waiting. After eating the instant noodles, the time for Mr. Bai and Ji Wuhui just ended. The two saw Murong Haitang and others. Your Majesty, Old White. Murong Haitang said hello. Old Bai and Ji Wuhui also replied. Both sides asked about the 9th grade, and they couldn't talk about the status. It was the first time for some students to see 2 people and cast curious eyes. Soon, Zhou Hu's 5-player game time also ended. They took off their helmets and saw the lively scene in the shop. Zhou Hu looked at Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao, and smiled in a jealousy. I used to call them brothers and sisters, but now it seems that I don't know how high the world is. Fortunately, the 2 big brothers didn't care. After talking briefly for a while, several people left one after another. Murong Haitang and a group of students took their seats, put on their helmets, and entered the virtual space. Today, the 3 of Wei Qingzhu did not come. Think about it, something happened. Time passed in a hurry. In a blink of an eye, 1 day has passed. After dinner, the sky outside was completely dark. Saying hello to Yao Zian, the 2 went back to their rooms, ready to rest. System, how is the task progress now? Sitting on the bed, Luo Chuan called the system. Immediately, a translucent panel appeared in front of Luo Chuan. There is a lot of information on it. Main task, the turnover reaches 1 million Lingjing. Remaining time, 43 days. Reward, a chance to draw a lottery. Current progress, 780,000/1 million. Subtask 1, the turnover of the Tower of Trial reaches 10,000 spiritual crystals. Reward, the position of the Tower of Trial has been increased from 10 to 20. Current progress, 50,000/10,000. Status, completed, rewards are available. Second task, the total number of players in the Tower of Trial reaches 30. Reward, the new mode of the Tower of Trial. Current progress, 34/30. Status, completed, rewards are available. Unconsciously, the 2 side quests had been overfulfilled. In just 1 week, there have been more than 200,000 Lingjing sales. To be honest, this is something Luo Chuan did not expect. Has the business of Origin Mall become so good before you know it? Although 100,000 spiritual crystals are contributed by Qianjielu. But after all, Qianjielu is also a product of Origin Mall. But the number of side mission 2 seems a bit wrong. Luo Chuan clearly remembered every customer in the store. But after thinking about it, he understood. It seems that the system shouldn't consider Chu Yunfei, who has hung up, as a guest of Origin Mall. In addition, even though Luo Chuan had won the battle with Chu Yangping's soul projection that day, he felt that Chu Yangping would not give up. After all, Chu Yunfei died in Luo Chuan's hands. If Chu Yangping was really going to retaliate, counting the time, it should have almost reached Jiuyao City. But Luo Chuan didn't panic at all, and even had a little expectation. If one asks the Pinnacle Realm cultivator to be eliminated, it should make a good reputation for Origin Mall, right? If you let those other shop owners know what Luo Chuan is thinking now, I don't know how they will feel. To increase the reputation of the shop, it is actually necessary to kill a cultivator of the peak of Wendao. This is what the big guys do. Can't afford to provoke. Chapter 170 Rewards for Side Missions. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. But having said that, I already have so much sales. Is it possible to advance? Luo Chuan clearly remembered that the spirit crystals needed to advance to the third rank were only 10,000. System, how many spirit crystals do I have now? Luo Chuan asked. 8 Wanling Jing. Among them, 50,000 is not divided into the sales of Origin Mall and cannot be directly converted. The system replied. In other words, Luo Chuan now has 30,000 spirit crystals at his disposal. With 10,000 spirit crystals, I want to advance to the third level. Luo Chuan said. There was so much excitement in the voice. My true strength has finally become stronger after so many days. So many days, in fact, less than a month. Tier 3 is equivalent to the realm of good fortune for practitioners in Tianlan Continent. In less than a month, from the sense of spiritual advancement, this speed can no longer be described as shocking. It's a complete evildoer. Of course, no one cares about Luo Chuan's true strength. In the eyes of others, he is the boss of Origin Mall, and his realm is too high to guess. System, it is in progress, it is estimated to take 6 hours. 6 hours? It was over after a nap. Luo Chuan was looking forward to it. Well, there are almost no cultivators who break through like Luo Chuan so easily. By the way, the system. Luo Chuan thought of the tasks that had been completed. Aren't the 2 side tasks completed? Why aren't the rewards issued? System, rewards for side missions can only be claimed by the host, and the system will not automatically issue them. Luo Chuan. If I don't ask for co-authoring, you will never give out rewards, right? Luo Chuan's evaluation of the system's degree of black-heartedness rose another level. System, what the host said is correct. Luo Chuan lost his temper. Obviously oil and salt do not enter the system. All right. Luo Chuan sighed in his heart, get the reward. The side mission 1 reward has been issued, and the number of immersive virtual holographic devices in Origin Mall has been increased to 20. The shop will be renovated. Estimated time, 6 hours. The side mission 2 rewards have been issued, the new mode of the Tower of Trial, and the leisure mode have been opened. The system prompt sounded in Luo Chuan's mind. Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan's face was full of doubts. Casual mode? Are you sure the system didn't tease me? This mode doesn't sound too good. At least challenge mode and arena mode can collect spirit crystals, and it can increase the player's cultivation. What can casual mode do? The system, what does this casual mode do? After thinking about it, Luo Chuan decided to ask about the system. After all, the weird things that the system makes are not few. This so-called leisure mode, said to be normal leisure, Luo Chuan did not believe that he was killed. System, related information was successfully transmitted, please check it by the host. An unfamiliar message suddenly appeared in his mind, and Luo Chuan knew it. Luo Chuan couldn't help yawning as the sleepiness struck. Forget it, watch it tomorrow. Luo Chuan made a decision in his heart. Suppressing the curiosity in his heart, he lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. He had a dream that he became the unmatched strongest in the entire world, spreading the reputation of Origin Mall to countless planes and universes. Countless powerhouses come here just to buy goods from Origin Mall. As always, the biological clock awakened Luo Chuan on time. Luo Chuan's eyelids trembled slightly, and then opened his eyes. At this time, the morning sun was already shining into the house through the window. Luo Chuan opened the window and took a deep breath of the fresh air rarely found in Blue Star. Another beautiful day. Chapter 171 Unpretentious Breakfast. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Perceiving the aura that has become much stronger in his body, Luo Chuan's mouth evokes a faint smile. Successfully advanced to the 3rd level. Although in the Origin Mall, he is absolutely invincible. But the feeling of becoming stronger always makes people feel happy. The next time is to wash and go downstairs. Looking at the scene in the shop, Luo Chuan was slightly surprised. 10 more seats were added to the place where I visited the immersive holographic device. In other words, the space in the store is about 1/3 larger than before. Even if an ordinary person enters the Origin Mall, he can see the strangeness of the space here at a glance. As usual, Luo Chuan opened the store door. Yao Zian just made breakfast right now. When Yao Zian went downstairs carrying the food, she naturally noticed the changes in the store. "Boss, is this?" Yao Zian asked. After getting things from Yao Zian, Luo Chuan explained, "The shop was remodeled last night, and these are the newly added locations." "Oh." Yao Zian nodded without thinking too much. Regarding the huge changes in the Origin Mall overnight, Yao Zian was almost used to it. Today's breakfast is very simple. Steamed buns, plus millet porridge. The flour used to make steamed buns is Xingyue wheat. A wheat that is rumored to absorb the power of stars and moonlight, a heavenly elixir. The meat inside was taken from a question-level monster. The millet used in millet porridge is Lihua millet, a strange plant that grows in the crater of a volcano. Well, it's also a heavenly elixir. The water used is the life spring water in Origin Mall. Often the simplest place, the more extraordinary it can be revealed. As soon as I was about to eat breakfast, a customer came in. Look at that familiar appearance, it was Xia Yuan of yesterday. After Xia Yuan went back, he was very concerned about the things in Origin Mall. I couldn't help eating the cola and spicy bars I bought back. After eating, Xia Yuan was shocked. Unexpectedly, there is such a wonderfully flavored food in the world. So early today, Xia Yuan couldn't wait to come to Origin Mall. But as soon as he entered the store, Xia Yuan saw Yao Zian and Luo Chuan who were preparing to eat. Xia Yuan was a little embarrassed. Now, it seems that there is no time for business. Since they have already entered, there is no reason to go out. Well, good morning boss, good morning demon girl. After thinking about it, Xia Yuan decided to conceal his embarrassment by saying hello. Good morning. Luo Chuan nodded expressionlessly. Yao Zian also smiled back. It's not open yet. Luo Chuan's voice continued. It's okay. I can wait. Xia Yuan said quickly. Luo Chuan stopped talking. Since you have to wait, just wait. Just don't disturb my breakfast. In other words, today's breakfast was good and it tasted good. It feels like Blue Star goes to the restaurant to eat in the morning. Eating buns and drinking millet porridge, Luo Chuan's thoughts gradually let go. At this time, Xia Yuan suddenly noticed the changes in the store. Obviously, there are 10 more positions. If there are too many people, there should be no need to grab a spot. The original 10 positions are too few. This thought appeared in Xia Yuan's heart for the first time. But having said that, Origin Mall is not too big from the outside. How does it contain so many things? Xia Yuan finally noticed something strange. Could it be said that there is no space formation here? Chapter 172. You are making my breakfast idea. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Xia Yuan glanced at Luo Chuan and Yao Ziyan. He confirmed his guess. That's right. Isn't it easy for this kind of existence to come up with a space formation? But when used in such a store, it is a bit violent. Xia Yuan felt a little distressed. He just wanted to look away, his eyes suddenly fixed on Luo Chuan. To be precise, it is the breakfast in Luo Chuan's hands. Luo Chuan noticed Xia Yuan's eager gaze, and frowned slightly. This shop does not provide breakfast. Xia Yuan. He asked dignifiedly whether the supermaster of the 9th rank is the kind of person who greets others for breakfast. Boss, what are the ingredients for this breakfast? Xia Yuan stared straight at the steamed buns and millet porridge, and swallowed secretly. It's the ordinary Xingyue wheat, Lihua millet, Wendao monster, and the life spring water in the store. Yao Ziyan said casually. She was a little puzzled. Isn't it just some simple ingredients? Why Xia Yuan behaves so eagerly? In the kitchen, there are so many more of these ingredients. Ordinary, Xingyue wheat, Lihua millet, asked the monster, the spring water of life. Xia Yuan felt unable to complain. Which of these things is not a wonder of the world? Ordinary pharmacists must be extremely rare and use it carefully. In Origin Mall, it becomes an ordinary thing. The most important thing is that it was made into breakfast. Sure enough, is this the realm gap? Smelling the fragrance in the air, Xia Yuan swallowed again. Luo Chuan stared at him alertly. I think you are making my breakfast idea. Boss, I pay 5,000. No. 50,000 Ling Jing. How about buying your breakfast? Xia Yuan asked excitedly. Xia Yuan felt that if he had eaten this breakfast, he might be able to find an opportunity to break through the venerable. Few people know that the exercises he cultivates require the power of the stars to enter the body. But the elixir that contains the power of the stars is very rare. Xia Yuan searched for several years, but found nothing. Now that Xingyue Mai was found in Origin Mall, he even felt that it was God's will. Luo Chuan rolled his eyes secretly. What use do I want your spirit crystal for? It cannot be directly converted into a cultivation base. And sold it to you, what am I eating? Not for sale. Luo Chuan refused directly. 500,000 spirit crystals are fine too. Xia Yuan had gritted his teeth. Do you think I'm like a person who is very Lingjing? Luo Chuan gave him a faint glance. In the words, the breath of the local tyrant is self-evident. Xia Yuan was taken aback. He has forgotten this point. Indeed, with the boss's strength, do you miss his hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals? Xia Yuan showed bitterness. The opportunity is right in front of you, but it seems to be close to the horizon. Can only see, not get. Watching Luo Chuan eating breakfast, Xia Yuan's heart throbbed. He doesn't want to watch it either. But he can't control himself. Soon, Luo Chuan finished his breakfast. He glanced at Xia Yuan, who was full of decadence, and asked Yao Ziyan, who was about to return the tableware to the kitchen, are there any remaining ingredients in the kitchen? There are many more. Yao Ziyan replied. Luo Chuan, take it down. Yao Ziyan nodded. Take the cutlery to the second floor. Xia Yuan was full of disbelief, he almost doubted whether he had heard it wrong. Soon, Yao Ziyan walked down. She has a large sheaf of wheat shining with stars. It is Xingyue Mai. Then, Yao Zian handed Xingyue Mai to Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan still couldn't believe it. He pointed to himself, is this really for me? Chapter 173 The New Mode of the Tower of Trials. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Such a big bundle of Xingyue wheat. Xia Yuan felt a little dizzy. Xingyue wheat has always grown individually one by one. Every time it appears, it is usually in the auction house. And there are at most so few. To be honest, with such a big bundle, Xia Yuan couldn't even believe his eyes. Well, it's not a valuable thing anyway. Luo Chuan's voice was as flat as ever. It is provided for free by the system anyway. Don't feel bad. In addition to the good quality of the ingredients provided by the system, the quantity is also very large. It can be seen that the welfare of the host is not generally good. If the words fell in Xia Yuan's ears, it was tantamount to nature. Local tycoon. Gangster. I want to hold my thigh. Of course, these words are just thinking in my heart. Boss favor, Xia Yuan will remember it. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yuan said solemnly. Vote me to the wooden peach, and repay it to Qiong Yao. He is a person of love and justice, otherwise he would not make friends with Ing Wuji. But with the boss's current strength, I am afraid that he has nothing to help. It seems that I can only look for opportunities in the future. Xia Yuan made a secret decision in his heart. It's up to you. Luo Chuan waved his hand, not paying attention. Xia Yuan solemnly collected Xingyue wheat into the space ring. The breakfast has been finished, and the business hours of Origin Mall have officially started. Xia Yuan went to pick up a variety of commodities, and took the instant noodles and picked up a bowl of hot water from the hot water machine. The next time is to wait. At this time, footsteps sounded again. Ing Wuji brought 7 students to the Origin Mall just like yesterday. Xia Yuan. Ing Wuji raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Xia Yuan, who seemed to have arrived long ago. Brother Wuji, I came here today, it seems a little bit later than yesterday. Xia Yuan was in a good mood and said with a smile. Ing Wuji was expressionless, it's not that I'm late, but you're early. At the same time, Ing Wuji and others also noticed the changes in Origin Mall. Huh. A lot of seats. Gu Yunxi looked surprised. Moreover, the space in the store has become much larger. Jiang Wanshang continued. The space formation in the owner's shop is really amazing. It can be adjusted at will. There were bursts of exclamation. Boss, after such a big change in the store, are there any new products? Gu Yunxi asked with some excitement. New product? The casual mode of the Tower of Trials should be regarded as such. Luo Chuan thought for a while and nodded, yes. Actually there is. Gu Yunxi, these students looked excited. There are new products in Origin Mall. Boss, what is the new product? A student asked curiously. Luo Chuan, the new model of the Tower of Trials. It turns out to be a new model. Someone sighed slightly, disappointed. It would be great if there were the latest physical goods sold. But soon, these disappointments disappeared and turned into deep curiosity. I don't know what kind of ability will the new model of the Tower of Trial have. Then, Ing Wuji and others started the familiar process of eating instant noodles. The blessing of 10 times the cultivation speed cannot be forgotten. You eat first, I will experience the new mode of the Tower of Trial first. A smile was drawn from the corner of Xia Yuan's mouth. He casually found a place to sit down and put on his helmet. The screen flashed in front of him, entering the familiar starting space. Ing Wuji and others also surrounded Xia Yuan's back. They also want to see what the new model the boss is talking about is. Chapter 174: A map like the real world. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site: www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Click the icon of the Tower of Trial, and the surrounding space turned black. Is this the new model? Xia Yuan looked at the extra small illusory buildings with a curious look in his eyes. This building looks like a deck chair. Well, it's like the one lying in front of the store by the boss. Feeling something was wrong in his heart, Xia Yuan still clicked in. Immediately, the surrounding environment changed. Xia Yuan found that he was already in a forest. In front of him, there was a lake with no end in sight. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and occasionally swimming fish jumped out of the water. It looks like a paradise. Xia Yuan was puzzled. The surrounding environment seemed normal, why did it always feel something wrong? After thinking about it, Xia Yuan clicked on the option icon in the corner of his site. This option icon is always in the corner of the field of view. There are many functions, including the introduction of new models. Xia Yuan scanned it carefully. Current mode, casual mode. Introduction: players are invited to explore by themselves. I wish you a happy game. Xia Yuan. Looking at the brief message on the light curtain, Xia Yuan's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. What about a good introduction? What the is exploring on your own? This is too irresponsible. This new model seems a bit interesting. The crowd onlookers looked at the screen on the monitor and did not know what to say. Some said embarrassingly. Boss, what the is this casual mode? Gu Yinshi took a deep breath and cast a questioning look at Luo Chuan. Everyone looked at Luo Chuan, waiting for his answer. Luo Chuan's voice was flat. As you can see, the casual mode is for leisure. Regarding the specific effects of this mode, don't you think it is the most interesting to explore on your own? Everyone. They want to say whether they think. However, thinking of the identity and strength of the boss can only agree with him against his will. Yes, what the boss said makes sense. Jiang Wan said with a smile. After being in the store for such a long time, she had already figured out Luo Chuan's character. As long as he doesn't touch the boss bottom line, he won't mind playing around appropriately. That's right. We think so too. Long live the boss. Okay. Something strange seems to be mixed in. As for the specific introduction of the leisure mode, after Luo Chuan received the reward yesterday, the system has sent the information to his mind. But Luo Chuan didn't watch it because he was going to sleep last night. Just now, he just finished watching. In short, the so-called leisure mode is actually a complete virtual world. Except it is virtual, the rest is not the slightest difference from the real world. This is like a map of the world, allowing players to explore. That's right, all players will be on the same map. Here, there are also various treasures left in the wilderness waiting for players to explore. Of course, there are all kinds of elixir. The exercises, martial arts, etc. found are all tangible and can be used in reality. Therefore, the casual mode is like a world that is no different from reality. Luo Chuan didn't tell everyone this. Another reason was that he was afraid that they would not believe it. No way, the information is really too shocking. After they know it, whether they can accept it is an extremely important question. Chapter 175: Relive the Path of Spiritual Practice. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site: www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. In casual mode, all players are ordinary people after entering. In other words, their starting line is the same. Xia Yuan discovered this problem as soon as he entered the casual mode. Unexpectedly, there is no direct cultivation base. This mode is a bit interesting. Xia Yuan looked at the palm of his hand, and an interesting smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had noticed earlier that in this mode, there is no mall. In other words, the character's level and weapons cannot be obtained directly. At the same time, at the bottom of the interface, there is an additional property panel. There are basic information about the characters. Just like Xia Yuan. Now his information is as follows. Name, Xia Yuan. Race, Terran. Level, 0. Experience value, 0/20. Skills, none. Simple and clear at a glance. There is also an option for backpacks. Xia Yuan feels that it should be able to store about 5 cubic meters. According to the increase of the cultivation base, the backpack space will increase accordingly. Xia Yuan had a fiery look in his eyes. This mode can be used as a whole new world and practice from scratch. Gulyalu. A weird voice sounded. Xia Yuan looked at his stomach with a dumbfounded smile on his face. He feels hungry. That's right. I'm hungry. He never thought that in this game, he could still feel hungry. This is too real, right? After thinking about it, Xia Yuan decided to look for food first. The sunlight reflected on the lake fell on his face, causing him to squint his eyes slightly. Yes indeed. There are fish in the lake. Xia Yuan's eyes lit up. He made a decision to catch fish and eat it. There were many trees growing by the lake, and Xia Yuan broke a branch casually. The front of the branch is very sharp and can be used as a spear. At this time, a group of figures suddenly appeared beside him. Xia Yuan was taken aback. These people are not the students of Lingyun Academy. Why did they also show up? Could it be that this casual mode is actually a map shared by all players? Yunxi, are you here too? Wan Chang, the scenery here is so beautiful. All of us are on the same map. This casual mode is a bit different. Exclamations sounded from these students. Senior Xia, what are you planning to do? Gu Yunxi noticed Xia Yuan holding a self-made spear not far away, and his eyes lit up slightly. Senior Xia Yuan, did you find any good things? Suddenly, everyone turned their eyes to him. Xia Yuan shrugged, catch fish. Catch fish? Everyone was taken aback. Do you want to ask a master of Dao realm to catch fish by himself? Ing Wuji frowned slightly. Xia Yuan, are you all right? It is enough to let Ing Wuji say such words, enough to see how he feels. I don't know if you have noticed your own cultivation base. This casual mode is different from others. Xia Yuan didn't care, he smiled. Repair. Everyone was taken aback, and quickly checked their own cultivation level. Sure enough, everyone now has no aura, and they are all ordinary people. Someone subconsciously opened the option in the line of sight, and the result was not unexpected. They did not see the familiar mall interface at all. It became a backpack. And personal information at the bottom of the screen. What's going on? Ing Wuji was puzzled. According to my guess, this casual mode is a special world where everyone starts the same. Here, we can fully relive the journey from ordinary people to becoming stronger step by step. Xia Yuan's face was full of excitement. He felt that he had discovered the biggest secret of casual mode. Chapter 176. There is no gap between this and reality. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. When Ing Wuji and others heard Xia Yuan's words, they were thoughtful. Think about it, this is indeed the truth. Casual mode, a whole new world. Seeing that all the customers in the store entered the virtual space, Luo Chuan was also interested. Zian, you look at the store first, I can play games. Yao Zian nodded, I see, boss. Then, Luo Chuan randomly found a place to sit down and put on his helmet. Skillfully entered the Tower of Trial, and then chose the newly emerged leisure mode. At this time, Xia Yuan and the others were still talking. Luo Chuan's figure suddenly appeared next to him, which shocked them. Boss? Luo Chuan asked, how do you feel? Boss, is this casual mode a special map of the world? Gu Yinshi couldn't help but raise her own question. Luo Chuan nodded gently, you can say so. He went on to say, you can totally treat this as a real world. Because this map has no gap with the real world. As soon as this remark came out, everyone took a breath. According to the boss, did he directly create a virtual complete world? What is the identity of the boss? For a time, apart from shock, their hearts were full of curiosity. Of course, in this world you can also cultivate spiritual energy, and there are also various elixir and hidden treasures. Luo Chuan continued. Dare to ask the boss, can the things here be brought to the real world? Xia Yuan couldn't help asking. After all, no matter how good the world is, it is always virtual. If it can't bring the real world, then this leisure mode may only have a leisure function. I have already said that there is no gap between this and reality. Luo Chuan's voice was flat, of course, don't think about physical things. Everyone's breathing has been quickened. They understood the meaning of Luo Chuan's words. Things in the virtual space can be brought directly to the real world, which they did not expect. Even if the physical things cannot be brought out, there are still non-physical things such as cultivation base and martial skills. The casual mode is completely capable of allowing them to practice in another world. This is completely different from the challenge mode and the arena mode to improve the cultivation base. Remind you, the most important thing for you now is to survive in this world. Luo Chuan continued. In the casual mode, everyone starts out as an ordinary person. It is still too early to talk about cultivation and improving strength. Xia Yuan nodded, with excitement on his face, boss, I know. I didn't expect that I would feel hungry here. Luo Chuan said, so, there is no gap between this and reality. Next, a group of students gathered to talk about something. Suddenly became ordinary people with no cultivation skills, and wanted to survive in this unfamiliar dense forest. To be honest, they were a little panicked. Xia Yuan had already reached the shallow water of the lake with his spear. He is ready to catch fish. However, without hitting the fish several times in a row, Xia Yuan already felt a little crazy. Obviously watching the fish is under the spear, but it is impossible to fork. So angry. Put your attack position under the fish. Luo Chuan's voice sounded nearby. Why put it below? Gu Yinshi was puzzled, she couldn't understand the meaning in Luo Chuan dialect. Yes, when you attack, shouldn't you aim at it? The rest of the students also cast doubtful eyes on Luo Chuan. The students were all idle and bored, they watched Xia Yuan catch the fish by the lake. Chapter 177 When Modern Science Comes to Another World. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Ing Wuji frowned, thinking. He knew that since the boss said so, there must be a corresponding reason. Under the fish? When Xia Yuan heard Luo Chuan's words, he was also puzzled, not understanding why he wanted to attack that position. However, based on the boss's insight, it should not be wrong. He chooses to trust the boss. Xia Yuan held his breath and stared at the water. By coincidence, a fish swam past in front of him. Good chance. Xia Yuan's eyes condensed, his arm muscles exploded, and the spear even burst into the air. The location of his attack this time is below the fish. Ha! Unlike before, this attack directly pierced the fish. Xia Yuan picked up the spear and looked at the fish that was still solemnly on it, a little surprised. Actually, it really hit. Xia Yuan came to the shore of the lake and put his spear on the ground. He looked at Luo Chuan and asked puzzledly, "Boss, why can I hit the bottom of the attacking fish? I clearly aimed at the fish, but I couldn't attack." This question is also the doubt in everyone's mind. Why on earth? Looking at those eyes full of curiosity, Luo Chuan felt that he had to share the charm of physics with them. The science of another world, it is my Luo Chuan to carry forward. Do you know why we can see things? Luo Chuan thought slightly and raised a question. It's because we have eyes. Gu Yinshi replied excitedly, some monsters don't have eyes. They perceive the environment by mental power. The rest of the students gritted their teeth. Hateful. Such a simple question was actually preempted. Contrary to Gu Yinshi's expectation, Luo Chuan shook his head. Obviously, her answer was wrong. Boss, what did I say wrong? Gu Yinshi was a little angry. I feel it is because of the light. Xia Yuan touched his chin, and then gave this answer. Luo Chuan nodded, that's right. A smile appeared at the corner of Xia Yuan's mouth. That is the smile of the winner. Gu Yinshi was puzzled, why? Luo Chuan explained, in an environment without light, even if you have eyes, can you see things? Gu Yinshi's expression stagnated. It seems, this is indeed the truth. But Gu Yinshi wanted to refute, but was held back by her best friend Jiang Wansheng. Jiang Wansheng persuaded in a low voice, Yunshi, it's all right, you don't know the boss's strength and realm, you should be correct in everything he said. Gu Yinshi gave an, oh, and did not refute. She is not the kind of unreasonable girl. At this time, Luo Chuan's voice sounded again. The two quickly recovered and listened carefully. These things Luo Chuan said sounded quite novel to them. This is a new kind of knowledge different from cultivation. Luo Chuan, it is because there is light that we can see all things in the world. Just like mirrors and lakes, the light falls on it, is reflected, and falls in our eyes, so images appear. Everyone nodded in agreement. Luo Chuan's words are easy to understand, and the examples cited are all attempts in life. Luo Chuan went on to say, similarly, when light passes through some substances, the path will change accordingly. This phenomenon is called refraction. Speaking of this, some people can't understand it. Luo Chuan knew that practice is the only criterion for testing truth. He picked up a fairly straight branch and walked to the lake. Everyone followed. Look. Luo Chuan inserted the branch into the water. Does the branch seem to be bent? Chapter 178. The seeds of enlightenment have been planted. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Looking at the branches that were half submerged in the lake, everyone couldn't help but stared slightly. The phenomenon in front of him is indeed as Luo Chuan said. At the junction of the lake and the air, the branches seem to be bent obviously. This is, why? Gu Yinshi muttered blankly. This is also the doubt in everyone's mind. Why is there such a phenomenon? Simply put, this phenomenon occurs because the speed of light traveling in the air is different from the speed of traveling in the water. Luo Chuan now feels like a teacher. Everyone was dumbfounded. What did the boss say? Obviously I don't understand, but I feel so amazing. Luo Chuan also knows how difficult it is to learn a new system of knowledge for these cultivators in another world. So he didn't even think about letting them understand directly. Luo Chuan's voice was flat, what I said seems to be ordinary, but in fact it contains the heaven and earth. Why does the sun rise in the east and set west, why does the leaves wither in autumn, why does the sea look convex? Do you also know the answers to these questions? Everyone frowned when they thought about it. What the boss said is obviously the same thing as common sense. You can think about it carefully, but you can find the unusual place. Yeah, why is it so? The answer to the question, you need to explore it yourself. Luo Chuan left the game after saying that. The seeds of science have been planted, and subsequent growth depends on itself. After Luo Chuan left, these people were still thinking about what Luo Chuan said. But obviously, just thinking, they can't find the answer in a short time. Damn boss, he told us so many questions, but didn't tell us the answer. Gu Yunxi grinned her little tiger teeth with a look of atmosphere. The others nodded in agreement. I always feel that if we find the answer to the question asked by the boss, plus our control of the aura, maybe we can touch the power of the law. Touching his chin, Xia Yuan looked solemn. As the realm of questioning, he can better understand the deeper meaning of Luo Chuan's previous words. That might be a brand new way of practicing. Ing Wuji nodded slightly, it makes sense. After everyone thought for a while, they started catching fish. Because I'm hungry. According to the method Luo Chuan said before, each fish was caught. Soon, they faced another problem. There is no fire. What if there is no fire? Is it raw? Looking at the fish in front of him, Gu Yunxi's small face was full of disgust. As a student of Lingyun Academy, the little princess of the Longshu Empire, she has always been rich in clothes and food. Although this is a virtual world, she does not want to try this way. The rest of the students are the same. However, they also have no solution to the problem. When there is a cultivation level, a simple martial skill can solve the current problem. But the point is, they are all ordinary people now. Without even a cultivation base, where can I use martial arts? I gave up. Xia Yuan took a deep breath and said. The reason he entered the casual mode was because of curiosity. It seems that the current problem should not be solved in a short time. So prepare to quit and play other games. There are only 3 hours a day, and Xia Yuan doesn't want to waste all his time here. Then Xia Yuan quit the casual mode. Chapter 179 The Fire of Civilization was successfully ignited. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. After Xia Yuan left, Ing Wuji also quit the leisure mode. Gu Yunxi and others have not given up yet. Perhaps it was the current situation that inspired their fighting spirit. I heard that through friction, fire can be made. Someone thought about it and said. Friction to make fire. I heard that the villages in the wilderness rely on this method to make fire. Someone's eyes lit up. In that case, let's try it. Then, the 7 trainees worked together. Some people are collecting wood, some are preparing to do it themselves. Xiao Qing was holding a wooden stick, looking like he could not start. I said, Xiao Qing, can you do it? Gu Yunxi frowned slightly, seeing him hesitating all the time. Why can't I? Xiao Qing retorted subconsciously, widening his eyes slightly. As a man, the most concerned question is whether he is okay or not. After that, Xiao Qing took a wooden stick and tried hard to make a fire on a piece of dry wood. I said, is this useful? Jiang Wanshang couldn't help asking, looking at Xiao Qing tired and sweating. Of course it works. Xiao Qing replied. Now he has almost smelled the smell of fireworks. At this time, the rest of the students gathered around. It's smoking. It's smoking. Quick. Get those hay. Be careful. Don't extinguish the fire. Everyone was in a hurry. After a while, there were clouds of smoke rising. Seeing the twinkling firelight, Xiao Qing felt a sense of pride in his heart. This is the flame he personally ignited. The admiring eyes of the other students also made him feel quite useful. Next, it's time for barbecue. Everyone was in a hurry, but they were full of joy. The aroma of grilled fish was floating in the air, and there were bursts of chattering and laughter. And Xia Yuan, after exiting the leisure mode, returned to the starting space. This time, he wants to see the use of cooking tutorials. Click to enter, and the surrounding environment becomes a kitchen. Xia Yuan was a little bit dumbfounded. It's really a kitchen. Then, he clicked on the option panel and clicked one at random. Seeing that he suddenly became another person's first perspective, Xia Yuan was puzzled. But soon he calmed down. It seems that this should be the special feature of the cooking tutorial. Xia Yuan looked at the surrounding environment. This is a mountain range. He is now above the mountains. Below him, a black bull, big and small, was staring at him tightly. Xia Yuan was slightly surprised. He knew and heard this kind of monster. Azure Yak, a powerful monster. According to the rumors, there is the blood of the ancient beast, the unicorn. Judging from the breath radiating from this Azure Yak alone, its strength must have surpassed the realm of inquiring. Xia Yuan was shocked. Could it be said that what is going to happen next is the battle between oneself and the Azure Yak? First of all, the first step in making whole roasted beef is to slaughter an Azure Yak. Xia Yuan was taken aback by a sudden sound. What the hell? Roast whole beef? Xia Yuan suddenly thought that he was watching a cooking tutorial. Is getting the ingredients a cooking tutorial? Taking a deep breath, Xia Yuan suppressed the shock in his heart and poured his mind into it. Then, he saw self slowly extending his right hand. In his hand, holding a shiny silver kitchen knife. Chapter 180. The Revenge Team has arrived. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Xia Yuan was right. What he holds in his hand is a kitchen knife. Facing the sky green yak, just use a kitchen knife? Xia Yuan was already a little suspicious of life. The sky green yak roared, Xia Yuan, cut down with a single blow. This knife seems to cut time and space. A look of despair appeared in the eyes of the Azure Yak. Unstoppable, unstoppable. Although the sky green yak is still standing there, it has lost its breath of life. It has been slain. Xia Yuan was shocked. He whispered in his heart, this knife. Xia Yuan could see that it was not the flesh that was slashed with this sword, but the soul. He seemed to see another way to use a knife. Xia Yuan was in a daze. He entered a state of epiphany. The epiphany is a special opportunity that countless cultivators in Tianlan Continent can meet but cannot seek. The cultivator can often get a huge improvement in strength after enlightenment. At this moment, Luo Chuan, who was basking in the sun at the store door, suddenly noticed something and looked at the store. Yao Zian also turned his attention to Xia Yuan. In Xia Yuan's body, a mysterious aura exuded. What a good opportunity. Yao Zian couldn't help sighing. At the same time, outside the city of Jiuyao, a group of people approached slowly. The leader is the palace lord of Yingyue Mansion, Chu Yangping. On the same day, Luo Chuan battled with the divine soul projection, causing great waves in Jiuyao City. Now, Chu Yangping personally came to Jiuyao City to avenge his son Chu Yunfei. There were 4 old men beside Chu Yangping. These people are all the strength of the realm of inquiring Dao. It can be said that, except for a left-behind questioning elder, the highest combat power of Silver Moon Palace is already here. Destroy my soul, kill my son, even if you hide in Jiuyao City, I will take your life. Chu Yangping's face was gloomy, and his whispers seemed to sound from under Jiuyao. Into the city. Yes. The 5 walked towards Jiuyao City, and the aura of the question realm swept around directly. Some weaker cultivators only feel extremely tight in their chests, almost vomiting blood. But they dare not speak up. Because in Tianlan Continent, respecting the strong is an eternal truth. At the same time, they also saw the logo on the chest of the 5 people a round of Silver Moon. People in Manhwa Mansion. Why did they come to Joyao City again? Some time ago, the extinguished soul projection belonged to Palace Lord Silver Moon Palace, right? Silver Moon lining to the sky, but Silver Moon Palace's unique martial arts. I see that the person who passed by just now looks a bit like the soul projection. Shoo. Silence. You don't want to live anymore. Oh. It's incredible. Is it possible that in Joyao City, will there be another question about the peak power? Looking at the back of the 5 people entering the city, whispering sounded. Soon, these news spread out in Joyao City. The city guards looked at the 5 people entering the city, and did not dare to stop them. It is definitely a first-class event for 5 cultivators to ask the Taoist realm badly to enter Joyao City. You are here looking at the city gate, I will tell your majesty about this. The captain said in a deep voice. Yes. Palace Lord, where is our enemy? An elder asked. Chu Yangping squinted his eyes. The place where my soul projection disappeared that day was the east of Joyao City, but I don't know the exact location. Then how do we find him? Go to the Imperial City. Chu Yangping looked towards the center of the city. Ji Wuhui definitely knows where that person is. If he doesn't say anything, he, the emperor, might be uneasy. Joyao City did have the confidence to say such a thing. A full 5 cultivators of the realm of asking Dao can definitely sweep the general first-class forces. Although there are several cultivators in the Star Empire. But now on the bright side, only Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui are in Joyao City. Chapter 181 Heavenly Star The Great Headache. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Imperial City. With an eager expression on his face, the captain of the city guard who hurried over, in a flustered voice, reported what had just happened to Ji Wuhui. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Ji Wuhui's always inexhaustible joy and anger also showed some fluctuations. Ji Wuhui's index finger lightly tapped the back of the chair, her thick eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her mood was obviously not as calm as it seemed. You mean, the Palace Lord of Silver Moon Palace came to Joyao City in person? Exactly. Your Majesty, the subordinates have seen it with their own eyes. There are 4 other people, all of them are practitioners of the realm of asking Dao. The captain of the city guard said in a deep voice, the sweat on his forehead had already flowed into his eyes, very sour, but he did not dare to make any changes. Because the power that Ji Wuhui exudes subconsciously is definitely not something he can resist. Ji Wuhui felt a little headache. Although Luo Chuan killed Chu Yunfei and destroyed Chu Yangping's soul projection at that time, he expected that Manhwa Mansion would not give up. But what he didn't expect was that Silver Moon Palace's revenge would come so soon. That guy Chu Yangping actually came in person. The 5 questioning masters, I am afraid that the senior level of Silver Moon Palace is almost empty now, right? Okay, go down. I have my own decision on this matter. Ji Wuhui waved his hand. Yes. The captain of the city guard breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. His Majesty can say that, and it seems that there has been a countermeasure. After he left, the figure of Old Bai appeared beside Ji Wuhui. Old Bai, what do you think of this matter? Ji Wuhui asked. In my opinion, there is a great possibility that Chu Yangping will come directly to the Imperial City. Old Bai squinted his eyes and gave a reply. Chu Yangping didn't know who the murderer was. After all, the ghost projection of the cultivator of the question, after being destroyed, does not have the ability to transmit information. Chu Yangping was only able to roughly know where the soul projection was destroyed. However, because this is Joyao City, things seem very simple. As the capital of the Sky Star Empire, Jiuyao City must have known this incident. Therefore, Chu Yongping just came to Ji Wuhui directly. Ji Wuhui sighed, "Yes, this is what I worry about. 5 Dao cultivators, although I am not afraid of them, but if we really meet each other, Jiuyao City may not be able to keep it. The battle in the questioning realm is enough to spread over 100 miles. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as ruining the world. And now that the 5 of Chu Yongping are in the city of Jiuyao, there is no use in opening the defense formation." As for the person who told them to kill Chu Yunfei was actually the owner of Origin Mall, Ji Wuhui didn't dare. With the strength of the boss, if he knew he was betraying himself, the consequences would be much heavier than fighting against 5 Wendao practitioners. In the cultivation world, the most disgusting people are those who inform. Tell the boss about this matter, and ask how. Old Bai thought for a while and expressed his thoughts. Ji Wuhui's eyes lit up and a sudden smile appeared on his face. "That's great. It is indeed a good way to give the boss the opportunity to decide." Ji Wuhui took a deep breath and took out a piece of jade pendant from his waist. This jade pendant has the ability to transmit information. After that, Ji Wuhui poured his spiritual thoughts into it, and Yu Pei suddenly shone with a single light. Origin Mall. Luo Chuan was basking in the sun, and suddenly felt something movement in his system space. He opened it, and then took out a jade pendant gleaming with light. "What is this?" Luo Chuan was puzzled. He thought. Soon, Luo Chuan suddenly came across. He remembered that this jade pendant was given to him by Ji Wuhui when he first came to Origin Mall. Originally, Luo Chuan didn't want it, but Ji Wuhui couldn't bear it, so he knelt down and begged him, so he could only accept it. According to Ji Wuhui, this jade pendant has the ability to transmit information. Luo Chuan didn't care at the time and threw the jade pendant directly into the system space. Ji Wuhui sent me a message, is there something? Luo Chuan wondered. Chapter 182 It's not easy to be a guard. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The use of jade pendant is very simple. Luo Chuan probed his own spiritual thoughts, and he felt the message that Ji Wuhui had passed on. People from Silver Moon Palace. Luo Chuan was puzzled at first, and then nodded slightly. The soul projection that he destroyed before seemed to be the palace lord of Silver Moon Palace. Ji Wuhui asked me if I should tell Chu Yongping the information of Origin Mall. Luo Chuan felt his chin and thought. If an ordinary cultivator is topped by Chu Yongping, I'm afraid Ji Wuhui will be able to make a decision directly. Unfortunately, the protagonist of the matter now is Luo Chuan. A senior who doesn't know how high his level is. Is this guy handing over the decision-making power to me? Luo Chuan was a little funny. Thinking slightly, he made a decision. Luo Chuan sent a message to the jade pendant, it's up to you. Anyway, within 10 kilometers of Origin Mall, he was absolutely invincible. Even if Inua Mansion came to ask Dao Realm more, it was nothing more than giving away food. Subsequently, Luo Chuan threw the jade pendant into the system space. Your value has been used up. Seeing Yu Pei's gleaming light, Ji Wuhui, who was waiting, was a little bit happy. He quickly checked the information coming from the jade pendant. Soon, Ji Wuhui's expression turned into a dumbfounding. Your Majesty, what's the matter? Old Bai was puzzled. Look at it for yourself. Ji Wuhui handed the jade pendant to Mr. Bai. With doubts, Mr. Bai checked the information in the jade pendant. When he perceives a short message like, as you, he doesn't know what to say. Mr. Bai was dumbfounded and shook his head, indeed, there is the style of a boss. Ji Wuhui sighed. The ball was kicked back by the boss, and the decision-making power was ultimately in his hands. Counting the time, Chu Yongping and the others are almost here now, Ji Wuhui said helplessly. Old Bai nodded, indeed. Your Majesty, have you figured out what to do? If you really want to fight, the old man can guarantee that none of their Silver Moon Palace members will even want to leave Jiuyao City. As he spoke, an aura like a god of war appeared involuntarily from Elder Bai. At the 9th level of advanced questioning, and regaining the physical state when he was young, Mr. Bai always wanted to exercise his muscles. Of course I know. Ji Wuhui said, I haven't paid attention to a mere Silver Moon Palace. But if you really fight, I'm afraid Jiuyao City will be gone. Ji Wuhui couldn't bear such a huge price. Then tell them the news of Origin Mall. Old Bai smiled, and a gloat smile appeared in his eyes. I really want to see what it will be like when they meet the boss. Ji Wuhui nodded and sighed, so be it. I hope the boss doesn't mind. The Imperial City Gate. The 5 Chu Yongping people have already arrived here. The Comer stops. The guards were on guard. Palace Lord Chu Yongping of the Silver Moon Palace, there is something to ask the Heavenly Star Great Emperor. Chu Yongping's voice was indifferent. At the same time, the breath of the realm of inquiring Tao exudes from the 5 people. Xia Yu felt the breath, with a wry smile. How long has it been? Why have asked the practitioners to come to the Imperial City? Nowadays, even the Imperial Guard is not easy to be a member. Thank you for a while, I'll go to report. Xia Yu said in a humble manner. Chapter 183 Everyone is an actor. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. As the guard commander of the Star Empire, Xia Yu has his confidence. Chu Yongping frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, a loud voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the Imperial City. It turns out that Palace Lord Inua Mansion came to Jiuyao City, and there was a loss to welcome. Xia Yu. Your Majesty. The minister is here. Bring you all of Silver Moon Palace, come here directly. Yes. Xia Yu responded respectfully. Chu Yongping frowned slightly, he felt something was wrong. Obviously he was here to find something, why is Ji Wuhui's attitude so good? Moreover, Ji Wuhui does not seem to be a talkative person. Palace Lord, what should I do? Beware of fraud, Palace Lord. The 4 elders whispered. Chu Yongping sneered, it's a good one. If I don't enter the Imperial City, doesn't it seem that I am brave? Elders, let me go in. After all, walk directly into the Imperial City. Seeing this, the 4 elders hurriedly followed. In the hall, Ji Wuhui sat on the imperial chair. The 5 Chu Yongping stared at him. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit tense. Ji Wuhui, I only have one thing when I came here. Chu Yongping said straightforwardly, some time ago, my son was killed in Jiuyao City. You, the great heavenly star, should you know? Chu Yongping was full of chills. Ji Wuhui nodded, naturally no. I also wanted to help, but unfortunately it was a step late. Brother Chu, I'm sorry. Well, the acting is very good. The sad expression on his face is basically not fake. Chu Yongping cursed the old fox in his heart. Still indifferent, Chu Yongping went on to say, I opened the skylight to speak brightly. As the saying goes, tell me who killed my son. Jiuyao City is the imperial capital of the Sky Star Empire, don't tell me the news, you won't know. Chu Yongping narrowed his eyes slightly, his body exuding a dangerous breath. If Ji Wuhui refuses, he will definitely not let it go. Something was beyond Chu Yongping's expectation. Ji Wuhui nodded, yes, just tell you. Chu Yongping was taken aback. The progress of the matter seems to be unexpectedly smooth. Ji Wuhui, when did he become so talkative? The other four elders were also puzzled. They were all ready to do it, as if the Heavenly Star Emperor was not going to give them this opportunity. Ji Wuhui smiled slightly, and then told the news of Origin Mall. Of course, only a small part is said. Regarding the true strength and identity of Luo Chuan and Yao Zian, Ji Wuhui certainly wouldn't tell them at the same time. He is not stupid. It would be great to be able to kill Chu Yongping directly. After receiving the news, Chu Yongping and his party left the imperial city. Palace Lord, is the news that Ji Wuhui said really credible? An elder asked. He doesn't need to lie to me. Besides, he's just a cultivator. Ji Wuhui will not be an enemy of our Silver Moon Palace because of him. Chu Yang said flatly. He cast his gaze to the direction of Origin Mall, and there was a sharp chill on his body. The time for revenge is finally coming. In the virtual world, time always passes quickly. When a message popped up, Xia Yuan knew that today's game time was over. He took off his helmet and sighed helplessly. Never enjoyed it. No way, only come back tomorrow. But the strength has improved a lot. Xia Yuan felt that his cultivation was moving towards the realm of the venerable again, and a thick smile appeared on his face. It's time for Ingwuji, these Lingyun Academy people, and they quit the game one after another. Chapter 184. Boss, do you need us to take action? Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site: www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66. To find your way home. The casual mode is really no different from reality. It takes us so long to make a fire alone. Yes. But luckily the fish was cooked at the end. Let alone, it tastes really good. I've decided. I want to eat fish for lunch when I go back. Everyone talked a little excitedly. To survive from scratch in the wilderness as an ordinary person is a novel challenge for them. The most important point is that you don't have to worry about any danger. In the virtual world, even death is no big deal. That is the direct resurrection. But having said that, now thinking about what the boss said before, it feels very meaningful. Gu Yunxi glanced at Luo Chuan. Jiang Wanshang nodded in agreement, yes. I feel that if I understand the questions raised by the boss, I am afraid the journey of cultivation will become very smooth. Everyone turned their eyes to Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan's complexion remained unchanged. Well, they are almost used to Luo Chuan's reaction. In this case, boss, then we will leave first. Xia Yuan was about to leave. Luo Chuan nodded. Xia Yuan and the others just walked to the store door and suddenly stopped. In the alley, 5 people are slowly coming. In them, exudes a terrifying murderous aura. Bad Comer. This is the first thought that appeared in everyone's mind. At the same time, the aura of the questioning realm on the 5 people swept all around without concealment. Under the impact of this momentum, Gu Yunxi and the others turned pale and had to retreat to Origin Mall. Ingwuji looked cold. He looked at the 5 people who came slowly and narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous aura exuding from his body. When did the people of Inua Mansion dare to be so arrogant? Ingwuji's voice was chilly. At the same time, Wendao Pinnacle's breath unabashedly ran into the 5 people. In the alley, there was a storm of spiritual power. Ingwuji saw the Silver Moon logo on his clothes, so he recognized Chu Yongping and the others. Ask the Pinnacle. Chu Yongping sounded a little surprised. Then, he saw Ingwuji and Xia Yuan with their cold expressions. Chu Yongping frowned. He naturally saw the logo on the clothes of the two Lingyun Academy and Xianhua students. The realm is the 9th grade of Inquiring Dao, and it seems that the identity should be a teacher. Chu Yongping felt that things were not going well. According to previous information given by Ji Wuhui, the murderer of his son was the owner of this shop. But now that the two appeared from this store, could it be said that the murderer had friendship with people in the two colleges? Things are a little difficult. Even so, Chu Yongping would not just retreat. Because he came to Jiuyao City on this trip, he had already decided not to stop killing the murderer. 2. We are not enemies, please leave quickly. Chu Yongping said in a deep voice. He didn't seem to let the people from the two colleges blend into their grievances from Silver Moon Palace. And Ing Wuji and Chu Yongping had almost guessed the reason at this time. They remembered the battle that appeared in Jiuyao City some time ago. Of course, one of them is Chu Yongping's soul projection. The other side is obviously the boss. Ing Wuji and Xia Yuan thought about turning. Now, it is a good opportunity to win the goodwill of the boss. Boss, do you need us to take action? Xia Yuan looked at the store with a respectful voice. Chapter 185 Deja Vu Scene. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Chu Yongping frowned. As the instructor of Xianhua students, I asked the peak powerhouse why he was so respectful to this boss. Who is this person? For a while, Chu Yongping felt a little uneasy in his heart. But soon, this uneasiness was left behind by him. Joke. There are two questions about the pinnacle of Tao, one about the 8th rank, and two about the 5th rank. Even facing the first-grade venerable, they can contend for a short time. How can there be a noble-level existence in a small shop? Then, in Chu Yongping's gaze, a young man walked out of the shop behind them. The moment he saw Luo Chuan, Chu Yongping was already sure that he was the murderer who killed his son. No. Luo Chuan shook his head. Ing Wuji and Xia Yuan were disappointed, but they did not dare to refute. Although Ing Wuji and Xia Yuan after the breakthrough, their strength was much stronger than the ordinary Wendao peak. However, if there is a real fight, facing the 5 questioning realms, the final result will definitely be defeated. And Jiuyao City, I am afraid it will be destroyed directly in the aftermath of the battle. Luo Chuan naturally would not want to see such a result. Luo Chuan looked at the 5 people in front of him, carrying his hands on his back, and his voice was flat. Are you the palace lord of Yinhua Mansion? After Chu Yongping saw Luo Chuan, his pupils suddenly shrank. According to Ji Wuhui's description before, coupled with the induction in the dark, Chu Yongping was sure that this person was the one who fought him that day. Elders, let me take action and destroy this person. Chu Yongping shouted angrily, his spiritual power soared. The other 4 elders also mobilized the spiritual power of the whole body, with great momentum. Over the city of Jiuyao, countless dark clouds gathered, exuding an aura of terror. 5 people worked together to directly use the strongest martial arts. They don't want to give Luo Chuan the slightest chance to resist. Immediately, a dazzling light appeared behind the dark clouds. The dark clouds dispersed, and a huge silver moon hung in the sky. The silver moon and the sun look very strange. It's still like that. Luo Chuan said with his hands on his back, looking at the vision of the sky. The silver moon was in the sky, and Luo Chuan had already seen this move in the previous battle with the divine soul projection. Now the 5 Wendao teamed up to perform, and the power is dozens of times greater. This kind of attack is already enough to threaten the Lord. Everyone in Jiuyao City also discovered a vision in the sky. After all, it's hard not to pay attention to this movement. Why did the sky suddenly darken? Hi! There is an extra moon in the sky. Wait. Do you feel that this scene seems a bit familiar? I remember. The soul projection that appeared in Jiuyao City some time ago seems to be the trick used. But the phenomenon at that time is more than a little bit weaker than the current one. So it seems that the senior of the divine soul projection came to Jiuyao City in person. Hey! I hope the senior in the city can block it. There have been too many things that happened in Jiuyao City recently. Countless cultivators looked solemn. But compared with before, it's not too flustered. After experiencing more things, it gradually became calmer. Anyway, the sky is falling and there is a tall man against it, and the royal family has no response. What are they cultivators afraid of? Imperial City. Looking at the vision in the sky, Ji Wuhui not only didn't feel nervous, but even wanted to laugh a few times. Chapter 186 Actions of Origin Mall Customers. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Because Ji Wuhui really knew that an attack of this level was indeed terrifying. Even if he faces it head-on, I am afraid he will be seriously injured directly. But the point is, the target of the attack is the boss. As for the boss, facing an attack of this level, I'm afraid he could block it with a wave of his hand. Your Majesty, do you need to turn on the defensive formation? The old man on the side asked. Their expressions were extremely calm. Ji Wuhui shook his head, no need. With the strength of the boss, it will not spread to Jiuyao City at all. Mr. Bai nodded. He also has a blind worship of Luo Chuan. From now on, Inua Mansion is afraid that it will be removed from the Tianlan Continent. Ji Wugue looked at the silver moon in the sky, whispering to himself. Jinan Ho Mansion, Shuaxiang Mansion, Zuyuexuan, Wanyao Pavilion. Customers in Origin Mall have all seen a vision in the sky. In an instant, they thought of a figure. This movement has nothing to do with the boss again, right? Step Ligay twitched the corner of his mouth, a little dumbfounded. Bu poetically said, it should be. It seems that the people of Silver Moon Palace have already come to Jiuyao City. Shall we go over and take a look? Bu Ligay was a little excited. Step-by-step poetic correspondence, lightly click, let's take a look. But when we get to Origin Mall, I'm afraid the boss has already settled the matter. All the customers of Origin Mall made a decision. They rushed to the Origin Mall. What a powerful via! Xia Yuan stared solemnly at the silver moon in the sky. Ing Wuji is also on guard. At this time, the two and all the students had already retreated into the store. Boss, will he be okay? Gu Yinshi looked at Luo Chuan outside the store with a worried look on her face. Don't worry. Yao Zian smiled slightly, an attack of this level is impossible even to hurt the boss. The faint words contained Yao Zian's unconditional trust in Luo Chuan. After hearing Yao Zian's words, Gu Yinshi and the others were stunned. Yes indeed. The boss's strength is unfathomable. It's just 5 cultivators asking questions, isn't it easy to block them? With excitement and curiosity, they gathered around the door of Origin Mall. It is extremely rare to be able to watch the masters of the questioning realm fight with your own eyes. It will be of great benefit to them. Of course, you can see it in the cooking tutorial. Chu Yangping stared at Luo Chuan fiercely with a hideous face. Ha, you are proud enough to die under the 5 of us. As the sound falls, the silver moon in the sky suddenly shines. In an instant, a beam of tens of thousands of meters in size fell from the sky, covering the entire Jiuyao City. As the beam approaches, its diameter is shrinking. When it arrived not far above the Origin Mall, the diameter had become a short tens of centimeters. The color has also changed from white to completely transparent. Looking into the distance, it is like a sword that connects heaven and earth. All this happened in a short blink of an eye. The sharp sword energy scattered, and there were even traces of bottomlessness on the surrounding bluestone ground. The momentum is quite big, and the power is still past. Luo Chuan raised his head, looked at the beam above, and commented. Chu Yangping was taken aback for a moment, and then angrily turned back and laughed, speak up. Go to death. But what happened next made his eyes wide open. Chapter 187 Concept Clear. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. How is this possible? The 5 people were horrified. It is what happened before them, which has completely surpassed their cognition. The people in Origin Mall were also puzzled. Because in Luo Chuan's body, there is no energy fluctuation at all. They wondered how Luo Chuan would block this attack. But in the next scene, everyone was shocked and speechless. At the moment when the beam was about to hit Luo Chuan, he waved his hand gently, as if driving away some mosquitoes. The light beam disappeared instantly under Luo Chuan's wave. It's like a part of a picture scroll is directly erased. In this process, there is no aura fluctuation at all. How did you do it? Chu Yangping stared at Luo Chuan, his voice trembling. The cold sweat came to my heart, and the cold sweat had soaked his back for some time. Only then did he realize that Luo Chuan was very indifferent from beginning to end, not because Ing Wuji and Xia Yuan asked about the pinnacle. It didn't put the 5 of them in the eyes at all. The road to revenge, which was originally winning, leads to the abyss of death. How could his own son provoke this kind of existence? Cheating. After my own soul projection was destroyed, I was still thinking about revenge. Chu Yangping now wants to slap himself fiercely. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask for mercy. The 4 elders were also terrified. Luo Chuan didn't want to listen to him anymore. An apology is useful, what do you want the law to do? Besides, Tianlan Continent is a world where the strong are respected. Luo Chuan stretched out his right hand with slender fingers. He snapped his fingers. Snapped. A crisp sound rang. The expressions on the 5 people's faces instantly solidified. A breeze blew by, and suddenly turned into fly ash. The 5 cultivators at the realm of asking the Tao were killed without even the slightest resistance. Luo Chuan thought for a while, and decided to designate this sound of his own as concept clear. As the name suggests, it is to directly remove the other's existence conceptually. This has involved the control of the rules of the world. It is no exaggeration to say that Luo Chuan is absolutely invincible within the scope of the blessing of system invincible buff. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a god. Revising the reality in a mere way is just a thing that can be done with a wave of hands. 5 ask masters, so it's gone. Xia Yuan opened his mouth, still a little unbelievable, his voice was extremely dry. Ing Wuji nodded solemnly. From beginning to end, he didn't see what attack method Luo Chuan used. This is far beyond what can be understood by the realm of asking questions. The students like Gu Yunxi didn't think too much. The boss can easily destroy the enemy, which is undoubtedly the best result. Luo Chuan glanced at the silver moon in the sky and snapped his fingers again. In an instant, the silver moon disappeared, as if it had never existed. In Jiuyao City, countless people are watching the vision in the sky. When the beam fell, their hearts hung tightly. In the next instant, the light beam disappeared out of thin air. After a few breaths, the silver moon in the sky also disappeared. In the space, even the slightest turbulence spread to Jiuyao City. A crisis, just like an anticlimactic end. Like last time, from beginning to end, they didn't see who made the shot. This has also become the biggest doubt in the hearts of countless people. Is it the hidden powerhouse in Jiuyao City? It seems that the boss has already taken action, and the result is not unexpected. Seeing Inua disappear, Ji Wuhui showed a smile on his face. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. To be honest, when the beam descended, he was very nervous. I am afraid that the energy fluctuations produced will spread to Jiuyao City. If this is the case, Jiuyao City will be devastated. Chapter 188 I have never met an opponent. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Fortunately, the final result was not unexpected. Chu Yongping and his party only made a seemingly powerful move, but in the end they didn't even make a splash. With the strength of the boss, no matter how many people Chu Yongping and others come to, it's just a delivery of food. Old Bai said with a smile. Ji Wuhui nodded in agreement. The boss's strength is incomprehensible. Ji Wuhui thought for a while and asked, Old Bai, do we need to go to the boss's shop? Anyway, Chu Yongping and the others also got news from me. Mr. Bai thought slightly, although based on the character of the boss, he shouldn't take this matter to heart. But I think it is better for your majesty to go there. Ji Wuhui said, well, Old Bai, let me go there. Luo Chuan turned around and walked into Origin Mall. The figure is chic and indifferent. Everyone looked at Luo Chuan with awe and admiration. Luo Chuan's complexion remained unchanged. Maintaining calmness at all times is a necessary quality for a cold male god. Boss, what was your trick just now? Gu Yunxi asked with bright eyes. As he said, he stretched out his white and tender fingers and snapped his fingers like Luo Chuan did. Well, there was no sound. Because of these people, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang have known Luo Chuan for the longest time. So Gu Yunxi did her part to become the person who raised everyone's questions. Seeing Gu Yunxi's cute appearance, Luo Chuan not only smiled. The concept is clear. Luo Chuan replied. Concept clear. What does it mean? I do not know. Everyone looked at each other with doubts. Ing Wuji frowned and thought, if I didn't guess wrong, the boss's move should be the use of rules. The concept is cleared, is it to destroy the enemy directly? Xia Yuan couldn't help asking. Luo Chuan shook his head, it is not the case. The removal of concepts is to erase directly from the level of rules. Forcibly defining an existing thing as a non-existent state. Xia Yuan and Ing Wuji suddenly took a breath. Forcibly defined as non-existent. Doesn't it mean that as long as you control the rules, you can erase everything at will? Gu Yunxi's expressions remained unchanged. Because I didn't understand. Boss, how strong are you now? Yao Zian, who was a clerk, was also interested. How strong is he? With the blessing of the system invincible buff, oneself is an invincible existence. Luo Chuan thought for a while, and replied seriously, I don't know myself, in this world, I have never encountered an opponent. Well, there is nothing wrong with that. Luo Chuan praised himself in his heart. Everyone who heard this couldn't help taking a breath. Never met an opponent. I don't even know what my strength is. Could it be that the strength of the boss has long surpassed the limit of Tianlan Continent practitioners? Everyone was shocked. When they left, they were in a trance. The news I got is really shocking. At the same time, Origin Mall has also included in their hearts an absolutely incorruptible existence. As soon as a few people left the house, they saw many people rushing over in the alley not far away. Gu Yunxi still has some doubts, when did the business in the boss shop become so good? When Luo Chuan in the store heard Gu Yunxi's words, his face suddenly became black. According to what you mean, the business in my shop has not been good, right? Chapter 189 Luo Chuan's Inner Touch. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. When Luo Chuan saw the faces of everyone who came over, he couldn't help being stunned. Are these people not all customers of Origin Mall? Why are they here? Ha, I knew it. Boss, you will be fine. Bu Ligay laughed loudly. With the strength of the boss, isn't this obvious? Jiang Xingjun smiled disdainfully. It's over so soon, I still want to come and help the boss. Zhou Hu scratched his head. Come on, it's about the strength of your divine soul realm, don't mess up. Wei Qingzhu cursed with a smile. Ha! It's okay. Murong Haitang looked at the safe and sound Origin Mall and heaved a sigh of relief. Although some people don't know each other, at this time, they all talk very much. Because they came here because of Origin Mall. Looking at these people, for some reason, Luo Chuan's heart suddenly moved. Although he knew that with their strength, they couldn't help much in this battle. But they all came here without hesitation. In this cultivator's arena, there is also a pure friendship. Huh, so many people. I'm not here late, right? A hearty laughter sounded. Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao came over. For the two, everyone present knew each other. Emperor Ji Wuhui of the Star Empire, and the old man beside him. His Majesty. I have seen your Majesty. Everyone greeted. Boss. Ji Wuhui looked at Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan waved his hand, turned and walked into the store. Ji Wuhui breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the boss should not blame him. Don't you know? There are new products in the owner's shop. Gu Yunshi and Bu said poetically. New products? It's only a day, but the boss has something new. Bu poetically surprised. The rest of the people also heard the conversation between the two and gathered around curiously. There is no ordinary product in Origin Mall. What will this new product be? What is the new product? Bu Ligay asked. The leisure mode of the Tower of Trial. Xiao Qing replied. Casual mode? Everyone is puzzled. Listening to this name, it doesn't seem to have much to do with cultivation. Okay. It seems that the names of most of the products in Origin Mall have nothing to do with cultivation. Then Gu Yunshi and others explained it to them. Wei Qingzhu thoughtfully, a virtual world where all players have the same starting line. It sounds very interesting. As a mercenary, she naturally knows more about survival than these students. Wei Qingzhu was keenly aware that the casual mode might bring more benefits to players than the rest. It's just that everyone's starting point is the same, they are all ordinary people, without any cultivation base. So it is impossible to dig out the benefits. By the way, there are also decorations in Origin Mall, and there are already 20 locations now. Jiang Wanshang continued. 20. Great. When there are too many people, finally you don't have to wait any longer. Zhou Hu couldn't help laughing. Usually when there are only 10 positions, because there are students from Lingyun Academy, most of the time you have to wait a while before you can get a position. But now, the position has directly become 20, which is a full double. I have to say that this wave of operations by the boss has surprised all customers. Xia Yuan and Ing Wuji left. These people later entered the Origin Mall. More than a dozen people entered the shop at the same time, and the shop did not appear to be crowded at all. The systematic space formation is as horrible. Sister Xian, the same kind of goods in the store. Wei Qingzhu shouted. Now Qianjielu is out of stock. Yao Xian replied with a smile. Wei Qingzhu coughed awkwardly, his cheeks slightly reddish, I mean instant noodles, cola, and spicy noodles. Even if there is a Chongjiang sauce, I can't afford it. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly heard bursts of kind laughter. Chapter 190 Wolves in the Jungle. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Soon, a dozen people seemed to have agreed, and they came to the leisure mode of the Tower of Trial. The environment here is very good, enough to be called a blessed world. Old Bai felt the breath between the heaven and the earth and couldn't help sighing. Although everyone is now the body of ordinary people, there is no slightest cultivation base. But it can still be perceived in the dark, the majestic and pure aura contained in the world. Everyone is playing for the first time, so they subconsciously want to open the corner of the interface. Sure enough, the mall icon was not found. There is only a backpack space and an interface for personal information. Hey, to survive in this world as an ordinary person, the devil starts. Zhou Hu sighed up to the sky. I just don't know if there are any monsters or the like here. Wei Qingzhu whispered to himself as he looked at the dense forests around him. As a mercenary, Wei Qingzhu's perception of danger is much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Sister Qingzhu, are you talking and laughing? Bu said with a poetic smile, this is a virtual world, what's the danger? Before the business fell, there were waves of howling wolves. Bu's poetic expression instantly stagnated. The corners of her mouth twitched. No, it's a coincidence. Everyone, get ready to fight. Old Bai said solemnly. Everyone nodded. In the previous challenge mode of the Tower of Trial, almost everyone has tried the simple mode of passing the first level without using the cultivation base. Of course, some people succeed and others fail. Even if the opponent is 5 ordinary grey wolves, it is not a simple matter to defeat with ordinary human bodies. But now, everyone has no cultivation base, and the previous combat experience has finally come in handy. Of course, ordinary beasts are fine. If it is a monster, everyone has almost no chance to compete. But having said that, the casual mode shouldn't start with a difficulty. Everyone held their breath and stared at the bushes ahead. Rustle. The sound of falling leaves being trampled on. I don't know when there is a stench in the air. Coming. Zhou Hu whispered. In the darkness shaded by dense branches, a pair of blue pupils appeared, and a huge grey wolf appeared. Look closely, there are 30 or 40. The grey wolf stared at everyone, eyes full of brutality unique to wild beasts, and the white teeth seemed to be stained with uncoagulated blood. Wolves. Someone whispered. The faces of mercenaries like Wei Qingzhu and Zhou Hu had solemn expressions. Although it is not a monster, the fighting power of the wolf pack is beyond doubt. Especially now they have no cultivation base and no weapons. In the face of wolves, the result is still unknown if it really fights. It turned out to be a grey wolf. Ha ha ha, I don't know how many killed in the Tower of Trial. Step Ligay laughed. The voice seemed quite abrupt in this tense atmosphere. But hearing this, the slightest tension in everyone's hearts disappeared. Yes. It's just some grey wolves, and it's still a virtual world. Why should you be afraid of them? Everyone, how about 2 heads each? Ji Wuhui looked around without the slightest nervous expression on his face. As your majesty said. Everyone responded. Then, a dozen people preemptively rushed towards the wolves together. Among the wolves, a grey wolf with the largest body size rises to the sky and screams. Oh! The howling of wolves floated. Chapter 191 Weaknesses of Grey Wolf. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. At the same time as the howling of wolves sounded, the wolves, as if they had received some order, also launched an attack on the players. Like a grey-black torrent. The next moment, the 2 torrents collided. Bang bang bang. A dull voice sounded. There was also the roar of grey wolves during the period. Beast! Take a punch from the little master. Jiang Xingjun roared and smashed a grey wolf's skull with a punch. Boom! What? This punch made a solid hit. At the same time, a scream came from Jiang Xingjun's mouth. He just felt like he had hit the steel plate with a punch, and his entire right arm seemed to have lost consciousness. The gray wolf that was attacked by him just shook his head, opened his blood basin and rushed towards him. A flustered look flashed in Jiang Xingjuan's eyes. He has no time to escape. At this time, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Song Qiuying kicked the gray wolf's waist and kicked it out. There seemed to be a crisp cracking sound. After falling heavily to the ground, the gray wolf howled bitterly, but couldn't stand up. Song Qiuying's foot had already interrupted its spine. Handsome! Jiang Xingjun couldn't help but exclaimed. Be careful. Song Qiuying said and rushed into the battle circle again. Left a sheik back. I said Jiang Xingjun, your challenge mode these days is for nothing, right? Bu Ligei's lowly voice came from the side. What are you talking about? Jiang Xingjun stood up from the ground, a little angry. Grey wolf, copper-headed iron-bone tofu waste, you don't even know this bit of common sense, do you? Bu Ligei said while fighting two grey wolves. Jiang Xingjun also fought a grey wolf at this time. An embarrassment flashed across his face when he heard the words of Step Ligei. He naturally knew this truth. When he just challenged the Tower of Trial, he understood that the weakness of the grey wolf was the waist. It's just that I was a little excited just now and didn't think of it for a while. Of course I know. Jiang Xingjun certainly couldn't admit that he had forgotten. I just want to try if I can fight a grey wolf head-on without a cultivation base. Bu Ligei curled his lips. Say these things, cheating. But at this time the offensive of the two grey wolves became more and more fierce, and he didn't have the mind to talk to Jiang Xingjun anymore. Only focus on the battle. Fierce battles are going on by the lake. The number of wolves is a bit large, there are more than 30. And these players, there are only a dozen people. It is said that one person fights two, in fact, most people face 3 grey wolves. Fortunately, during the battle in the Tower of Trial some time ago, everyone had perfect control of their own strength. There won't be a scene where the realm cultivation base disappears and the combat power drops rapidly. If you look closely, although everyone has their bare hands, the wolves seem to have fallen into a disadvantage. From time to time, the terrible howling of grey wolves sounded. As for these players. Anyway, the virtual world won't really die, so everyone has done their best. Old Bai was facing 4 grey wolves alone. In the fierce fight, he seems to have returned to the years when he was young, fighting the strong from all sides one shot at a time. Click. Seeing the right time, Mr. Bai slapped the throat of a grey wolf who bit him. The grey wolf died in anger. Kill the common beast grey wolf and get 5 experience points. Chapter 192 Don't let them go. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Old Bai was taken aback. This voice seems a bit familiar. And it seems to be directly in his mind. Looking at the people around who were still fighting, they didn't seem to hear it at all. Your Majesty, have you heard any strange noises? The enemy was reduced by a quarter, and the pressure on Old Bai was much less. He even had time to raise his doubts to Ji Wuhui not far away. Ji Wuhui was also fighting the 4 grey wolves. He heard the words of Mr. Bai and frowned in confusion. Weird sound. No. Could it be that I heard it wrong? Old Bai was puzzled in his heart. Soon, he withdrew his mind. The most important thing right now is to solve the wolf pack in front of you. As the battle progressed, everyone's physical strength was consumed very quickly. Many people have become panting. They are the bodies of ordinary people, so naturally they can't maintain the most perfect state in the fierce battle. Those grey wolves also consumed a lot of physical strength, and their speed and attack strength were reduced by a lot. And when Mr. Bai killed the first grey wolf, it seemed to be a precedent. Another grey wolf was killed by Wei Qingzhu. Kill the common beast grey wolf and get 5 experience points. Wei Qingzhu had some doubts. What does this sudden sound mean? Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she saw the character information panel at the bottom of the interface. The experience bar has been changed, filling up a quarter. Experience, 5/20. Wei Qingzhu suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. In this casual mode world, you can get corresponding experience points by killing monsters and beasts. And if the experience value is full, you should be able to directly advance. At this time, grey wolves were also killed one after another. They all heard the beep in their ears. At the same time, I also noticed the changes in my experience bar. Everyone's gaze at the grey wolf suddenly changed. It was a look at the treasure. With an undisguised desire. Suddenly, the grey wolves felt bad. The eyes of these humans are very strange, making the wolf feel creepy. Who is the prey in the end? These grey wolves can provide experience points. Don't let them go. Bulige shouted with excitement. Just now, he also killed a grey wolf. After this period of fighting, the grey wolf has been killed and injured more than half. In contrast to these players, only the mercenaries in Wei Qingzhu and Zhou Hu's team received some minor injuries. The rest are just a little tired. The grey wolf leader felt bad. Oh! The wolf howl sounded, and it gave the order to retreat. The remaining grey wolves want to give up fighting and retreat to the dense forest. But everyone will give up the experience they have obtained for nothing, and will not let the grey wolf leave at all. The identity of the prey and hunter has completely changed. Come as you want, leave as you want, where are such good things? Don't let it go. These are all experience points. Don't worry. Fight for another 300 rounds. There were clamors. A group of people rushed up. The picture is so beautiful that I can't bear to look directly at it. At this time, these grey wolves have been completely entangled. If they want to retreat, it is equivalent to fully exposing their back. Therefore, they have to continue to fight. The stern and miserable howl continued to sound, and the air was filled with blood. After a while, only the leader of the grey wolf was still resisting. The remaining grey wolves have been killed. Chapter 193 Bullying the Wolf Too Much. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The condition of the grey wolf leader is very bad, his breath is sluggish, his hair is messy, and he has suffered a severe beating from socialism. But it still bared its teeth fiercely at everyone, looking very vicious. It can be accurately described in one word: the color calendar is stubborn. It can be seen that it is obviously different from those ordinary grey wolves. The combat effectiveness should be equivalent to the 3rd and 4th ranks of the forging body among cultivators. But that's it. Facing more than a dozen cultivators whose true strength is at least the realm of good fortune, although the cultivation base is gone now, under the joint hands, even if its level is higher than a dozen levels, it is not an opponent at all. Even if these players have no cultivation base now, their combat consciousness is still there. Therefore, the result of the battle is already doomed. Everyone, who will kill this grey wolf? Murong Haitang looked at the crowd and asked. Everyone can see that this grey wolf is extraordinary. If you kill, you should not only get 5 experience points. Everyone looked at each other. None of them want to give up this opportunity. I think everyone will take the shot together. Whoever kills is the one. Old Bai smiled and made suggestions. I feel good. Wei Qingzhu agreed. Agree. Bu poetically expressed his opinion. Everyone reached a consensus. They looked at the grey wolf leader with a weird smile on his face. The Grey Wolf leader showed a look of despair in his eyes. You and I can't beat either of them, and you actually even shot together. It's really bullying the wolf. Next is a complete one-sided battle. It's no exaggeration to call it a joke. After a dozen breaths, the Grey Wolf leader let out an unwilling howl. Grey Wolf leader, die. Kill the common beast Grey Wolf and get 100 experience points. The reminder sounds. Murong Haitang still couldn't believe it. There was a surprised expression on her face. I was the killer. The current experience points are full, successfully upgraded to level 1. The current experience value is full, successfully upgraded to level 4. A few more prompts sounded. Murong Haitang felt warm currents rushing from all over her body. The wound she had suffered from her body disappeared in an instant, and her aura became a lot stronger. Everyone noticed the changes in Murong Haitang's body, and they were a little envious. Sister Haitang, how do you feel? Bu poetically asked with some curiosity. After shook his palm, Murong Haitang smiled slightly. I have gained 100 experience points, and I have been directly promoted to level 4. Level 4. So fast. Good luck. Congratulations. Congratulations everyone. Murong Haitang also responded with a smile. I now feel that the strength of level 4 is almost the same as level 4 forging. Murong Haitang felt the energy in her body and spoke her judgment. In this way, it should be the first grade corresponding to the cultivation realm. Ji Wuhui guessed, touching his chin. The upgrade speed here is much faster than in reality. Bu Ligay interrupted, as long as there are enough monsters to kill, upgrading is not as simple as drinking water. Suddenly, everyone fell into contemplation. Step Ligay's words make sense. I don't think there should be such a big loophole. Wei Qingzhu frowned slightly. As one of the earliest guests of Origin Mall, she clearly knows the rigor of Luochuan's work. Jiang Xingjun also put forward his own views. I am afraid that the higher the level, the more experience it takes to upgrade. In the end, it may be an astronomical number. Chapter 194 Wow, Golden Legend. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Hearing Jiang Xingjuan's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Well, it makes sense. As for Bu Ligay's previous words that were obviously heartless, they were directly ignored. Huh. Look, there seems to be something under this grey wolf. A reflected light came, and his eyes narrowed slightly in concession poetry. When she saw the location of the light, she exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, I saw something shining with golden light. But most of it was covered by the grey wolf's body, and only one corner could be seen. It looks like it is a scroll. Zhou Hu took the lead and threw the grey wolf aside. Sure enough, it was a scroll. The scroll shone with rich golden light. It's not Fanpin at first sight. Zhou Hu bent over to pick up the scroll, but let out a sound of puzzled surprise. Because his palm passed directly through the scroll. The scroll is like an illusory thing, you can't touch it at all. What's the matter? Is this thing a phantom? Zhou Hu was puzzled. Because this scroll looks like a real thing. I'll try it. Bu Ligay was also interested. He reached out to grab the scroll. Sure enough, it also passed through. Several people tried it again, but they couldn't pick up the reel. Could it be that only the killer of the grey wolf can pick up the scroll? Old Bai thought for a while and put forward his own opinion. Looking a little boring, Luo Chuan looked at the virtual device. Well, there are still several empty positions. Picking a place randomly, Luo Chuan put on his helmet and entered the leisure mode of the Tower of Trials. He wanted to see what these people were doing. Just after he entered, he saw a messy scene. There are also people talking among the corpses of the wolves. Luo Chuan felt a little weird. This kind of scene, if placed in his previous life, would be enough to make headlines. Luo Chuan has thought about the title. Shocked. Dozens of gray wolves in the dense forest died unexpectedly. What kind of conspiracy was behind all this? But in this Tianlan Continent, I saw a lot, and Luo Chuan got used to it. Especially since he was still playing in the Tower of Trial for so long, he died 1,000 or 800 times. Such a small scene could not scare Luo Chuan. Huh? Boss. Bu Shi found Luo Chuan in the distance, with a surprised expression on his face. The boss is here. Where is it? Does the boss also play this game? Hey, I can see how the boss really makes a move. Everyone found Luo Chuan, with expressions of surprise on their faces. Boss, what is this scroll? Old Bai asked what everyone encountered. After killing the monster beast, there is a chance that some special items will be released. Luo Chuan explained, this scroll is one of the items. Only the player who killed the monster beast can pick up the scroll. Everyone was stunned. It seems that Mr. Bai's previous guess is correct. Murong Haitang stepped forward, and as expected, she firmly held the scroll in her hand. Boss, what's the use of this scroll? Murong Haitang was curious. The scroll felt warm and moist to the touch, unlike ordinary fabric. After opening the scroll, various exercises, martial arts, or some special skills will appear with probability. Luo Chuan said, it depends on your luck. Cousin Hai, open and see what's inside. Wei Qingzhu couldn't help but urged. Everyone is also curious. Murong Haitang nodded. She looked at the scroll in her hand, took a deep breath, and then slowly opened it. Wow! Golden Legend. A sigh resounded in Murong Haitang's ears. Murong Haitang. Chapter 195 Legendary Skills. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Golden Legend. It sounds like very powerful. Then, a strange message suddenly poured into Murong Haitang's mind. The curse of Dark Knight, legendary in the name of Dark Knight, forced the curse of the opponent to make him weak. The greater the difference in strength between the two sides, the stronger the effect. When the gap between the two sides is greater than 20 levels, the curse of the Dark Knight is invalid. Looking at the introduction, this curse of the Dark Knight seems to be able to weaken the opponent's combat effectiveness. And in the column of character information skills, there is such a name. What did you get? Song Qiuying asked curiously. Murong Haitang briefly talked about the ability of Dark Knight Curse. Luo Chuan gave Murong Haitang a surprised look. Legendary, it seems you are lucky. The legendary level skills were directly exploded, and luck was overwhelming. And from the introduction of the skills, although there is no attack ability, it can display extremely powerful negative effects. You must know that if the strong fight against each other, the gap between every single cent will be almost infinitely enlarged. Boss, is this skill still classified? Murong Haitang was surprised. Hearing what the boss said, my luck seems pretty good. Everyone also looked at Luo Chuan curiously, focusing all their attention on him. Because what Luo Chuan said has a great relationship with this virtual world. Luo Chuan nodded, yes, the skills acquired in the leisure mode are also divided into levels, which are ordinary, rare, epic, and legend, and the probability of obtaining them is also reduced in order. It's a bit similar to the heaven and earth Xianhuang divided by martial skills and cultivation methods. Ji Wuhui sighed. Luo Chuan nodded, it can be understood like this. Everyone also looked at Murong Haitang with some envy. Legend level ability, luck is not so good. Sister Haitang, come, try your skills with me. Wei Qingzhu said excitedly. Huh. Murong Haitang was taken aback for a moment, and he couldn't laugh or cry after he recovered. What's wrong? Wei Qingzhu said indifferently, anyway, this is a virtual world, and this skill has no attack effect, so don't worry, Sister Haitang. The boss is here anyway, nothing will happen. Yeah. Let us see it too. There were roars. Luo Chuan looked at this scene, his expression unchanged. He just wants to be a quiet eating crowd. All right then. Murong Haitang sighed and said helplessly. In this casual mode, the skills acquired can be directly integrated and displayed perfectly. The steps of learning and practicing are completely omitted. Curse of the Dark Night. Murong Haitang snorted softly. The dark red light circulated in her eyes, and black mist lingered around her. A breath of coldness appeared, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a lot out of thin air. In this process, there is no aura of fluctuation. Okay. Wei Qingzhu's complexion changed. She felt as if a strange wave appeared on her body instantly, and she felt weak. From beginning to end, she never knew when she was recruited. It's gone. It doesn't seem to have changed much. Everyone is puzzled. Luo Chuan sighed. He knew that it was his turn to play at this time. Luo Chuan volleyed towards Murong Haitang, and a translucent information panel appeared beside her. It's like an introduction to a character in an online game. On the panel, there is Murong Haitang's role information. Everyone saw this panel, and the information on it was not much different from them. Murong Haitang was a little surprised. Isn't this your own personal information? The boss can let others see it? Chapter 196 Explore Casual Mode. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Name, Murong Haitang. Race, Terran. Level, 4. Experience value, 10/50. Skills, Curse of the Dark Night. Unlike the others, there is an extra, Curse of the Dark Night, in the skill column on Murong Haitang's information panel. And the personal level above has also become, 4. Everyone cast envious glances at Murong Haitang. Luo Chuan clicked voluntarily, and another information panel appeared beside Wei Qingzhu. Name, Wei Qingzhu. Race, Terran. Level, 0. Experience value, 15/20. Skills, none. Status, weak. Just now, Wei Qingzhu killed 3 gray wolves in total, so he gained 15 experience points. As for the extra weakness, it must be the effect of the Curse of the Night. Huh. I have this thing too. Seeing the translucent light curtain around him, Wei Qingzhu was surprised. She reached out to touch. Passed through it without surprise. You can also check the player's information panel by yourself. Only the one who clicks on it can see it. Luo Chuan explained, of course, if the level gap is too large, you won't be able to see it. In addition, if you don't want to expose your own information, you can also actively set it up to be unable to query. So that's it. Everyone suddenly felt. As for why Luo Chuan can let everyone see the information panel. Because he is the boss. It should be a bit privileged. Everyone is constantly checking other people's information panels. This novel gameplay makes them very curious. When will my weak state end? My body feels very uncomfortable. Wei Qingzhu twisted her body a little irritably. She felt as if she was in a sick state now, and her whole body's strength was sealed. Murong Haitang thought for a while, I should be healed in a few minutes. That's good. Wei Qingzhu breathed a sigh of relief. Hee, Sister Qingzhu. Didn't you particularly want to try the power of Dark Night Curse? Now you are finally suffering. Song Qiuying joked. Wei Qingzhu's face flushed. I don't know how this skill works. The crowd talked for a while, then dispersed. Several groups of people explored around the lake. Because Luo Chuan said before that this virtual world is no different from the real world. In addition, it looks like an uninhabited dense forest here, so there should be elixir growing. After all, the aura in the air is so strong. Rich aura, but a necessary condition for the growth of elixir. As for Luo Chuan, he moved a small bench, sat by the lake and caught a fish. Don't ask where the bench and fishing rod come from. Is the identity of the boss comparable to ordinary players? The lake is huge, even if there are more than a dozen players, only a small area can be explored. The three Wei Qingzhu marched in one direction. During this period, there were bursts of conversation. To be honest, here, I remembered the time I used to explore the Jiuyao Mountains. Wei Qingzhu had a look of memories in his eyes. Yeah. Lin Wanshuang smiled. At that time, we were like this too. We were exploring the periphery and did not dare to go deep into the Jiuyao Mountains. I still remember that Sister Qing Zhu took us to find a yellow-level elixir and was excited for a long time. Song Qiuying also said with a smile. The three have been partners for a long time, although they have no blood relationship, they are close to sisters. Suddenly, Wei Qingzhu's nose moved slightly. Wei Qingzhu wondered, do you smell anything? Song Qiuying and Lin Wanshuang nodded. Chapter 197 A Lucky Trio. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66. To find your way home. Song Qiuying twitched her nose. This smell seems to be a panacea. The three looked at each other. Elixir? In this virtual world, is there also an elixir? But since there are monsters, it's not uncommon to have elixir, right? Go and take a look. Wei Qingzhu's eyes flickered and he made a decision. If it were in reality, she would definitely not make such a reckless decision. You should know that around the elixir, there are usually monsters lurking. But in this virtual world, death is not irreversible. So there is nothing to be afraid of. The three of them lowered their paces, made no sound as much as possible, and moved in the direction where the smell of the elixir came from. Finally, behind a bush, they found a small tree no more than 1 meter long. The small tree looked quite extraordinary, and the leaves seemed to exude a little star. On the branch, there are 3 red fruits no more than fingers. The rich aroma exudes from above. Found a heavenly elixir, star leaf fruit. Star leaf fruit. The leaves of the small tree did seem to be twinkling with stars, but it was exactly the name. But none of the three have heard of this name. There is no dangerous atmosphere around the little tree. The three came to the small tree cautiously. There are exactly 3 fruits, 1 for each person. Wei Qingzhu made a decision. Song Qiuying and Lin Wanshuang nodded. Then the 3 picked a fruit. Immediately, the little tree turned into ashes as if it had been weathered for countless years. These miraculous phenomena amazed the 3 of them. Without much hesitation, they ate the fruit directly. The fruit is only finger-sized, sweet and sour, and tastes pretty good. Wei Qingzhu tasted it and expressed his satisfaction with the taste. Eating star leaf fruit will increase all attribute values by 10%. The reminder sounds. Wei Qingzhu frowned, his expression a bit strange. She looked at the 2 of them. Did you hear any strange noises? Song Qiuying and Lin Wanshuang nodded. Song Qiuying frowned and said, it seems that after eating the fruit, all attribute values have increased. Yes. Lin Wanshuang nodded, all attribute values have increased by 10%. Wei Qingzhu clenched his fists. She can feel that her strength has indeed increased by about 10%. This is exactly what the beep said. Is this stronger? Isn't it too simple? Song Qiuying felt the change in her body's strength, her expression in surprise. If in reality the strength can be improved simply like this, that would be great. Luo Chuan, who was fishing, noticed something, and turned his gaze to the direction where Wei Qingzhu's 3 people were. He already knew that the attribute value of the star leaf fruit would be improved after they eat it. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Luo Chuan's mouth. It's really good luck. The leisure mode is no different from the real world, and there are naturally elixir here. There will mostly be monsters around the elixir. But this lake and the surrounding area have been selected as the initial place for players to descend. All powerful monsters were directly expelled. That's why Wei Qingzhu's trio had good luck. Under normal circumstances, there will be at least 40 or 50 odd level monster guards around the sky level elixir. That is equivalent to a cultivator at the realm of returning to Yuan and asking Dao. These players are at a few levels of strength at this stage. No matter how many people go, it is just a gift. Chapter 198: A game that can affect reality. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site: www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was already noon. 3 hours passed so fast. Taking off the helmet, Ji Wuhui sighed. At this time, everyone has gradually retreated from the virtual world. They started the game almost at the same time, so it ended at the same time. Ji Wuhui explored the dense forest for a while before exiting the casual mode. Because in his opinion, nothing can be found in a short time. 3 hours are used to play the arena and challenge mode. Isn't it good? Most people have the same thoughts as Ji Wuhui. How come my strength has become so much stronger? My strength has also become stronger. Me too. 3 exclamations sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Wei Qingzhu, Song Qiuying, and Lin Wanshuang felt their own cultivation skills, and their pretty faces were full of astonishment. Compared with when I first came to Origin Mall, the spiritual strength is stronger by about 10%. Strength becomes stronger. What's the matter? Murong Haitang asked puzzledly. The rest of the people are also puzzled. Strengthened? Why don't we? Everyone turned their eyes to Luo Chuan at the store door. Yao Zian watched this scene curiously, without much surprised expression on his face. It seems that the boss has done something terrible again. After living in Origin Mall for such a long time, Yao Zian is immune to most things. Luo Chuan stood up and walked into the store. He looked at Wei Qingzhu and the 3, think about what happened to you in the casual mode. The 3 of them suddenly widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Could it be that it was because of the elixir? Wei Qingzhu felt a little dazed. Isn't that something in the virtual world? Even if it is eaten, shouldn't the effect be reflected in the game? It can actually affect the actual cultivation base. What are you talking about? The people around are puzzled, they don't understand what the boss and the 3 are talking about. Wei Qingzhu briefly told them about the 3 of them meeting star leaf fruit, and their strength was strengthened after eating it. After listening, almost everyone looked sluggish, stunned in the same place, and had not recovered for a long time. After a few breaths, Mr. Bai gave a wry smile. The things in the owner's shop are as shocking as always. Something in the game can actually affect the real world. How did the boss do this? Bu Ligay raised his doubts. Everyone stared at Luo Chuan, and they were also very curious about this question. I have said before that the casual mode is no different from the real world. Luo Chuan's voice was flat. But everyone's heart has set off a stormy sea. What the boss said is very meaningful. Could it be that it is a complete world that has been refined by the boss into the game of Tower of Trials? With the strength of the boss, this is not impossible. Hiss. Think carefully. And being able to get a cultivation base in the game, it doesn't seem to be unusual to improve your strength through this method. Seeing the changing faces of everyone, Luo Chuan was very satisfied. The image of his own mysterious master adds a strong color. Boss, can the skills I acquired just now be used in the real world? Murong Haitang suddenly thought of the dark night curse he had received, and his breathing became a little quick. Luo Chuan nodded, that's right. Murong Haitang felt a little dizzy. A skill equivalent to a heavenly martial skill, so you can get it for nothing? Even if it is a novel biography, I dare not write like this. Chapter 199 Casual Mode is a treasure. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Those who quit the casual mode halfway through are full of regrets. It turns out that casual mode is such a big treasure. They don't know the bead with insight, and miss it for nothing. It seems that we are blind and missed such a big opportunity. Ji Wuhui shook his head and gave a wry smile. Murong Haitang smiled, the owner's shop is open every day, and tomorrow you can enter the casual mode. To get a chance, in fact, it also depends on luck. Luo Chuan saw the look in everyone's hopeful eyes, and swallowed this sentence. Speaking out, I am afraid it will dampen the enthusiasm of these customers. If it is because of this, the business of Origin Mall will be bad. After saying goodbye to Luo Chuan and Yao Ziyan, everyone left the Origin Mall. Simply ate lunch. In the afternoon, another wave of students from Lingyun College arrived at Origin Mall on time. They should have received information from people who came here in the morning. After eating the instant noodles, they all entered the leisure mode of the Tower of Trial. Their purpose is very clear, which is to find the opportunities inside. Because according to Murong Haitang, things here can directly affect reality. At first, some people were half believing this statement. But when a student discovered a mysterious level elixir, after consuming it, his strength increased by 1%. In reality, the power of the body has become a little stronger. Although it is not obvious, it does exist. All students believe it. They started looking frantically. Yao Ziyan looked at the changing expressions on the faces of these students with some doubts in his heart. Is the new mode really so fun? Yao Ziyan has not entered the virtual space today. Luo Chuan noticed Yao Ziyan's expression. I watched the store by myself, so please take a break. Okay, boss. Yao Ziyan smiled and walked out from behind the counter. Luo Chuan's actions have been done many times. So Yao Ziyan did not decline either. She found a seat, sat down, and put on her helmet. Enter the Tower of Trials and choose casual mode. The screen flashed before her eyes, and she found herself appearing on the shore of a lake. Not far away, there was a conversation. I think it should belong to those students. Yao Ziyan thought for a while, and walked towards the jungle. Luo Chuan stood behind the counter, a little wandering in the sky. At this time, there were waves of footsteps. Luo Chuan recovered. He saw that the boy in black from the trio came in yesterday. Boss. Fifth Wu Ying said hello. Luo Chuan nodded. Although there were some doubts in his mind, he did not ask. Fifth Wu Ying suddenly noticed the changes in Origin Mall. After all, the space in the store is a lot bigger and there are 10 more places. But Fifth Wu Ying didn't ask much. As yesterday, he silently took instant noodles, spicy noodles and Coke. After making the instant noodles, Fifth Wu Ying noticed the people who were playing the game. He had never seen the picture on the monitor. Yesterday, Fifth Wu Ying just played the mirror challenge in arena mode. Boss, what are they playing? Fifth Wu Ying asked. The leisure mode of the Tower of Trial. Luo Chuan replied flatly. Fifth Wu Ying frowned. He stopped watching these pictures. The casual mode is not very useful for improving your strength. Fifth Wuying is only interested in things that can improve his strength. Chapter 200. You don't ask, I don't say. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. After eating the instant noodles, Fifth Wuying put on a helmet. As yesterday, he still chose the mirror challenge. But when he came he had a plan. Today, 3 hours cannot be spent on mirroring challenges. With 1 hour left, try the challenge mode. Because this model sounds pretty good. Not long after the arrival of Fifth Wuying, Lu Ruyu also came to Origin Mall. Almost the front heel and the back foot, Wei also came over. Tsk Tusk, I really didn't expect that the fellow Fifth Wuying would come so fast. Lu Ruyu saw the Fifth Wuying and felt a little funny. The Fifth Wuying is a cultivator madman, who has a lot of fame among the younger generation. This kind of scene of playing games without practicing, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Wei Yi smiled, Brother Wuying is a cultivator, and it is normal to come early. Lu Ruyu's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on Xiao's face. Prince Wei, I don't know the news about Origin Mall, do the people in Yaogu know it now? Wei Yi smiled slightly, I want to come to the sacred place of Yaoqi, I am afraid that I also know the news of Origin Mall. Luo Chuan heard the conversation between the two and took a look. Wei Yi and Lu Ruyu were surprised. Oops. Forgot to ask the boss if he can pass the news of Origin Mall. But Luo Chuan just glanced at them, and didn't say anything. This relieved the two of them. Boss, why are there 10 more places in the store? Lu Ruyu looked a little surprised at the much larger space in the store. 10 locations, when there are many customers in the store, it might be inconvenient. Luo Chuan's voice was flat. So is there anything new? Wei Yi asked curiously. Luo Chuan nodded, yes. The leisure mode of the Tower of Trial. Wei Yi and Lu Ruyu looked at each other. Casual mode? What is this? Luo Chuan briefly explained. As for why he didn't tell Fifth Wuying. Because he didn't ask. Wei Yi and Lu Ruyu were surprised when they heard Luo Chuan's words. What can be obtained in the casual mode affect reality? Lu Ruyu felt that Luo Chuan's words seemed to be joking. Yes. Luo Chuan's expression was serious. Wei also looked at Luo Chuan. He felt that the identity of the boss became more and more unfathomable. Although he couldn't believe it, his instinct told him that what the boss said was true. Then I want to see what the casual mode looks like. Wei Yi said with a smile. The two bought the goods in the store, and after eating the instant noodles, they put on their helmets and entered the game. In the next instant, two figures appeared by the lake. It is Wei Yi and Lu Ruyu. Sure enough, there is no cultivation base. Lu Ruyu felt that her body was empty, and this lack of aura made her very uncomfortable. All players are ordinary people at first, so it's fair. Wei Yi said. Lu Ruyu snorted softly, without replying. Huh. A new player is here. Suddenly a cry of surprise sounded. Then Lu Ruyu and Wei also saw several people approaching from a short distance. Are you all Lingyun students? Seeing the logo on their clothes, Wei was also a little surprised. Yes. A student replied, it's the first time for us to come here. How about forming a team? The students sent invitations to the two. After a short period of exploration, the students have discovered that although there are not many powerful monsters in the surrounding dense forest, there are many wild beasts. Of course, several elixir were also discovered during the period.